Hey everyone, welcome to the marathon session for the RBI Grade B examination 2025 phase 2. Here in this session we have covered circulars, directions and reports that are important for your examination from April 2025 to November month. So I hope you enjoy this session and this is going to be a very fruitful session, guys. Multiple things I have covered it in a MCQ based manner, we have covered it in a detailed manner in this session. So let's start the discussion. The very first question, the very first concept for today. RBI grants SRO status to the Finance Industry Development Council. Now this question can directly come in your examination. This is the new SRO which has been granted to the Finance Industry Development Council for the NBFCs and for the non-bank sector lending entities, right? Please do remember the name, Finance Industry Development Council. RBI eases rules on banks overseas perpetual debt. सो परपेचुअल डेट के रिलेटेड जो नॉर्म्स हैं वो यहाँ पे सिंप्लीफाई कर चुके हैं. नाउ फ्रॉम 1st of October 2025 PDIs will be eligible for inclusion in the AT1 capital up to 1.5% of the RWA. So 1.5% of the RWA will be the cap for the PDIs. Now they are eligible for being inclusion for inclusion in the AT1 capital up to 1.5%. Okay. RBI unveils major liquidity reforms to energize the capital market. The very first reform is permission to the banks for the corporate acquisition, right? And we have covered this in the finance current affairs session related to the mergers and acquisition. So now the banks can also finance the mergers and acquisition as per this update. Big jump in the loan limit against the shares. So earlier bank individuals can borrow against the shares up to 20 lakhs only. Now it is increased to 1 crore. IPO loan cap for the retail investors also got increased. So earlier, from the earlier limit of 10 lakh rupees, now the new limit is 25 lakh rupees. So 25 lakh for a IPO. For lending based on shares, 1 crore. And here mergers and acquisition financing is also now allowed. Freedom to lend against the debt security. So now RBI has removed all the limits on loan backed by the listed debt instrument. You can get loan based on the listed debt instrument as well. All the caps which were previously there is now eased by the Reserve Bank of India, and eased rules for lending to large corporates. So there were some restrictions if you are lending beyond 10,000 crore. Now these restrictions, these framework, the earlier framework will now be phased out. Right, so I have summarized each and everything for you guys in a tabular format as well. Just give it a quick reading after this session is table go. Okay. Next one, RBI to reduce the bank capital requirement via the revised Basel III norms from April 2027. Right, so RBI is going to revise the Basel III capital adequacy norm for the commercial banks starting from this particular date of 1st April 2027. Right. They are expected to reduce the capital requirements related to the CET1 ratio by 10 to anywhere around 10 to 50 basis point can be the reduction. Right, so definitely there will be lower risk weight for segments like MSMEs and residential real estate and housing loan. This is going to boost liquidity. Next one, can you tell me this particular question ka answer in the comment section? The Bank of India has collaborated with a fintech player to strengthen the MSME financing ecosystem recently in the month of October only. So what do you think is the correct choice here? Which fintech firm has partnered with Bank of India to launch the BOI Trade Easy? Any idea about this one, guys? Yes, Cash Invoice is the one, right? Cash Invoice is the one. Acha, can you tell me the revised timeline, maximum time allowed for the forex outlay in case of MTT? What is MTT? Mercanting trade transactions. So this is a part of your October 1st week RBI circular. Mercanting trade transaction ka timeline has been changed. Yes, 6 months, right? It is now 6 months. So earlier it used to be 4 months. On 1st of October, RBI has revised it to 6 months. Now this can be important for your examination as well. Okay. So don't ignore at least the first wala week ka October ka news. Okay. and I'm covering that as well in this particular session. Tell me this one, which is the single unified appellate forum for the second level appeal now under the GST which was recently launched? A very simple one. A very simple one. Yes, it is Goods and Service Tax Appellate Tribunal, right? GST 80. Perfect. Next one. Every bench of the newly launched GST appellate mechanism has been structured carefully to ensure a balanced representation of the expertise. Each bench of the GST appellate tribunal will consist of which of the following members? So this is regarding the composition of the GST 80. Composition of the GST appellate tribunal. 2 judicial members, 1 technical member from the center and 1 technical member from the state. Perfect. Option B. Next one. SEBI launched the Development of Industry Associations scheme to strengthen the MSME cluster. So you need to remember this particular finance current affair as well. This is from the first week of October, right? This is from the first week of October. Tell me now, Indian travelers can use the UPI for payments in which country, which was recently approved in the last week of September 2025. A very simple one, a very straight one. Yes, it is Qatar. Option B. Option B is the correct choice. Next one. The RBI recently renewed statement of commitment to which of the international code? It was related to FX. It was FX Global Code, right? It was FX Global Code. It was FX Global Code. In July 2025, the LRS number saw a notable dip compared to the previous month. Can you tell me what was the total outward remittances under the LRS in July 2025, which was a recently published data? Which was a recently published data. The correct choice here will be 2.45 billion USD, okay? 2.45 billion USD. And as per the MPC meeting, what will be the growth projection for 2026? For financial year 2026, the growth projection will now be 6.8%, right? 6.8% as per the recent Monetary Policy Committee meeting update, right? And in this particular lecture, I have incorporated the monetary policy upgrade as well. Yes. ADB cuts India's financial year 2026 का growth forecast to 6.5%. So ADB का growth forecast for financial year 2026 as well as 2027 will be 6.5%, right? 27 and 26 financial year 6.5%. This is for the Asian Development Bank. This is for the Asian Development Bank. World Bank का 6.5%. अगेन आपको याद करने में इजी होगा. फॉर फाइनेंशियल ईयर 2026 इट इज 6.5% एंड फॉर 2027 इट इज 6.3%. टेल मी दिस वन. व्हाट इज द टोटल gross market borrowings via dated securities pegged for half yearly 2 of financial year 2026? It is 6.77 lakh crore. Perfect. 6.77 lakh crore. What are the OECD's revised GDP growth forecast for 2025 and 2026 respectively? That's 6.7% and 6.2%. 6.7% for 2025, 6.2% for 2026. Right? What is the revised minimum net worth requirement for custodians under the SEBI's amended custodian regulations? Now this can be important. This can be important. What is the revised net worth requirement for the custodians under the SEBI's amended custodian requirement? It is 75 crore. Option E, 75 crore. Perfect. Tell me what about the transition period? What about the existing custodians? So they have been given the 3-year timeline to comply with the net worth requirement of 75 crore, right? Next one, retail inflation falls to 8-year low in September 2025 because the September 2025 ka data is now released. So your inflation, CPI inflation data will be relevant for your September 2025, which is 1.54%, which is lowest after June 2017. Food inflation is still in the deflationary territory. It's still negative in the 4th consecutive month as well, right? So 1.54% is the new data which we can see, and we can clearly see that the urban inflation is quite higher than the rural inflation, and that's what always the trend is, right? So in August 2025 it was 2.07, now it is 1.54, right? 1.54. And have a look at the food inflation data as well. It is in the negative territory as of now. It is minus 2.28%, right? So in the previous month it was negative 0.64% and now it is negative 2.28%. Kerala is again on the top if I talk about the inflation data. Then if I talk about the wholesale price index, 0.13% is the data. It used to be 0.52% in August 2025, but here we are having the latest data, so हम इसके साथ जाएंगे आगे, right? एग्जामिनेशन के अंदर एंड फूड इंडेक्स का डेटा आप देख सकते हो WPI के अंदर वापस से आपका नेगेटिव टेरिटरी के अंदर है, ठीक है? RBI's new banking rules to improve the loan flexibility and the policy transmission. अच्छा, ये वाले रूल्स कब से अफेक्ट हो रहे हैं? 1 October 2025 से. This is just to make the transmission faster and improve the loan flexibility, effective from 1 October 2025. The very first one is AT1 requirements, right? Banks can now raise more AT1 capital through perpetual debt instrument. ये हमने डिस्कस कर लिया है. Gold and silver loan. Now Tier 3 and Tier 4 urban cooperative banks can do what? They can give working capital loan to the businessmen if they are using gold and silver as a raw material, right? Then the next one is regarding the floating rate loans. If you guys remember, ये हमने कल ही डिस्कस किया था. Within 3 years now you can change the spread as well, but it should not be any kind of discriminatory in practice, right? Plus you need to give option earlier. You need to compulsorily give the option to switch to the fixed rate. Now it is voluntary, right? Now it is voluntary. So all the things I have again summarized in the tabular manner as well for you guys for the quick revision purpose. So do download this PDF for the maximum benefit. Export data processing monitoring system and import data processing monitoring system के अंदर कुछ change आया है. What they did is they have just revised the timeline here, right? Some of the rules and regulation they have revised, and all the rules and regulations stated in this particular circular, if the transaction value is 10 lakh or less per entry or per bill, you need to comply with these rules and regulations. So please do remember this particular threshold, right? Please do remember this particular threshold. These are nothing but system to track the export transaction in India and import transaction in India. So RBI इस सिस्टम को यूज करता है डेटा ट्रैक करने के लिए रिलेटेड टू एक्सपोर्ट एंड इंपोर्ट, एंड सम ऑफ द रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस आर देयर इफ योर ट्रांजैक्शन वैल्यू इज लेस देन और इक्वल टू 10 lakh rupees. Then Reserve Bank of India integrated ombudsman scheme. So on 7th of October this news came on the RBI website. State cooperative banks and central cooperative banks shall also be treated as now regulated entities. So state cooperative banks and central cooperative banks will now be treated as a regulated entity. Basically, they will now be falling under the criteria of the integrated ombud scheme of RBI. सही है? So now this will be upgraded, I can say, applicability of this particular scheme. Now this can be important for your examination as well. Okay, please do remember, state cooperative bank and central cooperative bank को क्या किया है regulated entity के अंदर इंक्लूड कर लिया इन केस ऑफ इंटीग्रेटेड ओम्बड्समैन स्कीम नाउ फ्रॉम द 1st of November 2025. प्लीज डू रिमेंबर दिस पर्टिकुलर न्यूज. अच्छा, फेमा गाइडलाइंस के अंदर एक छोटा सा चेंज किया था 6th of October को. क्या चेंज किया था? They have included the definition of IFSC now, right? Plus there is a change in the repatriation as well. Earlier it used to be 1 month, now they have done it 3 months just for the IFSC account. So in case if it's a IFSC account, now the repatriation timeline has been increased from 1 month to 3 months. Rest 1 month is the same for others, for the non-IFSC accounts, right? Then I think last month only in the September we have done this particular circular related to international trade settlement, right? International trade settlement. Just give me a second now. Okay. We have done this particular circular last month only related to international trade settlement in the INR. So special rupee Vostro account, I hope you guys remember, special rupee Vostro account can be used for investment in government treasury bills and government security. And now RBI has also permitted the use of SRVA investment in the non-convertible debentures and bonds and commercial papers issued by the Indian company. So via SRVA now you can invest in non-convertible debentures, non-convertible bonds as well, and commercial papers as well of Indian corporate entities, right? This is the amendment. Again, this can be important for your examination. ठीक है. RBI unveils 4 digital payment initiative. We have already covered this. So IoT payments with UPI, Banking Connect initiative, UPI Reserve Pay, and AI based UPI Help. These are the 4 digital payment initiatives that RBI has introduced. This is solely related to UPI. IoT means Internet of Things, right? So now you can pay, you can do UPI transactions through your wearables as well, through your car as well, right? Internet of Things के through जो भी connected है उसके through you can make UPI transactions. Banking Connect, it's an interoperable banking net banking solution. Again, this allows the payment aggregator to connect with the multiple banks via single integration. Then UPI Reserve or AI based UPI Help, these are the 2 new features which were added. राइट, ये न्यूज़पेपर का था, बेसिकली आपका फाइनेंस करंट अफेयर्स का पार्ट था. SEBI amended the Securities and Exchange Board of India regulation related to AIF. Now I have done a separate video related to AIF. What things you guys need to remember for your examination here will be: minimum investors should be 5 accredited investors, right, just before the first closure. And how many non-accredited investors can be there? A maximum of 200 non-accredited investors can be there. And the follow-on limit will be 25 crore per company. The follow-on limit will be 25 crore per company. ठीक है. अब हो सकता है कुछ कुछ सर्कुलर थोड़े से नए लग रहे हो आप लोगों को, ठीक है, इनको स्पेसिफिक वीडियोस में कवर किया गया था अलग से. एंड नो प्रॉब्लम एट ऑल, जस्ट ट्राई टू रिमेंबर द मेजर टाइमलाइंस, मेजर लिमिट्स एंड सो ऑन. Ease of regulatory compliance for FPI investing only in government securities. हाँ, इकोनॉमिक सर्वे और बजट अभी मैं इस वाली क्लास में नहीं ले रहा हूँ, राइट. मोस्ट प्रोबेबली वो आपके दूसरे सेशन के अंदर दूसरी मैराथन में कवर्ड होगा, ठीक है. हम यहाँ पे सिर्फ अभी किसके बारे में बात कर रहे हैं? आरबीआई सर्कुलर्स और कुछ फाइनेंस करंट अफेयर्स रिलेटेड टू योर अक्टूबर मंथ, ठीक है. Mostly this is RBI circulars reports only, so no worries at all, right? RBI circular related to June 2025. Let's start the discussion. Lending against the precious metal in India is governed by the various regulatory safeguards to prevent the misuse of it. Can you tell me which form of asset has been explicitly restricted from being accepted as a collateral? A bank cannot accept it as a collateral due to the speculative and non-productive usage. So this is from the gold and silver guidelines of RBI. So guys, अभी तक हमने क्या किया है? अक्टूबर मंथ वाले फाइनेंस करंट अफेयर्स और सर्कुलर्स को डिस्कस किया है, ठीक है. अब मैं किस पे आ चुका हूँ? आपके जून मंथ पे आ चुका हूँ. जुलाई, अगस्त, सितंबर वी हैव ऑलरेडी कंक्लूडेड yesterday itself, right? Here the correct choice will be primary gold in the form of bullion, we won't be considerate. Why? Because of speculative and non-productive usage. Next one. Can you tell me the deadline? Can you tell me the implementation timeline or deadline for the RBI lending against gold and silver collateral direction 2025? Timeline of this particular direction. That's 1st of April 2026, right? 1st of April 2026. What must lender frame to define the limits, LTV ratios, SOPs, purity norms and valuation methods under the RBI new guideline? What must the lender frame to define all the limits under this particular guideline? So they need to have a credit policy as per this particular direction. They need to have a credit policy. Can you guys tell me, as per the guidelines, loan exceeding which of the following threshold require a credit assessment and verification of repayment capacity? Very, very important for your examination. Loan crossing the threshold, a particular threshold, require a credit assessment and verification of repayment capacity. Very, very important. It is 2.5 lakh. If the loan threshold is going above 2.5 lakh, then in that case, there will be a credit assessment and verification of repayment capacity requirement. Next one. Lending against which of the following is not allowed as per the RBI circular related to the gold and silver collateral? Any idea about this one, guys? Yes, all of the above, right? You cannot lend against primary gold and silver, gold ETF, gold mutual funds, silver mutual funds, right? These instruments, these are financial instruments. They are not actual gold, right? They are financial instruments. Next one. Which of the following statement is incorrect with respect to the RBI gold and silver lending regulation? Very first statement. Repledging of the third party gold or silver is allowed, but with the borrower's consent. You need to identify the incorrect statement here. Option B. Valuation excludes precious stones and fastening. Price must be sourced from IBJA or SEBI recognized exchange. Option D. Maximum gold collateral limit per borrower is 1 kg for the ornaments. And option E. Assaying must be standardized across all the branches. Guys, C is correct. Why? Because price is actually sourced from the IBJA or SEBI recognized exchange only. And IBJA is one of the SEBI recognized exchange. A is the wrong answer. Perfect, Krishna. Repledging of the third party gold and silver is not allowed in any case, whether it's a consent from the borrower or not, right? A is incorrect one. Next one. What is the maximum permitted loan duration under the guideline? For loans repaid through a single bullet repayment structure and used for consumption purpose, what is the maximum loan duration as per the RBI guidelines? That's 12 months, okay? That's 12 months. Option C is the correct choice here, 12 months. Next one. According to the RBI guidelines, valuation of the gold and silver collateral must be based on which of the following method? Which of the following method is used? So lower of 30-day average price or the previous day price is used. Option C. Lower of whatever the average price in the previous 30 days or just the previous day price is considered. Option C. Next one. Important for phase 1. What is the maximum LTV ratio permitted under the RBI lending against gold and silver collateral direction for loans up to 2.5 lakh rupees? For loan up to 2.5 lakh rupees. That's 85%. Okay, that's 85%. So option D here is the correct choice. Very good. Next one. Upon full repayment of the gold and silver loan, let's suppose I have completely paid off the gold and silver loan, the pledged collateral, now that particular gold that I have given to the bank must be returned to the borrower, to me, within how many working days? Within how many working days? Within 7 working days. भाई वेलकम टू इंडिया, यहाँ 3 दिन में कुछ नहीं होता है, ठीक है, मिनिमम 7 दिन तो लगते हैं. अच्छा, कैन यू टेल मी द टाइमलाइन in case of a deceased customer that we discussed? In case a particular customer is deceased, and the nominee is claiming the deposit or the locker, then in that case, how many days? As soon as possible. There is no option as like as soon as possible. Yes, 15 days, right? 15 days for deceased customer, and for the gold and silver it is 7 days, right? Next one. In the first auction of the pledged collateral under the RBI norms, what must be the minimum reserve price as a percentage of the current market value? Let's suppose the banks are auctioning that particular, are making the auction of that particular gold or silver due to non-repayment. That's 90%, right? That's 90%. What is the applicable LTV cap for gold and silver loans sanctioned between 2.5 lakh and 5 lakh rupees? LTV cap for 2.5 lakh to 5 lakh, that's 80%. That's option B, 80%. Very good. I know that some of the questions are deeply from the circular, right? Like this one, like this particular one. Though in the worst case scenario, you can get questions like these as well, but mostly you will get questions like number based, I can say, or date based or concept based. अच्छा, कोई penalty का amount पूछ रहे थे, I don't know. Okay, Krishna was asking about the penalty amount. So what is the compensation if you are delaying beyond the 7 working days? So 5,000 per day, and that's what the beauty of penalties is. Even in the case of deceased customer wala circular, the penalty is 5,000 rupee per day. Here also the penalty is 5,000 rupee per day, right? So यहाँ sorted है, हमको कुछ याद नहीं रखना. We don't have to remember more and more data here. Okay, next one. What is the LTV ratio cap for loans above 5 lakh rupee under the RBI guideline? If the loan is crossing 5 lakh rupee, then 75%, right? Then 75%. जैसे जैसे amount increase होता है, वैसे वैसे LTV ratio आपका गिरता चला जाता है. यार अलग से PDF तो I don't think there is a अलग से PDF for just the timelines, right? But yeah, definitely Oliveboard is having PDF related to RBI circular. So the best part always is कि आप circular वाले PDF से ही सारी timeline पढ़ो, so that at least the important stuff goes again and again to your brain, because hardly timeline related एक या दो question आने, right? एक या दो question से ज़्यादा नहीं आते generally timeline related, okay? So these questions were from the lending against the gold and silver direction 2025, right? And I have mentioned the summary pointers as well for you guys. So just quickly download this particular PDF right after this session, and you will be able to revise all the circulars, I can say, of past 3 months, right? April, May, June, July, August, September के हमने कर लिए, अक्टूबर के आज स्टार्टिंग में कर लिए, अब बचेगा अप्रैल में जून, वो भी खत्म हो जाएंगे आपके यहाँ से. Okay. So please do remember this one as well. This is the review of the qualifying asset criteria. This is for the NBFC MFI shall constitute minimum 60% of the total asset. Qualifying assets for NBFC MFI shall constitute a minimum of 60% of the total asset. If an NBFC MFI fails to make such qualifying asset, your qualifying asset should be at least 60% of your total assets. This is for the NBFC MFI. अगर नहीं हुआ for 4 consecutive quarters, if you fail to meet this particular criteria, then you need to approach to the Reserve Bank of India for the remediation plan in this particular matter. Please do remember this, 60% of the total asset should be qualifying asset for NBFC MFI. Can be important, can directly come in your phase 1 examination. Next one, which of the following contribution has the RBI exempted from being counted towards the exposure limit? It is for the contribution to the NABARD, NHB, SEBI, Mudra or any other specified institution, option B. If you are giving contributions in these institutions, then it will be completely exempted from being counted towards the bank exposure limits. And what will be the categorization of these assets? It will be 100% risk weight, all other asset category, all other assets category, 100% of the risk weight. What is the maximum exposure allowed to the group of connected borrower parties under the exemption provided by Reserve Bank of India here? Now this is being done to prevent excessive concentration of credit risk basically. That's 25%, okay? Option D, 25%, that is 25%. So this is from the treatment of PSL shortfall contribution of the urban cooperative banks. Acha, this one can be very important. That's why I'm again and again taking this. No doubt this is a part of your SEBI circular or your finance current affair. So do remember this is from the new rules for the monitoring of the intraday derivative position. The net exposure is 5,000 crore. The gross exposure is 10,000 crore, right? And we have learned that at least 4 random snapshots are required, and one snapshot is required between the peak time of 2:45 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. Please do remember the concept of 4 snapshot, 5,000 crore and 10,000 crore. This is for the net, this is for the gross, right? Okay. RBI has introduced a customer-friendly provision in its KYC amendments to maintain the accounts continuity for a certain category. So obviously this is for the low risk category. If you are falling in the low risk category, then what will be the timeline? Tell me. If you are falling in the low risk category in terms of KYC timelines, then as per the latest guideline, what will be your deadline? What will be your deadline? And this can be important for your phase 1 examination. Quickly guys, everyone in the comment section. Don't just be here to attend the session. This is a live session. Otherwise it can be a recorded one as well. Ask your queries, interact with the faculty members. That's what the main purpose of conducting live sessions is. Option A, within 1 year or by 30th June 2026, whichever is later. Option A here will be the correct choice. Okay. Please do remember this one can be important. Next one. Under the amended KYC norms, which of the following can now be used by the banks for periodic KYC upgrades to customer? I don't think as of now the application is available on the Apple Store. It's there on the Android only as of now. The correct choice here is option C, business correspondents. Okay, option C. So this was from the Know Your Customer Amendment Directions 2025, right? Please do remember this particular timeline and the concept of business correspondent. And in the meanwhile, you can see I have inserted some of the finance current affairs as well for your understanding, though we have already covered this thing in the free rankers batch. If you have taken paid course, definitely all the finance current affairs are covered. Still, in the marathon session, there is no harm in reading these finance current affairs, right, while reading the circulars. Next question. Can you tell me the full form of STRIPS? Now this can be one of the most important thing for your examination. Not sure whether it will come in your phase 1 or phase 2. कहीं पे भी आ सकता है because it's a part of financial awareness as well, right? One question I can say, 1 or 2 question can definitely come from this particular topic in both the phases. It is separate trading of registered interest and principal of security. I have told you what we do in strips. We strip apart the interest payment and the principal payment. That's why we call it as we are separately trading in registered principal and interest of securities, right? Option E here will be the correct choice. Option E here will be the correct choice. Tell me this one, as per the new circular, which of the following entities are now allowed to issue securities eligible for stripping and reconstruction under the strips? Can directly come in your examination. Quickly guys in the comment section. We don't have so much of time. Again, it's a 4:50 page PPT today as well. We have to do some of the questions from the financial stability report as well. Half we have done it yesterday and the rest we will be doing it today. Option C, state government. Okay, state government. Under the RBI strip guidelines, which of the following describes the nature of securities eligible for stripping? Which of the following describes the nature of securities eligible for stripping? That is fixed coupon securities issued by state government or union territories. So they are basically the fixed coupon securities. Can be important for your phase 1 again. What is the minimum outstanding amount required? If you want to strip apart a security, what should be the minimum outstanding amount which is required? 1000 crore, right? A straight answer 1000 crore, option A. Can be important, option A 1000 crore. Next one. Which of the following statement is incorrect regarding the stripping and reconstruction of SGS as per the RBI circular? Incorrect. Securities must be SLR eligible. Securities must be transferable in the secondary market. Effective date is June 2025. SGL account holder can directly place request in e-Kuber. None of the following, all the statements are correct here. None of the following, all the statements are correct here related to stripping or reconstruction in state government securities. What do you mean by stripping? When I strip apart a particular security, let's suppose I have a bond. Now I'm segregating the interest as well as the principal component. I'll sell it separately. What is reconstruction? When I'm again combining the interest and principal into a single financial instrument, that's called as reconstruction or reconstitution. So can be important, guys. Definitely questions will come from this particular circular. So don't ignore this one. Okay. Acha, tell me this one. These platforms facilitate the electronic trading of eligible instruments. According to the RBI, what is meant by the electronic trading platform? That's very straight. What is an electronic trading platform? It's nothing but a circular that RBI recently released. It's nothing but an electronic system for trading in the RBI authorized financial instrument. So whatever RBI authorized financial instruments are there, you can do electronic trading in those securities via this particular system. Right? Option E here will be the correct choice. It's an electronic system for trading in authorized financial instruments by Reserve Bank of India. Which of the following best describes the condition under which an entity is exempt from the applicability of the ETP direction? Tell me this one. Best describes the condition under which an entity is exempt. Yes. Option C. When they are the sole code providers, you don't have to follow this particular circular. What is the minimum net worth? Important. That an ETP operator must maintain at all times as per the master direction issued in 2025. Minimum net worth requirement. Come on guys, quickly. Minimum net worth requirement. That's 5 crore. Okay, option C, 5 crore. Perfect. 5 crore. Next one. Certain entities are exempted from the operational provision of the ETP. What are such exempted? Scheduled commercial banks and primary dealer still required to do even if they are exempted. Suppose I am a scheduled commercial bank, I am exempted from the requirement of the ETP, but still I need to report the required data to the RBI or the trade repositories. That's the bare minimum that I need to do. Again related to ETP only, prescribes a strict condition covering all the aspects to ensure transparency and reliability. Which of the following is not a correct eligibility criteria for this particular direction? None of the above. Option E, none of the above. None of the above is the correct choice. All are correct. Next one. Let's suppose if I want to apply for authorization, I want to be a ETP, I want to open my own ETP, what I need to do? Obviously, I need to apply via Prava portal of RBI. Right, I need to operate via the Prava portal of RBI. Next one. RBI has imposed a restriction for running the electronic trading platform. Which of the following statement is correct regarding the transfer of the RBI authorization to operate as an ETP? Transfer of ETP. Transfer is not permitted under any condition. Option D, transfer is not at all permitted under any condition. Okay. If you have got the authorization to operate as ETP, you cannot transfer it. It's non-transferable. Which of the following is not a correctly stated eligibility criteria under the operating framework of the ETP? First one, must maintain a comprehensive internal control based risk management framework. B, outsourcing is allowed if full compliance and data security are ensured. Must be maintaining a business continuity plan and DRS, disaster recovery plan as well. Annual ITIS audit must be conducted, or none of the above. Obviously none of the above. All are correct here. All are correct here. Right? Outsourcing is fine, but you cannot transfer the ETP authorization. Okay, outsourcing is fine. Next one, all the ETP operator must store the data for how many years as per the RBI regulation? So they need to store it for at least 10 years. For at least 10 years, they need to store it. Right? And in case of any kind of investigation, then for 3 more years after the date of the closure of that particular investigation, you need to store. So can I say that for 10 years you need to store? But let's suppose here there is an investigation, then for 3 more years you need to store. Whatever the closure date of the investigation is, you need to store for the 3 more years. That's what the bare minimum criteria. Next one. What was the NPA non-performing rate against the outstanding loans under the Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana at the end of 2025? Anyone? NPA rate under the Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana at the end of 2025. 9.81%. Okay, 9.81% is the correct choice. Option D. Next one. Who chaired the 32nd meeting of the Financial Stability and Development Council subcommittee in 2025? A very simple one. A very simple one. None other than Malhotra Sahab. Right? Option B. Option B is the correct choice. Next one. What is the main feature of the new RBI microsite for the bank notes launched in 2025? Next one. What is the new per transaction UPI limit for selected payments starting from 15th of September 2025? A very high probability question directly exam में आ सकता है. ठीक है, इससे रिलेटेड हमने बहुत सारी प्रैक्टिस की थी. We have practiced so many questions in the finance current affairs session as well related to this particular. So in some cases up to 5 lakh is allowed. That's the new per transaction limited. P2P, it's still at 1 lakh rupees. For P2M, they have changed it to 5 lakh rupees for different transactions. अच्छा, which bank has launched the डिजी उद्यम होना चाहिए था यार. BOB लिखने से तो BOB आंसर हो जाता है. ठीक है, ऑप्शन बी इज द आंसर. पुअर फ्रेमिंग ऑफ द क्वेश्चन बेसिकली. नो वरीज एट ऑल. एक आध दो क्वेश्चन ऐसे आ जाते हैं कभी कभी. Then tell me which committee plays a key role under the lead bank scheme in coordinating such efforts? हाँ हाँ P2M ही पूछ रहा हूँ मैं, ठीक है। आई थिंक शायद P2M मिस हो गया था, तो P2M में ही तो चेंजेस आए, और किस में चेंजेस आए? सिर्फ P2M में ही तो चेंजेस आए। 5 लाख रुपीज हो गया ना P2M का। P2P जो है वो तो आपका 1 लाख ही है। P2P स्टिल 1 लाख रुपीज। P2M आपका चेंज हो चुका है 5 लाख पे, राइट? याद है आपको? क्रेडिट कार्ड, ट्रैवल ट्रांजैक्शंस एंड सो मेनी थिंग्स वर देयर। हमने पढ़ा था फाइनेंस करंट अफेयर सेशन में। Here the correct choice will be district level consultative committee, option D, district level consultative committee. Okay, option D. Next one. Loans to state sponsored SC and ST organization for purchase of inputs or marketing outputs are classified under which of the category? Loan to state sponsored SC ST organization for purchase of inputs or marketing output will be classified under which of the following category? Yes, very good, Sudarshan. Priority sector lending, PSL, perfect, PSL. Next one. As per the DAY NRLM, what proportion of beneficiaries must compulsorily belong to the SC ST category for availing the benefit? That should be minimum 50%. That should be minimum 50%. Tell me this one. Under the DRI scheme, what is DRI scheme? Differential rate of interest scheme. What is the maximum loan amount that can be sanctioned at 4% interest for the productive activities? For the productive activities. ₹15,000. 15,000 rupees. Minimum what percentage of the total DRI loan must be allocated to the SC ST? द आंसर इज 40%। तो आई थिंक जो 40% बोल रहे थे उनका मिक्स हो गया था यहाँ से वहाँ पे, ठीक है। तो ये 40% इज फॉर द DRI स्कीम। What additional amount SC ST borrowers can receive as a housing loan under the DRI scheme? That is 20,000. For housing loan, it is 20,000. For productive activities, the maximum loan limit at 4% interest under the DRI is 15,000. Please do remember this. For housing loan, it is 20,000, which is over and above that 15,000, right? तभी यहाँ पे देखो additional लिखा हुआ है. They have clearly written additional here. Next one. Under the CEGS SC, what is the range of the guarantee coverage provided for the eligible loans? Credit Enhancement Guarantee Scheme for Scheduled Caste. For the SC entrepreneurs, what is the range? It is from 15 lakh to 5 crore. 15 lakh to 5 crore. Option B, very good. So this was from the master circular related to the credit facility for the SCs and STs. Right? I have given the summary pointers as well. Tell me which of the regulatory body have introduced multiple scheme framework for NPS from 1st October 2025. I think it's self-explanatory in nature. NPS, obviously it's none other than your PFRDA. PFRDA के अलावा क्या हो सकता है ना? NPS का फ्रेमवर्क तो वही चेंज करेगा. What is the primary purpose of the RBI Advisory Group on Regulation AGR formed in 2025? It's for the channel industry feedback on the regulations. Option B, very good. Option B. What was the projected private capital expenditure in India for financial year 2026 as per RBI, as per Reserve Bank of India? That is option C, 2.67 lakh crore. A project is considered as project financed if what minimum percentage of funding is expected from its own cash flow from the project finance direction. %, okay, 51% is the correct choice, option D. Please do remember this one. Can you also tell me the sequence, the correct sequence of the phases in the project as recognized by the Reserve Bank of India in the project finance direction? The correct sequence. The correct sequence is design phase, construction phase and then operational phase, right? पहले design करोगे फिर ही तो construct करोगे. एक बात बताओ, ठीक है, चलो इसको छोड़ते हैं. इसको याद रखने की क्या जरूरत है? एक बात बताओ, मान लो आपका घर बन रहा है तो सबसे पहले तो मैप बनेगा, तो कहना ऐसे द फर्स्ट थिंग विल बी डिजाइन. एक बात बताओ, मैप बनने से पहले ही क्या कंस्ट्रक्शन चालू हो जाएगा? नहीं हो सकता, पॉसिबल नहीं है. हो गया तो फिर पता नहीं क्या बनेगा, घर की जगह पता नहीं क्या बन जाएगा, है ना. तो पहले तो डिजाइन ही होता है, फिर कंस्ट्रक्शन होता है, एंड देन द लास्ट फेज इज ऑपरेशन फेज. यार जाके रहोगे कब? जब कंस्ट्रक्शन कंप्लीट हो जाएगा. अब स्टूडेंट्स बोलते हैं सर कितना याद रखना पड़ता है? भाई आधे से ज्यादा रिलेटेबल है. अगर तुम रिलेट करके पढ़ रहे हो तो कुछ भी नहीं है ना. स्ट्रेस फ्री पढ़ाई करा करो. लास्ट में जो हो रहा है पढ़ लो, जो नहीं हो रहा है कोई बात नहीं, एक रीडिंग मारो, नहीं हो रहा है तो छोड़ दो, राइट. दैट्स व्हाट द स्ट्रैटेजी शुड बी लास्ट की. पर इंपॉर्टेंट चीजें मत छोड़ देना, कहने का मतलब. The whole idea is don't take too much stress. What is the full form of the DCCO? Date of commencement of the commercial operation. Date of commencement of the commercial operation, right? Option A. Tell me this one. As per the RBI direction, the operational phase of the project begins from which point in time? The operational phase begins from which point in time? It is from the actual date of DCCO to the full repayment of loan, right? The operational phase starts from the DCCO and continues till the loan is being completely repaid. Option C is the correct choice. Option C is the correct choice. What is the provisioning requirement for standard asset classified under the construction phase for residential housing? For residential housing. That's 1.25%, right? That's 1.25%. For under construction projects with aggregate lender exposure up to 1500 crore, what is the maximum lender exposure on an individual basis which is allowed? 1% है. So ये वाला रिव्यू में जाता है, ठीक है. इसको एक बार मेन गाइडलाइन से प्लीज रिव्यू कर लेना यार, एक सेकंड के लिए, ठीक है. हो सकता है ये ऑप्शन गलत पंच हो गया हो यहाँ पे, ठीक है. दिस इज सब्जेक्ट टू रिव्यू. ठीक है, मेरे को एग्जैक्टली याद नहीं आ रहा है 1 था या 1.25% था, तो प्लीज इस वाले को रिव्यू कर लेना, इस वाले क्वेश्चन को रिव्यू कर लेना. सो इसका आंसर क्या था? 10% था. ओके, इसका आंसर 10% था. ऑप्शन डी. फॉर द अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन प्रोजेक्ट विद एग्रीगेट लेंडर एक्सपोजर अप टू 1500 करोड़, व्हाट इज द मैक्सिमम इंडिविजुअल लेंडर एक्सपोजर अलाउड? सो आई कैन से ये बिल्कुल डीप में जाके पूछा हुआ है सर्कुलर से क्वेश्चन. सो एक दो क्वेश्चन इस तरीके के आपके एग्जाम में आ सकते हैं डेफिनेटली. नेक्स्ट वन. इन द पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट्स, फंड डिसबर्स्ड बाय द लेंडर इज ऑफन कंटिंजेंट अपॉन द certain project readiness parameters. This includes obtaining rights over the land or securing necessary clearances in the PPP infrastructure project. How much of the land or rights of the way must be possessed before the fund release is permitted? Before the fund release is permitted. %50, okay, 50%. Next one. What is the maximum permitted cost overrun? What do you mean by cost overrun? Let's suppose I have estimated that my cost will be in this particular range, but it is exceeding the range. So what is this maximum overrun which is permitted? What is the maximum overrun which is permitted? While retaining the standard asset status, I want to be standard asset only for the bank, for the regulated entity. So 10% of the original cost is the overrun which is permitted. Next one. For infrastructure projects, what is the maximum permitted deferment of the DCCO? Date of commencement of commercial operation to maintain the standard asset classification. So that is 3 years from the original DCCO. Very good. 3 years. Perfect. Acha, can you guys tell me from which date this particular direction related to the project finance is applicable, is coming into effect? From 1st of October 2025, it's already there, right? 1st of October 2025 already aa chuke. Which of the following best describe the treatment of project with financial closure before 1st of October under the Project Finance Direction 2025? Financial closure. So, if your financial closure is just before the date of this direction being effective, then no need to apply this particular direction. No need to apply this particular direction, not relevant for you guys. What is the maximum permitted DCCO deferment period for non-infrastructure project including the commercial real estate and CRE residential housing? Again a deep question from the circular. ये पूरा circular ही थोड़ा सा अतरंगी circular था. It was a complex circular. The correct answer here is 2 years. The correct answer here is 2 years. Okay. And what is the maximum percentage increase of the increase in cost due to the scope enhancement? Let's suppose we have taken a project. That's why we have taken a project finance as well from the regulated entity. But because of there was a scope enhancement. Earlier we need to just create one floor. We need to just construct one floor. But there is a scope enhancement. We need to again create a second floor. So what is the minimum percentage increase in cost? 25%. That allows the DCCO deferment. Now we need the DCCO deferment. Why? Because we do have some additional work. We need to create this additional floor as well. So 25%, 25%. Option A. So this was from the project finance direction, right? This was from the project finance direction. Now this can be very, very important for your phase 1 examination. ये directly आ सकता है. What percentage of adjusted net bank credit must the SFB, small finance bank, allocate strictly to the RBI prescribed select subsectors? RBI prescribed PSL select subsectors. भाई जो 75% बोल रहे हैं, मैं पहले बताता हूं 75% से 60% हो चुका था. ठीक है. अब उस 60 के अंदर से 75 से 60% हो चुका था, राइट? अर्लियर इट यूज्ड टू बी 75%. नाउ इट इज 60% ओनली. From this 60%, you need to allocate 40% to the few select subsector areas within the PSL. PSL maybe there are so many areas. From those areas, 40% you need to allocate to the select sub areas as prescribed by the Reserve Bank of India, and rest of the 20% you can allocate in any PSL sub areas. So here the question is, what percentage of adjusted net bank credit must the SFB allocate strictly to the RBI prescribed PSL select sub areas? यार PSL के एरियाज हैं, उनमें से कुछ एरियाज RBI प्रेस्क्राइब करता है. क्या आपको स्ट्रिक्टली इसमें 40% डालना है? रेस्ट ऑफ द 20% आप कहीं भी डाल सकते हो. टोटल बेसिस पे इट इज 60%, बट RBI प्रेस्क्राइब्ड सेलेक्ट सब एरियाज के अंदर इट इज जस्ट 40%. ओके, इट इज जस्ट 40%. Rest of the 20% you can allocate in any PSL sub select areas as per your own choice, right? No doubt in the examination what I personally feel is they are going to ask you this 60% criteria as well. इतना difficult question मेरे हिसाब से नहीं बनाना चाहिए. नहीं तो क्या होगा, ये question से almost 95% लोग eliminate हो जाएंगे. 95% लोग इससे eliminate हो जाएंगे क्योंकि कोई भी ये ध्यान से नहीं पड़ेगा ये वाली लाइन, right? और थोड़ा एग्जामिनर्स भी है ना ऐसी चीज़ों से दूर रहते हैं जो बहुत कॉन्ट्राडिक्शन क्रिएट करती है. सो मेजॉरिटी, आई थिंक दैट मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द चांसेस, मेजर चांसेस की बेसिकली आपका 60% वाला क्राइटेरिया दे आर गोइंग टू आस्क यू, राइट. बट प्लीज बी वेरी केयरफुल वाइल रीडिंग द क्वेश्चन कि वो पूछ क्या रहा है. सो दिस वन विल बी अ वेरी हाई प्रोबेबिलिटी क्वेश्चन. ओके, बहुत हाई चांस है कि आपके फेज 1 के अंदर आ सकता है. नेक्स्ट वन, दिस इज रिगार्डिंग द AEPS डायरेक्शन विच इज आधार एनेबल्ड पेमेंट सिस्टम. So RBI has mandated that acquiring company must carry out the due diligence of the AEPS touch point operator, right, in accordance with which of the following? Obviously the KYC guidelines, right. Obviously उसका due diligence करना है तो documents चाहिए होंगे, KYC चाहिए होंगे, तो obviously यहाँ पे आपका KYC guidelines सही आंसर बन जाता है. From which date the new rules of AEPS operation come into effect as per the RBI latest guidelines? From 1st of January 2026. 1st of January 2026. Perfect. Happy New Year is the code. Next one, who is the operator of the Aadhaar enabled payment system? यार इससे easy question नहीं आ सकता एग्जाम में. One of the most direct question. NPCI, ओके, ये वाला NPCI आपका, NPCI नेशनल पेमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन ऑफ इंडिया. NPCI, why? Because it is related to payment. डेफिनेटली ये वाला ऑप्शन आपको कंफ्यूज करने के लिए दिया है. UIDAI, वाई? बिकॉज आधार रिलेटेड काम सारे UIDAI करता है, बट दिस इज पेमेंट सिस्टम. सो पेमेंट रिलेटेड थिंग्स कौन करता है यहाँ पे? NPCI करता है हमेशा. सो नेशनल पेमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन ऑफ इंडिया विल बी द करेक्ट चॉइस हियर. UIDAI इज जस्ट देयर टू कंफ्यूज यू गाइस. वाई? बिकॉज इट्स आधार रिलेटेड. सो मोस्टली सारे लोग UIDAI को टिक करके आएंगे रादर देन NPCI, बट दिस इज अ पेमेंट सिस्टम. And all the payment systems, majority of the payment systems यहाँ पे कौन गवर्न कर रहा है? NPCI ही गवर्न कर रहा है. नेक्स्ट वन, ATO क्या होता है? सो इट्स नथिंग बट AEPS टच पॉइंट ऑपरेटर. AEPS टच पॉइंट ऑपरेटर होता है. As per the guidelines, if an AEPS touch point operator remains inactive for how many months, the bank must re-perform the KYC. A very simple one. Correct choice is 3 months. Okay, 3 months is the correct choice. So these were the questions from your AEPS rules and regulation. Which bank approved to facilitate the trade payment for Naira Energy despite the EU sanctions? It was option B, HDFC Bank. Was it UCO Bank? Just let me check. मे बी यहाँ ऑप्शन गलत पंच हो गया हो तो हो सकता है ना. जस्ट लेट मी चेक क्विकली. अच्छा, तब तक आप लोग ये वाला आंसर कर दो. तब तक आप लोग ये वाला आंसर कर दो जब तक मैं चेक कर रहा हूं. Answer this one. अच्छा, इसका आंसर यूको ही है. ठीक है, यहाँ पे ऑप्शन गलत पंच हो गया. सो लेट मी जस्ट चेंज इट. यूको बैंक इज द करेक्ट चॉइस. ओके, सो थैंक्स फॉर करेक्टिंग हियर. यहाँ पे यूको बैंक इसका करेक्ट चॉइस हो जाएगा. इसका आंसर आपका हो जाएगा ऑप्शन बी 7. राइट, 7 इज द करेक्ट चॉइस हियर. नेक्स्ट वन, what types of loans are offered under the PMMY scheme? PMMY scheme. What about this one? PMMY scheme, option C. Now some of the questions from your financial stability report. So yesterday we have concluded the financial stability report. I can say around 20 questions, 20 to 25 questions, and rest of the questions I'll be taking right now. The NBFC sector in India remains healthy with strong capital buffer, robust interest margins and earning, and low level of impairment. Can you tell me the gross NPA ratio of the NBFC sector at the end of March 2025? March 2025. Any idea about this one? That's option C, 3%. 3%. Option C, 3%. Next one. NBFC, including the housing finance companies and the fintech firms, account for more than what percentage of personal loans below 50,000? Option Z, 80%. Okay, account for more than 80%. As per the Reserve Bank of India Systemic Risk Survey conducted in May 2025, which of the following risk groups were perceived to have increased compared to the previous survey as per the Financial Stability Report? It is for the global and institutional risk. Okay, it is for the global and institutional risk. Option B, global and institutional risk. Which of the following risks were assessed as high risk subcategories in May 2025 SRS? In May 2025 SRS, it was geopolitical conflict, equity price volatility, and cyber risk. No problem at all. What you can do is just have a quick reading of these MCQs that I am giving you. Right? Now no need to read the entire report because that's not practically possible. I won't advise you guys to read anything new as of now. Already a lot of content is there. Even if you guys are able to revise the MCQs related to those things that you were not able to cover, that will also be fine. Identify the correct statement with that of the deposits of scheduled commercial banks. The scheduled commercial bank aggregate deposits grew at 10.7% during 2025 and the growth in the savings account deposit continued to outpace with that of the current in terms of the term deposit. So basically only the statement 1 is correct. Only the statement 1 is correct here, not the second one. Dash sector has continued to record the highest GNPA ratio. Which sector has continued to record the highest GNPA ratio? Agriculture. Okay, option B, agriculture is the correct choice here. Identify the correct statement here. March 2025, the capital to risk weighted asset ratio of scheduled commercial bank SCBs increased to a record high level of 17.3%. Second, public sector banks reported a higher CRAR in March 2025 as compared to the September 2024 position, whereas private sector banks reported a lower CRAR in the same period. Only the first statement is correct one. Second is not correct. As per the Reserve Bank of India's latest stress testing exercise, which of the following statement is correct regarding the urban cooperative bank? Regarding the urban cooperative bank. Option C, stress testing was conducted for 200 plus UCBs with asset size over 500 crore, excluding those of the AIDs here. Acha, UCBs in the tier 2, tier 3 and tier 4 need to achieve the CRAR of at least what percent by March 2026 as per the RBI guidelines. This data was also stated in the financial stability report. Any idea about this one, guys? Option B, 12%. Okay, option B, 12%. Very good, Anurag. 12%. Option B. Next one. This is a simple one here. The minimum solvency ratio prescribed by the IRDAI for insurance companies in India. This is a very straight question. You guys don't know this one. This is a very straight question. We have done it multiple times in the finance current affairs session as well. Whenever there is a news related to insurance, that's 150%. That's 150%. Okay. That should be the minimum solvency ratio. What do you mean by solvency ratio? Your assets above your liabilities. Next one. With the present deposit insurance limit of 5 lakh rupee, more than what percentage of the total number of deposit accounts were fully insured? And more than what percentage of the total value of all the accessible deposits were insured as on March 2025 as per the financial stability report? Option A, 95% and 40%. Option A. So I have pasted some of the finance current affairs as well for you guys in the meanwhile. Okay guys, so the best part will be whenever you are revising this particular circular PDF, the marathon session, some of the finance current affairs also you will be able to cover. Let's start with the May month. So we have concluded the June month. We have concluded the financial stability report ka rest of the portion. We have concluded the October month news. Now let's start with the May month. Very first question for today, a very simple one. What is the minimum timeline prescribed for the public comments before a draft regulation is finalized by the Reserve Bank of India? A very simple one, a very straight one. I hope you all will be able to answer this one at least. That's a direct question. जो सर्कुलर आते हैं कितने दिन में आरबीआई उनको फाइनलाइज करता है, पब्लिक के लिए कितना दिन छोड़ता है पब्लिक कंसल्टेशन के लिए? 21 days. Okay, 21 days. Option B, 21 days. According to the framework, the Reserve Bank of India is required to conduct, where feasible, before finalizing any regulation, what the RBI is required to conduct: stakeholder voting, media review, judicial validation, impact assessment, or public grievance testing. That's called as impact assessment. Okay, impact assessment. What kind of impact our circular will be having on the regulated entities, on the general public, and so on. So we call it as impact assessment. Next one. Not all the RBI regulations fall within the scope of 2025 framework. As per the non-applicability clause of the framework, which of the following is explicitly excluded from the public consultation and impact assessment process? Simple one. Any kind of administrative rule, any kind of internal rule which is more specific to RBI rather than the regulated entities and the general public can be excluded, right? So when the circular is confidential, when the public interest requires immediate action, when the regulatory objectives would be compromised in case of any delay during any kind of emergency intervention, or if it is more of a administrative related, then the RBI can skip the regulatory framework consultation process. Okay, then there are 3 notifications. Most of them are related to SEBI only. SEBI extended the nomination framework implementation date, right, for the phase 2 and for the phase 3. They have extended. For the phase 2, they have extended it to August 8, 2025, and the phase 3 they have extended it to 15th December. We have covered this in the finance current affairs as well. Then SEBI permits use of mutual fund for the investment advisors and the research analyst deposit compliance to meet their mandatory deposit requirement. So they can invest in the liquid mutual funds and the overnight mutual funds as well for meeting their mandatory deposit requirements. So SEBI has permitted them. Okay, so this one also we have covered in the month of May in finance current affairs. Which of the following was a direct outcome of the RBI's relaxation for the FPI in corporate debt under the general route? Can be important. Can be important. Option A, FPIs can now allowed to invest only in instruments with maturity more than 1 year. RBI has allowed FPI for relaxed reporting requirement on short-term investment. FPIs can now invest without any restriction on the amount invested in a single corporate issuer, and that's what the correct answer is. There is no restriction as of now. Right? That's what a relaxed restriction. There is no restriction as of now. Next one. As per the RBI guidelines, who bear the full responsibility of the actions and conduct of the lending service provider? Who bears the full responsibility for the actions and conduct of the lending service provider? Regulated entity will continue to have the full responsibility despite of anything. Okay. Yes, regulated entity, option D. Perfect. Next one. While presenting the matched loan offers through the DLA, RBI mandates that the LSP must avoid which of the following? Which of the following should be strictly avoided? There is no problem in AI based ranking. There was a particular word in that circular. Yes, that was dark pattern. Very good. Option E, dark pattern. Dark pattern should be avoided. What is the maximum cap by the RBI on the default loss guarantee in a fixed loan portfolio? Very simple one. The DLG amount is always 5% only. Okay, it's always 5% only. Please do remember this one. कोई भी सर्कुलर ले लो, जनरली आपका DLG जो अमाउंट होता है वो 5% के अराउंड ही होता है. ठीक है, 5%. नेक्स्ट वन. A fintech entity structures a loan product for MSME and claims that its DLG arrangement is risk free because it's backed by the Credit Guarantee Fund Trust for Micro and Small Enterprises. Another arrangement is backed by the International Monetary Fund. The RE insists on reporting these as the DLG linked exposure and include the coverage in its capital calculation for migration. Which of the following is correct based on the RBI 2025 direction? Option A. CGT MSE based guarantees must be treated as DLG and reported under the 5% cap. Option B. IMF guarantee are to be included for the DLG computation. Option C. RBI requires all guarantee to be treated for the DLG for provisioning. Option D. Guarantees from the government owned NBFCs are automatically excluded from the DLG. Option E. Guarantees under CGT, MSE, IMF, multilateral banks are excluded from the DLG computation. The correct option here is option E. Yes, option E here is the correct choice. Option E. They are excluded from the DLG classification. Perfect. An NBFC launches 2 lending apps in collaboration with a fintech. One is self-owned and the other is operated by an LSP. The NBFC fails to report the second app to the RBI. During an inspection, it was found that the unreported app lacked grievance redressal into and did not link the REs to the application to the website. The Chief Compliance Officer argues that since LSP operated it, the reporting was their duty as per the directions. Which of the following is correct? Which of the following is correct as per the directions? The regulated entity must report all the DLGs, self or third party doesn't matter, via the CIMS portal. Why? Because it's always the responsibility of the regulated entity. Right? It's always the responsibility of the regulated entity. A commercial bank enters into a DLG arrangement with a fintech player. The batch of loans under this particular arrangement starts defaulting. The bank waits for 6 months before taking any kind of action, hoping to recover from the borrower directly. Eventually, it invokes the DLG cover on the 190th day. Can you tell me which of the following accurately reflects the RBI's requirement regarding the maximum period to invoke the DLG? Can be important. That's option D, 120 days from the loan becoming overdue. If it's been 120 days from the loan becoming overdue, you need to invoke the DLG, the guarantee. You need to invoke the DLG, right? Option D. So this was from the Digital Lending Directions Guide. Acha, what is the maximum collateral free loan limit for the eligible borrowers under the Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana Tarun Plus category? It is up to 20 lakh rupees, right? It is up to 20 lakh rupees. The loan limit is up to 20 lakh rupees. The Supreme Court issued directives to make digital KYC accessible to the persons with disability. Which of the following is not among the specific measures instructed for banks or regulated entities? That's mandating the blink of the eye test for all the liveliness detection in the video customer identification process, but I personally feel that this is not going to be so much important in your examination. This won't be of a higher importance in your examination, right? Acha, please do remember this one. Exim Bank, Government of India supported line of credit दी थी to the government of Mongolia for crude oil refinery, right? We have discussed this one as well. Around $700 million की line of credit दी थी to the government of Mongolia. The following amendments in the FEMA non-debt instrument rules, investment in vehicles like AIF, like REIT can now be there to issue partly paid up units to the non-resident. Which of the following statement is correct? You need to identify the correct statement. Regarding the reporting requirement for issuance of the partly paid up units to the non-resident under the FEMA can be important. Can be important. B and C are correct, okay? B and C are correct basically. B and C are correct here. So this I have taken from the reporting on firms portal, issuance of the partly paid up units by investment vehicle. Please do read it. Please do read it. Okay. Next, can you tell me this one? This is from a SEBI related circular. What metric does SEBI use to track the real directional exposure in equity options nowadays? SEBI uses an adjusted measure for tracking the real directional exposure in the equity options. That's future equivalent open interest, okay? Future equivalent open interest. Option B. To compare different options and futures, SEBI uses a conversion mechanism for uniform risk assessment, future equivalent to Y, in which type of a adjusted measure that aligns various contracts to a common unit. Price based, risk based, delta adjusted, time weighted or margin based. The correct choice here is, guys, it is delta adjusted, okay? It is delta adjusted. We have done this circular earlier. And what percentage of the MWPL market wide position limit usage triggers a ban period? Triggers a ban period for the stock derivatives. For the stock derivatives, so it should be 95%, then a stock ban will trigger. When the market wide position limit will hit 95%, a stock ban will be triggered. What is the new MWPL formula effective from October 2025? So from October 2025, a new market wide position limit formula is effective. Which is the one? That's option A, lower of 15% of the free float or 65 times the ADDV, average daily delivery volume, whichever is lower. Option A. To improve transparency, SEBI has mandated that exchanges monitor the MWPL usage multiple times during the trading hour. From when will the stock exchange begin intraday monitoring of the MWPL? At least how many times a day? At least how many times a day? Important. At least 4 times a day. At least 4 times a day. Right? Acha, recently expiry was also changed to Tuesday and Thursday. So the exchanges can choose their different expiry, either Tuesday or the Thursday. right? So this is from the measures for enhancing the trading convenience and strengthening the risk monitoring in the equity derivative. So I'm just skipping some of the finance current affairs which we have already covered. Acha, what is the maximum collateral free loan amount offered by SBI for Agniveer with salary account at SBI? That's option D, 4 lakh rupees. Now this is from the free AI report. This is from the free AI report. What is the full form of free AI report recently released by Reserve Bank of India? Any idea about this one? Can be important from your examination. First, it is related to AI. Second, it is released by Reserve Bank of India. So I have covered it in a detailed manner and I have taken some of the questions in this particular marathon session as well. Maybe one question can be there from this particular report. Don't ignore this report. It's related to artificial intelligence. Can be important. Framework for responsible and ethical enablement of artificial intelligence, option E. Framework for responsible and ethical enablement of the artificial intelligence, option C is the correct choice. The ethical guardrails were articulated as 7 sutras to anchor trustworthy system across the financial sector. These span fairness, accountability, human centricity, etc. Which of the following is not one of the 7 sutras? So in this particular free AI report, they have given 7 sutras. Which of the one is not among the 7 sutra? Yes, data localization over outsourcing was not among the 7 sutra. Very good. Perfect. So these are the 7 sutras that you need to remember from the free AI report. Tell me this one. To operationalize the responsible AI, the blueprint clusters action into 2 broad buckets: capability building and risk controls. The intention is to encourage the experimentation while ensuring the safety net as well. So which set correctly states the 6 strategic pillars? 6 strategic pillars as per the free AI report. As per the free AI report. That's option A, infrastructure, policy, capacity. Infrastructure, policy, capacity, governance, protection and assurance. Option A will be the correct choice. Acha, how many surveys were conducted in the particular free AI report related to the institutions like SEBIs, NBFCs, AIFI? So 2 surveys were conducted. Please do remember, 2 surveys were conducted. Institutions were including SCBs, scheduled commercial banks, NBFCs, AIFI, and several fintech companies were also there. So 2 surveys were created. 2 surveys were there. During the half year ended March 2025, India's foreign exchange reserves experienced a contraction. Which of the following best explains this particular decline on a balance of payment basis, excluding the valuation affix? So this is the financial year ka data. For foreign exchange, we have discussed about the current data as well, which was published in the last month as well on the RBI website. Right? We have discussed the last month data as well. Option B, widening the current account deficit and sharp decline in the capital account inflow. Okay, option B. As per the report, which of the following constitutes the largest share in the deployment of the India's foreign currency asset as of March 2025? So it's more of related to securities issued by the foreign sovereigns. Securities issued by the foreign sovereigns. What does a negative net international investment position signify in the context of India's external debt? Negative net international investment position signifies in the context of India's external sector. Option D, India has more external liabilities. If this is negative, then that means India has more external liabilities than the assets. In the foreign exchange reserve management framework, currency, gold and revaluation account is used to do what? Is used to book valuation gains and losses arising from the exchange rate and gold price changes. Acha, tell me, what was the level of India's foreign exchange reserve at the end of September 2024 and where did it stand at the end of 2025? So I personally feel that the financial year ka end ka data and the recent data these two things you need to know, right? September 2024 ka not required. So March 2025 ka data was 668.33 billion. 668.33 billion. Okay, 668.33 billion. March 2025 ka data. Under the SAARC currency swap agreement related to 2024 and 2027, what was the total quantum of the duration of the swap availed by Bhutan and Maldives respectively? Option B, very good. Option B is the correct choice. 15 billion and 400 million USD. 3-month and the 6-month respectively for Bhutan and Maldives. What percentage of the total forex reserve did it represent in March 2025? We are talking about the share of gold in the overall forex reserve composition, and gold and silver can be an important topic considering the surge in the last few years. Okay, both for your phase 1 and for your phase 2. Both for your phase 1 and for your phase 2. So option D, 11.7% of the total forex reserve was solely gold only. Then we have already discussed about the 7 sutras of the AI, the strategic pillar. Okay, so please do remember this one. This is from the free AI report, framework for responsible and ethical enablement of the artificial intelligence. Can be important for your examination perspective as well, right? Coming to the next topic, your monetary policy, right? Your monetary policy, your latest monetary policy committee meeting that you need to remember. So this was the 57th meeting. Repo rate was unchanged. Rest of the rates was also unchanged. The policy stance was neutral, right? The policy stance was neutral. So repo rate as of now is 5.5%. The SDF is 5.25%, which we also call as the floor rate in the corridor, right? This is the SDF, this is your repo rate, and your margin, your MSF is at 5.75%, which is also called as your cap, right? This is the floor rate. This is the concept of corridor. This is the corridor concept. In what else you need to remember here is, audible? Please confirm anyone if I'm audible or not. I think there was some network lag. I hope it's fine now. Okay, perfect. Thanks for confirming. So guys, we have covered so many circulars. The last month will be April, that we'll be covering in the marathon session. So April से लेके October month तक we have covered the some of the finance current affairs plus the circulars as well related to your RBI, and now it's time for the last month, April month. Tell me this one. Okay, so tell me this one, but this particular one. I'm ignoring that first question because that's not so much relevant for your examination. Under the SHG bank linkage program, banks are encouraged to lend the SHG based on which key principle? Based on which key principle? It's based on the principle of saving habits. Okay, it's for the saving habit and the group discipline. That's what SHGs are for. As per the RBI's operational guidelines, which of the following is true about opening a saving bank account for SHG? It's option C. KYC must be compliant with the respective master direction. What type of typical range of the loan to saving ratio of the SHG? Loan to saving ratio of the SHG is required under this particular direction. So this is from the deep part of the circular, right? Paper tough आया तो definitely 1:1 or 1:4 can be exceeded for matured SHG groups. Yes, 1:1 or 1:4. Next one. Loan to SHG are classified in which category of the Reserve Bank of India's regulatory framework subject to the compliance with relevant direction? So they are classified as the priority sector loan only. They are classified as the PSL loan only. Which of the following best reflects the RBI stance on default by individual members of the SHG? Let's suppose this is the SHG. There are so many individuals. Now particular few individuals have defaulted. Will it impact the entire SHG? No, it won't impact the entire SHG. The SHG should not be penalized even if the group as a whole is not, even if some of the individuals have defaulted, the SHG should not be getting any kind of penal impact. According to the Reserve Bank of India guidelines, which reporting requirement apply to bank for the self-help group? Which reporting requirement apply to the bank for the self-help group? That's option C. Quarterly reporting to NABARD, you need to make quarterly reporting to the NABARD and the members of the CIC Credit Information Company, right? Quarterly reporting. So this was from the SHG and bank linkage program, right? I have given the important pointers as well. Next one. Not all the form of subsidies are allowed under every scheme, and which of the following financial support is not available under the DAY NRLM scheme? That's related to your capital subsidy. Capital subsidies are not allowed in this particular scheme, right? Capital subsidies are not allowed in this particular scheme. Under the DAY NRLM, which of the following conditions must an SHG fulfill to receive the revolving fund assistance from the Ministry of Rural Development? The SHG must follow the Panch Sutras. Members must be aged of above 40 and below 60. At least one member should be financially literate. The group must be federated under the NABARD for 3 years. So 1 is the correct choice. Option A, the SHG must follow Panch Sutra is one of the condition if you want to receive a revolving fund facility. What is the minimum eligibility period for the SHG to avail the loans under DAY NRLM? And what happens if the loan was previously defunct? If the group, particularly if the SHG group was previously classified as defunct, what is defunct? Defunctioning. 6 months of active existence need to be there. The defunct SHGs become eligible after 3 months of the revival. So first we need to revive this SHG. Once it's on track, then after 3 months of the revival, we can again pump the loans. Which of the following correctly matches the individual loan facility available for the SHG women under the DAYNRLM scheme? So it is 10 lakh rupees for the matured SHG members for entrepreneurship. 10 lakh rupees for the matured SHG members for the entrepreneurship. According to the DAYNRLM norms, what percentage of the loans above 6 lakh must be mandatorily used for income generating purpose? That's 85%. That's 85%. Okay, that's 85%. I totally understand कि April month का आपको नहीं याद आ रहा होगा. What you can do is, if you are covering the April month, some students are just covering 3-4 months only. If you want to cover that month as well, you can just directly do it via MCQs, right? That will also work. Or you can read some of the important pointers as well if you like. What minimum share of the DRI loan that must be given to the SC/STs beneficiary here as per the RBI guidelines? So 40%, okay, 40% in the DRI loans. We have already discussed this one, 40%. Who chairs the District Consultative Committee under the Lead Bank scheme of Reserve Bank of India? The district collector, right? The district level is being administered by district collector. So this is from the master circular related to the lead bank scheme of Reserve Bank of India, and here are the key pointers as well. What is the penalty if the currency chest reports a soiled note remittance wrongly as a withdrawal? So following the clean note policy of RBI, there were so many circulars related to the notes. $50,000, very good, 50,000. Under the scheme of penalties for customer service deficiencies, how much penalty is levied if there are more than 5 violations across the inspections? 5 lakh rupees, okay, 5 lakh rupees. So everything is in multiple of 5 only, right? First one was the 50,000, this one is the 5 lakh, so easy to remember, guys. Next one. The bank must ensure that counterfeit detection processes are robust and technology backed. There should not be any fake notes. Any lapse in this regard is taken seriously by the Reserve Bank of India. What is the RBI stance if a bank fails to detect counterfeit notes using proper machinery? Using proper machinery. In such cases, RBI will assume full negligence by the bank, willful negligence by the bank, right? So there are strict provisions related to the counterfeit note. If your machines are not able to detect it, then RBI will be assuming full responsibility of the regulated entity. What is the penalty for not conducting a bi-monthly surprise verification by an unrelated officer? The penalty is 10,000 rupee for repeat default. For repeat default. As per the RBI's master direction circular, now this can be important for your phase 1. As per the RBI's master direction on the urban cooperative banks, what is the minimum number of professional directors required on the board of an urban cooperative bank? Of an urban cooperative bank. So guys, 2 is the correct choice, okay? That's the bare minimum which is prescribed. Bare minimum which is prescribed. Okay, this can be important. Next one. Okay, this one is also important. Related to the risk management committee. So according to the RBI guidelines, the UCBs are required to set up a dedicated risk management committee if their asset size exceeds which of the following threshold? If their asset size exceeds which of the following threshold? Option C, 5,000 crore. Okay, 5,000 crore. If your asset size is increasing the 5,000 crore threshold, then you need to have a dedicated risk management committee that assesses what kind of risk your regulated entity can have in the near future, right? So this was from the Master Circular Board of Directors UCBs. Next one. Which of the following is a mandatory requirement under the RBI guidelines for detection of the counterfeit note currencies before the notes are dispensed from the ATMs? Before the notes are being dispensed from the ATMs, the first one, physical verification by the branch manager, random sampling by police authorities, verification through the UV lights at the branch teller counters, machine verification of notes of 100 and above, certification by a currency chest officer. The correct answer here will be machine verification of notes of 100 and above. So what you need to do is you need to do a verification by the machineries to detect any kind of counterfeit note presence of any note which is of 100 rupee and above before loading into a ATM machinery. What is the flat penalty imposed if the counterfeit note is dispensed from an ATM or the over the counter by a bank branch? The bare minimum penalty will be 10,000, right? So this was from the counterfeit note direction related to detection, reporting and monitoring. Can you guys tell me what is the total minimum capital requirement under the Basel III of India, including the capital conservation buffer? That's 11.5%, right? If I include the capital conversion buffer as well, so it will be 11.5, 9 plus 2.5. That will be 11.5, okay? What is the focus of Pillar 2 under the Basel III capital regulations? Focus of Basel III under the capital regulation. The Pillar 2 is related to the supervisory review. It is related to the supervisory review and the evaluation process, including the ICAAP. So this was from the Basel III Capital Regulation Master Circular. As per the RBI phased roadmap, what is the target CRAR of Tier 2 to Tier 3 urban cooperative banks that they must achieve by March 2026? Now this can be important. This can be important. That's 12%. Very good. That's 12%, right? According to the RBI norms, what is the minimum shareholding requirement for the UCB borrowers in case of a secured loan? Minimum shareholding requirement for the UCB borrowers in case of secured loan. That's 2.5%. That's 2.5% of the loan amount. Okay, 2.5%. Which of the following best explains the treatment of bond with put option under the revised RBI framework for HMT classification? Bonds with put option. Bonds with put option must be classified as FVTPL due to the embedded derivative. Puttable bonds cannot be classified as HMT unless exercised on a call date. Bonds with put option can be exercised as HMT only if the option is not expected to be exercised. Bond with put options can be classified under the HMT if the bank has a clear intention to hold them until maturity. Bonds with put option are excluded from the HMT if there are any risk of early redemption. So Prachi, you will be definitely getting the PDF. Please join the Telegram channel of Oliveboard and please do download the application as well. Definitely this PDF will be downloaded. Acha, put option means right to sell. Okay, put option ka matlab right to sell. If I am having a bond and I am having a put option as well in that particular bond, let's suppose the maturity period is 5 years, but I can still sell the bond whenever I want to because I am having the put option. I will put that bond in front of the issuer ki please take your bond. That's what put option is all about. So in this particular case, option D will be the correct. The bonds with put option can be classified under the held to maturity. Now I don't have any kind of intention, right? Because I'm having a bond plus I'm having a put option. So it's not sure that I may continue the bond till the maturity. That's what HTM is all about, held till maturity, right? So it's not sure that I'll be carrying this bond for the next 5 years. It can only be classified as HTM if the bank has a clear intention. If I'm having a clear intention of holding this bond till maturity irrespective of the put option, then I can classify it as HTM. Why? Because it's always a doubt. When I have a put option, I always have an option to पहले ही redemption लेने का. Under the RBI revised framework, how are securities classified under the HTM category? Post value acquisition. Post value acquisition. At fair value, based on the prevailing market prices. At cost, adjusted with the mark to market fluctuation. At amortized cost, unless materially impaired. At revalued cost or at intrinsic value. So the correct answer here will be at amortized cost, right? When it is a held to maturity, I always use amortized cost. When it is FVTPL, fair value through profit and loss account, I carry it at mark to market value. That means my fair value, right? In the context of this particular classification, what does FVTPL stand for? So FVTPL is nothing but fair value through P&L account. That means in case of even a slight valuation from 10 to 11 rupee, I will take 1 rupee. I will take 1 rupee in my P&L account. Let's suppose now it moves from 11 to 13 rupee. There is a valuation gain of 2 rupee. I'll again take it to my P&L account. We call it as mark to market. We call it as mark to market. That's what FVTPL means, fair value through P&L account. How the investments under the AFS and FVTPL categories are categorized according to the RBI revised guidelines. According to the RBI revised guidelines. Any idea about this one? Option C, both the available for sale and FVTPL, they both will be marked to market. They will both will be marked to market, right? They will both will be carried at the fair value only. What is the regulatory capital treatment of the unrealized gain on the level 3 assets under the RBI's transitioning fair provision? So they both are deducted from the CET1 capital. Now this won't be so much, this won't be an important question for your examination, right? It's a low probability question, so you can ignore this one as well. You are not able to download the yesterday's PDF as well. So I'll definitely have a word with my team, Prachi. Okay. I hope they are uploading on the Telegram channel of Oliveboard, plus it is there on the application section as well of Oliveboard. Just skipping some of the questions which are not so much relevant. Okay, which of the following statements correctly describes the signing requirement for the bank guarantees as per the master circular on the guarantees and co-acceptance? All the guarantees must be signed by the branch manager. Guarantees exceeding 1 lakh must be signed by the CEO of the bank. Only unsecured guarantees require joint signature regardless of the amount. Guarantees above 50,000 must be jointly signed by 2 officers, or any amount of guarantee must be signed by 3 officers. Here the correct choice will be option D. If the guarantee is above 50,000 rupees, then it must be signed by the 2 officers. Right? Option D is the correct choice. Perfect, guys. Very good. Glad to see that so many students are still able to recall those things from the April month circular as well, right? It will definitely give you an edge in phase 1 plus in phase 2 as well, guys. Under the RBI framework, when can the bank extend the credit facilities to NBFC engaged in factoring activities? The correct choice here will be, guys, option B. If more than 50% of their total income arise from the factoring transactions, then only the bank can extend the credit facility to the NBFC engaged in these factoring activities. What is the maximum exposure a bank can have to a single NBFC as per the RBI prudential guidelines? These prudential norms will apply specifically to the tier 1 capital of the bank only. Option C, 20% of the tier 1 capital. Okay, 20% of the tier 1 capital. And what is the maximum exposure bank may take to the group connected NBFC? In case of group connected NBFC also, there should be 25%, right? Here it is 20% to a single NBFC, and to a group connected NBFC it will be 25%, right? So this is from the bank finance to the NBFC master circular. So guys, I'm just covering those circulars now from the April month, which can be very important for your phase 1 only, right? Rest what you can do is just give it a quick reading later on. Why? Because I need to somewhere or the other keep it exam oriented only. We need to keep all these sessions exam oriented only, particularly to the phase 1. Okay, as per the RBI housing finance norms, what is the maximum permissible exposure a UCB can have to a group of connected borrower under the housing finance? 20%, 15%, 10%, 25% or 40%? That's option D, 25%. Okay, 25%. When the UCBs evaluate the working capital requirement under the turnover method for eligible borrower, what percentage of the projected annual turnover is considered as the maximum permissible loan? As the maximum permissible loan. That's 20% of the projected turnover subjected to the 5% of the margin money. Perfect. 20% of whatever your projected turnover is subject to 5% will be the margin money, right? 5% can be the margin here. Okay, as per the RBI norms, which of the following best describes a small value loan for the purpose of compliance with the UCBs? For the purpose of compliance with the UCBs, loans up to 25 lakh or 0.4% of the tier 1 capital, whichever is higher, with a cap of 3 crore per borrower. With a cap of 3 crore per borrower. And guys, you need to check for the upgrade as well here. Please check for one of the update as well, which recently was there from this particular question. Just give me a second now. Okay guys, perfect. So that's all for today's session. I'll conclude here. Best wishes to all of you. Right, best wishes to all of you. And guys, we have covered I think almost all the areas of the circular from your October, September, August, July, June, May, April, right? So it will be a very big coverage for your phase 1 examination. I wish you the very best for your examination, right? And in case if you guys are not able to, kind of cover a particular area, no worries at all, right? What you can do is just try to do as many MCQs as you can and only cover that area only, that that is a comfortable zone for you as of now. Don't go into the discomfort zone as of now. That will be my suggestion, right? सिर्फ उतना ही पढ़ो अभी जितना आप पढ़ चुके हो, वो चीज़ें टच मत करो जो बिल्कुल आप लोगों के लिए नहीं है in the last few days. Okay, so let's start. Here are the September month circulars on which our MCQs will be based, and the very first MCQ for you guys is the Reserve Bank of India has developed a single integrated system to simplify how data is collected and analyzed from the banks and NBFCs. So what RBI is banks and NBFCs via a particular platform. This system ensures information on digital lending, on internet banking, on mobile transactions flow seamlessly into a unified analytical platform. What is the name of that analytical platform? Options are in front of you. Financial information reporting platform, centralized information management system, digital banking supervision network, unified supervisory data interface, or integrated compliance and analytics grid. Request for participation from all of you guys. This session is having 250 plus MCQs. आराम से ये आपका 2 घंटा 3 घंटा चलने वाला है, और डेफिनेटली अगर आप ये वाला एग्जाम दे रहे हो तो काफ़ी सारे क्वेश्चंस आपको डायरेक्टली इस सेशन से मिल सकते हैं, ऐसा मैं होप करता हूं आपके एग्जामिनेशन के लिए. हियर द करेक्ट चॉइस इज बी, CIMS, राइट, सेंट्रलाइज्ड इंफॉर्मेशन मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम. एंड कैन यू गाइज टेल मी which returns are now mandatory on this particular platform? As per the recent RBI circular, what kind of returns are now mandatory on this particular platform? So the correct choice here will be internet and mobile banking returns, right? Internet and mobile banking returns are now compulsorily on this particular CIMS platform. The Reserve Bank of India's regulation of payment aggregation direction. When these directions are going to take effect? Yes, very good, Aditi. When these directions are going to take effect? What is the date of applicability of the regulation of payment aggregator direction 2025? Perfect, with immediate effect, right? They are applicable with immediate effect. Tell me this one. The new payment aggregator framework under the RBI Reserve Bank of India guidelines introduces a specific authorization norm. While certain entities have now been exempted from prior approval, others need to take the approval from the RBI's digital portal. Which combination correctly reflects these authorization rules? What do you think, guys? Should be the correct choice here. Non-bank are exempt, bank must need to comply within 30 days. Banks are exempt, non-bank payment aggregators must apply within 45 days. Yes, option B is correct here. Banks are exempt. The non-bank entities that are involved in the payment aggregation business need to comply within 45 days via Prava portal. So they need to first obtain the NOC, then they need to apply via Prava portal for the same. Next one. Entities engaged purely in physical mode payment aggregation. We have seen that physical payment aggregators बहुत सारे तरीके के होते हैं, उसमें physical payment aggregators भी होते हैं, right? PAP बोलते हैं जिसको हम. Are given defined windows by the RBI to regularize their authorization status. Failure to comply with this particular norm related to timeline will require cessation their operation. They need to stop their operation. By what date must such entities apply? By 31st December 2025 they need to apply, otherwise they need to conclude their operation. They need to wind up by 28th February 2026. So can I say that there are quite strict timelines in this particular circular. Now this can directly come in your examination. What minimum net worth must such entities maintain at the time of application? I'm talking about the payment aggregators. If I am a payment aggregator, I am applying for the license of payment aggregator now on the RBI portal. What should be the bare minimum net worth now, which is required? 5 crore, 10 crore, 15 crore, 20 crore or 25 crore. This can come in your examination in phase 1. The correct choice here will be 15 crore. Okay, 15 crore is the correct choice, option C. So at the time of initiation, I need to have 15 crore. There is a particular timeline that if I am doing payment aggregator business for the next 3 years, by the end of the 3rd year, what should be my net worth? What should be my minimum net worth? इन दोनों क्वेश्चन में से एक आपके एग्जाम में आ सकता है. What should be the bare minimum net worth that I need to have at the end of the 3rd year? 10, 15, 20, 25, 30। देखो सीधी सी बात है, 15 करोड़ हो नहीं सकता। क्यों नहीं हो सकता? क्योंकि जब आपको रजिस्ट्रेशन चाहिए तभी 15 करोड़ था। ठीक है, तो ये तो ऑब्वियस सी बात हो गई कि 15 करोड़ से ऊपर की नेटवर्थ होगी। यस, 25 करोड़, 25 करोड़, वेरी गुड। ओके, अतिथि, मेघा, सुदर्शन, सचिन, परफेक्ट। 25 crore is the correct choice. Next one. Under the RBI norm related to payment aggregator, what is the maximum per transaction limit prescribed for such payment aggregator cross-border operations? Can again be important. Can again be important. Which one will be correct, guys, here? Again, it is 25 lakhs, right? 25 lakhs. तो यहाँ पे आपको याद करने में थोड़ा सा इजी रहेगा। यहाँ 25 करोड़ था आपका थर्ड ईयर का नेटवर्थ। यहाँ अगर आप पेमेंट एग्रीगेटर क्रॉस बॉर्डर प्लेटफॉर्म कर रहे हो, देन यू आर हैविंग अ मैक्सिमम पर ट्रांजैक्शन लिमिट विच इज 25 लाख, which is 25 lakh. Perfect. If you are a PSCB, your maximum limit per transaction will be 25 lakh. There is a cap on it. Right? So these questions were from Regulation of Payment Aggregator Direction 2025. I have given the important pointers as well on those questions that I am covering. Right? So the best part is just download this PDF after this session and try to read the important pointers quickly. That will also help. Right? सो ऐसा नहीं लगेगा कि सर ने सिर्फ MCQ करवा दिए, सर्कुलर छुड़वा दिया। भाई सर्कुलर कवर्ड है आपके यूट्यूब चैनल पे, राइट? और सर इसके साथ सर्कुलर भी कराओ, इसीलिए मैंने क्या कर दिया, इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंटर्स भी दे दिए ताकि आपको ऐसा नहीं लगे कि सर्कुलर नहीं पढ़ा। नेक्स्ट वन, इंपॉर्टेंट, दिस इज रिगार्डिंग दी participation of the offshore non-deliverable derivative contracts. So recently RBI has authorized a new category of the authorized dealer banks, which is the category which was recently authorized to participate in the offshore non-deliverable derivative contracts. देखो ऑथराइज्ड डीलर कैटेगरी 1 तो ऑलरेडी अलाउड थी, तो अभी नई कैटेगरी कौन सी हो गई जिनको नई ऑथराइजेशन मिली है यहाँ पे? एनी आइडिया अबाउट दैट गाइस? यस, दैट इज ऑथराइज्ड डीलर कैटेगरी 3। ऑथराइज्ड डीलर कैटेगरी 3 बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है आपके एग्जाम के लिए, अच्छे से पढ़ के जाना, ठीक है? So this is from again a circular, participation of standalone primary dealer in the non-deliverable rupee derivative market, and here we can see that RBI has given a explicit permission to authorized dealer category 3 banks as well, right? Next one. In 2025, RBI has issued a new set of direction governing the authentication mechanism for the digital payment transaction. From which date these new RBI directions on the digital payment transaction authentication shall take effect for the domestic transaction? Any idea about this one, guys? This is regarding the authentication mechanism. Authentication mechanism जो हमने OTP verification वाला पढ़ा था, अगर याद हो आपको तो। किसी को याद नहीं आ रहा? Okay, Sudarshan and Atiti, option A. What about others? Guys, either 1st April 2026 is the correct choice, ठीक है? Happy new financial year, not happy new year, ठीक है? Happy new financial year. 1st April 2026. Next one. What about the card not present transaction? Let's suppose this is a card not present transaction. This is non-recurring in nature and this involves cross-border payment as well. So for that, the timeline is 1st of October 2026, right? The issuer needs to comply with the authentication direction by 1st October 2026. Okay. Next one. As per the latest mandate, what is the minimum authentication standard required for the digital payment transaction unless specifically exempted? So obviously, ये आंसर तो मुझे बताना ही नहीं चाहिए, तो सबको आता होगा, राइट? हमने मल्टीपल टाइम्स कवर कर लिया है इसको। कौन सा ऑथेंटिकेशन मिनिमम रिक्वायर्ड है? यस, 2 फैक्टर ऑथेंटिकेशन, राइट? 2 फैक्टर ऑथेंटिकेशन रिक्वायर्ड है। जैसे आप अपना जीमेल लॉगिन करते हो तो पहले आपसे पासवर्ड पूछता है, फिर आपके फोन पे एक नोटिफिकेशन आता है, उसको आपको टैप करना पड़ता है, फिर वो लॉगिन देता है। दैट इज ऑल्सो अ 2 फैक्टर ऑथेंटिकेशन ओनली, राइट? दैट इज ऑल्सो अ 2 फैक्टर ऑथेंटिकेशन ओनली। लेट्स सपोज नाउ द कार्ड इज नॉट प्रेजेंट, then what must be at least 1 factor of authentication be? The card is not present, so definitely there will be 2FA only. But in this 2FA, there should be at least 1 factor authentication from the following, which is the one: dynamic, biometric, static, location based, hardware based. ओके, सो अदिति, मेगा, रुचिका, सचिन, परफेक्ट. डायनामिक और ट्रांजैक्शन स्पेसिफिक. सो कैन आई से दैट व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय डायनामिक? जो आप ओटीपी भेजते हो, a one time password, the name says it all, this is one time password, so obviously this is dynamic, this is a transaction specific. Very good, Satyarth. Okay, dynamic or transaction based. So these questions were from authentication mechanism for digital payment transaction. So guys, what I'm doing here is जितने भी आपके सर्कुलर है उसमें से जो पॉसिबल MCQs है मैं आपको इस लेक्चर के अंदर पढ़ा रहा हूँ फॉर द बेस्ट बेनिफिट. अगर आप इतना भी कर लेते हो ये 2 लेक्चर्स के अंदर, आपका बहुत बड़ा कवरेज हो जाएगा. राइट, आपको खुद को फील होगा ये सेशन करने के बाद, पीडीएफ रिवाइज करने के बाद, कि इसके अंदर हमने बहुत बड़ा कवरेज कर लिया है आरबीआई सर्कुलर्स का. राइट, सो दिस इज द समरी एज वेल ऑफ द पर्टिकुलर सर्कुलर. नेक्स्ट वन, नाबार्ड रिसेंटली इनिशिएटेड अ न्यू स्ट्रक्चर to enhance the technological and operational efficiency among the cooperative banks through the shared infrastructure. This initiative aims to offer IT, payment and compliance service on a common platform. What is this proposed entity called? Very, very important. किस मंथ तक के सर्कुलर हैं? तो देखो अभी हम सितंबर के पढ़ रहे हैं, ठीक है. उसके बाद हम अगस्त के पढ़ेंगे, उसके बाद हम जुलाई के पढ़ेंगे, बीच बीच में हम आरबीआई एनुअल रिपोर्ट के एमसीक्यू भी करेंगे, बीच बीच में हम फाइनेंशियल स्टेबिलिटी रिपोर्ट के एमसीक्यू भी करेंगे. ठीक है, तो ये बहुत ही जबरदस्त सेशन होने वाला है आप लोगों के लिए, क्योंकि यहाँ पे मैं 3 मंथ के तो सर्कुलर करवाने वाला हूँ और 2 बहुत बड़ी रिपोर्ट्स करवाने वाला हूँ. लेट्स सी कितना हम कर पाते हैं. अगर आज पूरा नहीं कर पाए तो डेफिनेटली मैं कल इसको कैरी फॉरवर्ड करूंगा और कल भी हम कम से कम 2-3 महीने के सर्कुलर्स यहाँ पे कर देंगे. राइट, सो इट विल बी अ फुल पावर पैक्ड सेशन जिसके अंदर आपके ऑलमोस्ट मैंने जो आरबीआई सर्कुलर्स हैं एनीवेयर अराउंड 4 to 5 मंथ्स के वो रिवाइज कर लेंगे डिटेल में, और रिपोर्ट्स भी काफी सारी रिवाइज कर लेंगे. ओके, हियर द करेक्ट चॉइस इज शेयर्ड सर्विस एंटिटी. शेयर्ड सर्विस एंटिटी इज द करेक्ट चॉइस, ऑप्शन बी. Okay, option B is the correct choice. Perfect. Can you also tell me, if I am making an investment in the shared service entity, what kind of investment it will be? Can you categorize this investment, guys? Can you categorize this investment? What kind of investment it will be? Any idea about that? Most welcome, Aditi. Most welcome. Okay, option B, priority sector. What about the others? Bhakti, non-SLR. Okay, Sudarshan, option C, non-SLR. Good afternoon, Bhakti. Non-SLR, perfect. Non-SLR is the correct choice here. Non-SLR is investment, right? Now, why there is a need of this circular? Because these entities cannot invest any percentage. I'm talking about cooperative banks. Cooperative banks cannot invest whatever percentage they want into a non-SLR investment, right? It is permitted only up to a particular percentage only. तो नाबार्ड ने जो नई एंटिटी लेके आए इसको क्या बोला है गवर्नमेंट ने कि दिस विल बी ट्रीटेड एट पार विद द नॉन एसएलआर इन्वेस्टमेंट, और इसके अंदर इन्वेस्टमेंट परमिटेड है. इसके अंदर इन्वेस्टमेंट परमिटेड है. हाउएवर, देयर इज ऑलवेज अ हाउएवर. What is the ceiling limit on such kind of investment? It's not like that you can contribute whatever you want to do. There is a cap on it. Can be important. There is a cap on it. Can you also tell me the cap, guys? What is the cap of this particular investment? The cap is of 5%. ठीक है, ये 5% बहुत बढ़िया फिगर है. हर जगह आप देखोगे घूम फिर के 5% आपके मल्टीपल सर्कुलर्स में आ रहा है. ठीक है, तो 5% कहीं लिखना और मल्टीपल सर्कुलर्स के वहाँ पे नाम लिख सकते हो आप. जैसे अगर मैं होता तो मैं यहाँ पे लिखता नाबार्ड, ठीक है, और शेयर्ड सर्विस एंटिटी लिख देता नाबार्ड एसएससी, तो मुझे याद रहता कि अच्छा इसके अंदर कैप कितना है, 5% का है. फिर उसके बाद डिफॉल्ट लॉस गारंटी का परसेंटेज भी 5% होता है, तो मैं वो भी यहाँ पे लिख देता. राइट, एक स्टूडेंट होता है जो अलग अलग सर्कुलर में जाके एक ही चीज पढ़ता है, और दूसरा स्टूडेंट होता है जो एक ही चीज को पढ़ता है और अलग अलग सर्कुलर खत्म हो जाते हैं. दूसरा वाला एग्जाम के अंदर ज्यादा स्कोर कर पाता है. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट वन, वेरी सिंपल. जस्ट टेल मी द SDQI स्कोर फॉर जून 2025. कितनी बार कर चुके हैं? फाइनेंस, करंट अफेयर्स, आरबीआई सर्कुलर, कहीं नहीं छोड़ा है वाला क्वेश्चन. What is the SDQI score for scheduled commercial bank for June 2025, guys? Sure. I would like to keep it in English only. Okay. 89.9% is the correct choice. Okay, 89.9% is the correct choice. Option A. So it will be a mix of English and Hindi. Major concepts I'll be delivering it in English only. Okay, I won't use Hindi for the concept delivery. Right. Can you also tell me which category of the banks have recorded the highest number of the SDQI score in June 2025? Category wise, tell me what was the bank, which was the bank having the highest number of SDQI. Public sector, private sector, small finance bank, regional rural bank, payment bank. What do you think? A very simple one. A very simple one. Yes, small finance bank. Option B. Perfect. Small finance bank. Also tell me which component showed the highest number in June 2025. अब एग्जाम के अंदर मार्च 2025 आता है या जून 2025 आता है, दोनों में the SDQI component will remain the same only because in the March also the same component was at the highest number, and in the June as well the same component was the highest one. Completeness. Perfect. Completeness is the one. Okay, completeness is the one. Very good. So most probably in your examination I think June 2025 का ही data आना चाहिए. Why? Because it's the most recent one, right? It's the most recent one. Next one. Also tell me the WMA limit set by Reserve Bank of India for half yearly 2 of financial year 2026. Half yearly 2 of financial year 2026. I'm talking about the WMA limit. WMA limit. That's correct. 50k crore. 50,000 crore is the limit. 50,000 crore is the limit, and RBI can also trigger a fresh flotation of the market loans for the government of India in case the government of India has exhausted what percentage of the WMA limit? What percentage of the WMA limit? 75%. Very good. 75%. If you have exhausted 75% of the WMA limit, this is just there to meet the cash flow mismatches, right? Government of India क्या करने लग गई? They started borrowing more and more. So RBI can trigger a fresh flotation. They can request government of India कि यार you can also take the help of any other flotation loan rather than just using the WMA limit. Why? Because it's just there to manage your cash flow mismanagement, right? Next one. The Reserve Bank of India has issued new directions to simplify the process of claim settlement in case of deceased customer. These guidelines aim to standardize the procedure and timeline across all the categories of the banks. Under these guidelines, what is the prescribed threshold limit for the cooperative banks? This is regarding the claim settlement of the deceased customer. So there is a threshold that I told you can be very, very important for your examination. Here I am asking the threshold limit for the cooperative banks. For the cooperative banks. The correct choice here is 5 lakh rupees. Right? For the cooperative, the limit is 5 lakh rupee. And what about others? What about others, guys? Other banks? 5 lakh for cooperative. What about others? That's 5 lakh for the cooperatives, and for the rest it is 15 lakh rupees. For the rest it is 15 lakh rupees. 15 lakh. Okay, so 5 lakh and 15 lakh is the threshold. Next one. When the account of a deceased customer does not have a nominee or survivorship clause, let's suppose there was Mr. A. Now Mr. A is no more. He's a deceased customer now. And the account is not having a nomination clause or a survivorship clause. The claim process differs based on the amount involved, right? Obviously based on the threshold. For claims up to a specific threshold, let's suppose the claim is within the threshold of 5 lakh or 15 lakh, whatever the case may be. Which document? The claimant must provide to prove the entitlement. The correct choice is legal heir certificate, right? Legal heir certificate is required, option C. And what about the cases when the amount is exceeding the threshold of 5 lakh 15 lakhs? देखो, high chance है कि what they are going to ask you in the examination is the threshold limit. Is the threshold limit and not the documents. Why? Because documents are more of a procedural thing, right? Changing based on the case to case basis. कि nomination है nomination नहीं है, but as per my understanding they can ask you the threshold, they can ask you the applicability date. Still we are covering the cases related to the documentation as well, so that there is no gray area in your examination कि सर ये हमने कवर नहीं किया था. Yes, succession certificate or legal heir certificate plus an affidavit by an independent person is a must. If your amount is exceeding the threshold limit, if your amount is exceeding the threshold limit of 5 lakh, 15 lakh, whatever the case may be, you need to give the succession certificate or the legal heir certificate plus an affidavit by the independent person. Can also be important. Within how many days must the claim be settled? Let's suppose the nominee or the authorized person of the deceased person has submitted all the documents. Now in how many days you need to settle the claim related to the deposits. अच्छा, आज बहुत ज़्यादा question I won't be marking as important. Why? Because all the questions are important only. Just imagine I have just covered all the circulars related to these 3 months, the RBI annual report, the financial stability report in just 200 to 300, anywhere around 250 MCQs, right? It's difficult to read all the circulars, annual report and financial stability report as a whole, but it's quite easy to do all the MCQs based on it, right? 15 days here will be the correct choice, guys. 15 days, please do remember this one, can be important for your phase 1 examination. 15 days, right? Let's suppose the bank or the regulated entity has not discharged the obligation. Then in that case, what will be the quantum of interest that needs to be paid for such a kind of delay that the regulated entity has made while making payment of the deceased person? Very good. Bank rate plus 4%. Bank rate plus 4%. Option C. Perfect. Next one. Also tell me the amount of penalty in case of any kind of delay. Let's suppose the deceased person was also having a locker. Now the nominee has already submitted the document, but regulated entity has not paid the amount. There are just involvement of some belongings of the deceased customer which is there in the locker. So obviously it's quite difficult to ascertain the amount. That's why there is a flat penalty. 5,000 rupee per day is the amount. 5,000 rupee per day. Perfect. Next one. India's valuation gain on foreign exchange reserves. I'm talking about the Q1 of financial year 2026, April to June, was primarily due to which of the following factor? Have a quick reading of all the options. Let me know in the comment section what is the driving reason of such a kind of valuation gain. Appreciation of rupee, depreciation of dollar, decline of oil import, depreciation of US dollar against major currencies and rise in the crude oil prices, appreciation of the US dollar against the major currencies and higher gold prices, fall in the value of volatility, fall in the rupee volatility and moderation in capital flows. C, D, D. Appreciation of US dollar against major currencies and higher gold prices. Higher gold prices. ठीक है? Option D is the correct choice. Subhakti, Anurag, Mega, very good. Next one. During the April to June, again that quarter only, India's current account deficit narrowed as compared with the same quarter last year. While the capital inflows declined based on the RBI data, what were the approximate balances of these accounts in US dollar in billion terms? Option A is the correct choice. Negative 2.4%, negative 2.4 as the current and 6.9% as the capital account, right? So there was a current account deficit. Next one. In the capital account of the same quarter, Q1 of financial year 2026, which of the following component recorded the highest positive contribution to the variation in reserves? Highest positive contribution to the variation in reserve. Now this can be complex, right? These questions can be complex. Why? They are too much data oriented questions. एक आ सकता है एग्जाम में, इसलिए करवा रहा हूं. Here the correct choice is option B, external commercial borrowing. This was having the highest positive contribution. Next one, overall accretion to the reserves on the BOP basis. By how much did India's foreign exchange reserve increase on a BOP basis during the first quarter of 2026 as compared to the same period in 2024 or the previous year, right? It was option B, increase by US dollar 4.5 billion dollars in 2025. Okay, $4.5 billion. How did the valuation changes in reserves differ between April to June as compared to this particular current quarter? How did the valuation change in the reserve differ as compared to the previous year? Was there a decrease? Was there an increase? Remained constant? Was neutral in both the quarters? What do you think? Valuation gain increased from 0.4 billion to $25.3 billion in this particular quarter. Option B, right? So this is from the sources of variation in India's foreign exchange reserve during the first quarter of this financial year. Though it is not a part of your RBI circular, but I prefer to cover the RBI related news in the RBI circular series only, right? Next one, to promote flexibility in retail lending, RBI has allowed banks to modify the interest spread earlier than before. Earlier, bank could change the spread only after 3 years. Under the new amendment, in what context can the bank reduce the spread even before the 3 years? Can be important. Perfect. For customer retention, it should be on the justifiable grounds. It should not be based out of favoritism. Completely non-discriminatory grounds should be there, right? Option C. Next one. Under the modified framework for interest rate reset on EMI based personal loans, regulated entities now have flexibility in offering the fixed rate options. According to the new amendment, what change has been made to the requirement of offering such an option? So they are just saying that earlier, whenever you are changing the spread, you can give an option to the customer to switch to the fixed loan instead of the variable loan. Obviously spread है तो fixed loan पे variable loan पे चल रहे होंगे. Now we are giving option to the customer to choose a fixed rate loan as well. What changes have now been done in this particular amendment? So guys, it's optional at the discretion of the regulated entity. The regulated entity may or may not give such an option to shift to the fixed rate option now. Earlier it was written as shall. The regulatory entity needs to give the option, but now it is completely at the discretion of the regulated entity. It may or it may not, right? Next one. All the amendments related to the interest rate flexibility and spread reduction will become effective from which date? Any idea? October 2025, right? October 2025. So this was from the Reserve Bank of India interest rate on advances. This was our amendment direction in 2025. And I have summarized each and everything for you guys in the table. Just have a quick read by downloading this PDF. Have a quick look at this particular table and that's sorted. Next one. The loan for purpose of gold are subject to specific restrictions to prevent the misuse of it. Under the revised norms, such loans by scheduled commercial banks, Tier 1 and Tier 4 UCBs are permitted only for which purpose? Are permitted only for which purpose? They are permitted for the working capital for businesses using gold as the raw material. Let's suppose I'm into the jewelry business. So why I am buying gold? For my working capital, because gold is my raw material. It's not an investment. I'm not buying it for speculative purpose. Rather, it's an investment, right? So option C, working capital for the business Using gold as the raw material, I can take loan, but you cannot take loan for buying gold. Okay. Next one. Despite being a major consumer and importer of gold, India maintains strict restrictions on the bank financing. Okay, so I think this particular question is repeated again for working capital only. Okay, apologize for the same. This is repeated one. Okay, let's ignore this one. India has been progressively aligning with the global Basel III standards to enhance the resilience of its banking sector. Starting from 1st of October 2025, a key update will impact how certain capital instruments are treated. As per the new framework, what is the percentage, what is the maximum percentage, max percentage of risk-weighted assets that can be contributed by the PDIs issued overseas in 81 capital. Very important. High chance कि ये question आपके examination में आ जाएगा. Now ये exam आपके phase 1 में भी आ सकता है. It can come in your phase 2 as well. Not sure कहाँ आना चाहिए, but a very high probability question. Option C, 1.5% is the correct choice. Very good. 1.5%. Okay. So next was not at all a circular, but it was there in your RBI website, and I love this concept particularly. Interoperable regulatory sandbox. So what things you guys need to study in this is the concept of interoperable regulatory sandbox. I already covered it in my finance current affairs series. So SEBI, RBI, IRDAI, PFRDA, right, IFSCA, different regulatory bodies are there. Let's suppose I am bringing a new product in the market and the scope is falling with RBI, within the coverage of RBI, within the coverage of SEBI and IRDAI as well. Now we don't have to test my product again and again, right? I don't have to test my product again and again in different regulatory sandbox. Rather, there is a single shot interoperable regulatory sandbox in which I can test the product. Yes, IFSC के एग्जाम में आ गया था ये वाला, right? IFSC के एग्जाम में recently आया था same question. It was there in your RBI website as well. So now what I'm doing is I'll register myself in the interoperable regulatory sandbox because my product is falling in the area of multiple regulatory bodies, right? And do remember, PFRDA as of now is not having a regulatory sandbox of its own, but still it can participate in this IORS initiative, right? Now what you need to know here is what IORS is all about. What is the concept of principal regulator and associate regulator? Let's suppose majority of the features of my product is falling in the area of RBI, then RBI will be the principal regulator. SEBI and IRDAI will be the associate regulator. That's the concept. What you need to know here is the preliminary scrutiny. If I want to test my product in IORS, the preliminary scrutiny will be done by the FinTech Department of Reserve Bank of India. Detailed scrutiny will be done by the principal regulator, whosoever it may be, right? So that's the basic things you need to know here. That's why I have pasted this particular as it is from the RBI website. Can be important for your examination as well. They can ask you in this RBI exam as well, just like IFSCA recently asked this, right? Okay. Now we'll be covering some of the MCQs related to the RBI annual report. Okay, I won't be taking the annual report MCQs in one shot. Why? बहुत थोड़ा सा monotony हो जाएगा, right? It will create monotony. So मैं क्या करूँगा? I'll discuss RBI annual report के कुछ questions MCQs. Then I'll move to some other month of RBI circular. Then I'll again revisit the RBI annual report के MCQs. And then we can also cover the financial stability report के MCQs as well, right? Let's start with a positive quotation. If you spend too much time thinking about a thing, you will never get it done, and that's completely correct. Make at least one definite move daily towards your goal. So even if you are not able to cover the circulars or any kind of news, still there is time. Fatafat se you can still cover the same thing, right? With this particular session. I won't advise you guys कि अभी आप detailed में जाओ हर चीज के. Rather, I'll advise you guys कि just have a quick reading about this particular PDF or whatever thing is pending like PIB or any other subject. Just do it with the monthly compilation. Just do it with the marathon session. It will add more value. In the context of the central banking operation, the fiscal monetary coordination often comes with a play through mechanisms such as surplus transfer. And can you guys tell me the surplus that the RBI transferred to the government of India for financial year 2025, marking a record high? So guys, I always tell you that reports are nothing but compilation of finance, current affairs and different things as well, right? So if you see at any report, what they will be reflecting is mostly the finance, current affairs and the normal current affairs related to insurance or related to finance only, right? 70% of the report is nothing but compilation only of finance, current affairs. Yes, option D, 2.69 lakh crore is the correct choice. Next one, can you also tell me under which section Reserve Bank of India is the annual report submitted to the central government? In which section annual report of RBI is submitted to the central government? Section 53 subsection 2. Okay, section 53 subsection 2 is the correct choice. Option D. We can have a look from here as well. On the face of the annual report, section 53 subsection 2. Okay, section 53 subsection 2. Next one. Which prescribed framework is mentioned in the para that governs the principle behind the surplus? Central banks maintain a risk shock to absorb the potential financial shocks without undermining its credibility. In India, the framework used to determine the risk provisioning and surplus transfer. Risk provisioning and surplus transfer, we won't be reading the para. Para-based questions are part of your phase 2 examination, right? Let's make it simple only. Let's make it direct only, because as of now, the whole focus should be on clearing the phase 1 examination. Option E, economic capital framework, which tells us how much risk provisioning is required, how much surplus transfer is required, right? Next one. By what percentage did the Reserve Bank of India balance sheet grow in financial year 2025 as compared to the previous year? Growth rate in the balance sheet of RBI. Growth rate in the balance sheet of RBI. That is 8.2%. 8.2% guys, option E. Okay, 8.2%. What was the revised contingency risk buffer CRB maintained by RBI for financial year 2025? Revised contingency risk buffer. Any idea about this one? Revised CRB, it's 7.5%. Okay, it's 7.5%. Option E is the correct choice. 7.5%. Okay, yes, 7.5%. Next one. Apart from risk buffers, the central banks also allocate internal resources for the long-term institutional development. One such internal reserve maintained by the RBI is aimed at financing its own infrastructure and capacity building needs. Which fund is maintained by RBI, which is used for its internal capital expenditure and institutional development? Important. Six plus 1.5% था ना, 6 plus 1.5% था. The correct answer here will be, guys, option C, asset development fund. इसको अच्छे से याद रखना, asset development fund is the correct choice here. Next one. What was the total size of the Reserve Bank of India's balance sheet as on 31st March 2025 as per its annual report? The total size of RBI's balance sheet as per the recently released annual report. 76.25 lakh crore. Okay, 76.25 lakh crore. Option A is the correct choice. 76.25 lakh crore. Next one. Which of the following are the sources of income for Reserve Bank of India? So here are the 4 sources. You need to tell me the correct answer. How the Reserve Bank of India is making the money. Now the sources are also there in your RBI's annual report, and it's quite straight question. It's a very straight question. Perfect. Only first and second are the sources of Reserve Bank of India, right? First and second. Perfect. A very easy question. Next one. Banking sector performance is crucial indicator for financial stability. Can you tell me one key metric which is nothing but GNPA ratio? Gross NPAs. What was the GNPA ratio of scheduled commercial banks as of March 2025? March 2025 GNPA. Option B, 2.8% is the correct choice, guys. 2.8%. Perfect. 2.8%. Option B. Next one. Foreign exchange reserves are key components of country's macroeconomic stability. What was the level of India's foreign exchange reserves at the end of March 2025? So what you need to know for your examination, the financial year end ka data, the current year month ka, last month ka data basically. Right? In your case, the last month will be September. Option A, $668.3 billion. $668.3 billion. Very good. Glad to see that you guys are still having the numbers in your mind. That's great. Next one. What was the UPI's share of global real-time payment volume in 2024 as reported by the Reserve Bank of India? UPI's share of global real-time payment. It was 48.5%, right? 48.5%. Next one. What was India's real GDP growth rate in financial year 2025, making it the fastest growing major economy? Quickly, guys. A very simple one. 6.5%, right? 6.5%. Very good. Gross value added, GVA, one of the key macroeconomic indicator used to assess the performance of different sectors in the economy. Which of the following best defines gross value added here? Which of the following defines best about the gross value added? Option E, value of output minus the value of intermediate consumption. Value of output minus the value of intermediate consumption. So I think only Mega and Sudarshan. Okay, only Mega and Sudarshan has given the correct choice here. Option E. Next one. Can you also tell me by what percentage did India's GVA grow by in financial year 2025? By what percentage did India's GVA grow in financial year 2025? What do you think? The correct choice here will be option A, 6.4%. Okay, 6.4% is the correct choice. 6.4%. Option A. Next one. Also tell me which sector registered the highest GVA growth in financial year 2025. We are having so many sectors in the GVA. Can you tell me the sector that registered the highest GVA growth? Highest GVA growth. Services, option D. Service sector was the one which was having the highest growth here. What was the GVA growth rate for agriculture and allied services in financial year 2025? So in your RBI's annual report, there was a focus on the GVA numbers. What was the GVA growth for the agriculture and the allied services in financial year 2025? Let's see who is able to answer this one. Okay, so Aditi, Vineet and Sachin, option B, 4.6%. Very good, guys. Option C, 4.6% is the correct choice. Next one. What was the main reason for the sharp decline in the industry GVA during financial year 2025? We have seen that there was a sharp decline in the industry GVA during this particular financial year. What was the driving reason? What was the driving reason? It was driven due to manufacturing sector deceleration. Okay, manufacturing sector deceleration. Very good. So here are the real GVA growth numbers, right? We have discussed this particular table from the annual report of RBI in the annual report video as well. Not again rediscussing it. Why? Because it's not required as of now. This is a marathon session. We need to be quick. If you want to revise 250 questions, speed is what matters the most. Geopolitical tension and tariff uncertainties are increasingly shaping the global trade outlook. What is the projected contraction in the global merchandise trade in volume in 2025 under the adjusted scenario? 0.2%. Okay, 0.2%, option E. 0.2%. Next one. Companies and the investors globally are increasingly focusing on the non-financial factors, like ESG is one of the factor. Can you tell me what is the full form of ESG? A very easy one and a very important one. That's environmental, social, governance, right? Environmental, social and governance, ESG. Sustainability rankings are increasingly influencing the investors' confidence in global partnership. What was India's rank in the Climate Change Performance Index in 2025? Important. More of a GA related question rather than the financial awareness related question still. Option C, among top 10. Option C. Next one. What is the electronic vehicle adoption target under the e-drive scheme for 2030? Electronic vehicle adoption target under the e-drive scheme for 2030. Any idea about this one, guys? %. Perfect. 30%. Next one. Tell me the full form of BRSR, which is again closely related to ESG. BRSR. So many questions directly coming from this particular ESG BRSR related topic. Keep it in your strong zone. Phase 1 में नहीं आया तो it will help you in phase 2 examination. हो सकता है directly एक आपका descriptive question आ जाए BRSR ESG पे. The correct choice is business responsibility and sustainability reporting. Business responsibility and sustainability reporting. Okay, very very important for your examination. A very high probability question. Anything related to BRSR ESG is important for your RBI Grade B examination, for your SEBI examination as well. Right? Can you tell me who is the regulator of BRSR? Who is governing the BRSR framework in India? Anyone? BRSR. अरे जल्दी करो यार, इतना टाइम नहीं ले सकते, कितना सब कुछ कवर करना है, राइट? टेल मी क्विकली हु इज द रेगुलेटर ऑफ BRSR. दिस इज 440 पेजेस का PPT and we have done just 100 pages as of now. RBI or SEBI? SEBI. ओके, सेबी, ये भी एग्जाम में आ सकता है। SEBI. Consider the following statement. Reserve Bank of India mandates all the listed companies in India to submit a BRSR. No. False. It's not RBI, it's SEBI. ठीक है, BRSR के बारे में सब पढ़ लिया, यही पता नहीं है उसको रेगुलेट कौन कर रहा है, तो फिर कैसे मजा आएगा, कैसे आएगा, राइट? एग्जाम में डायरेक्टली दे कैन आस्क यू regulator of BRSR, who is mandating all the listed companies to submit a BRSR report, that's SEBI. Okay. In India, companies submitting BRSR must make a disclosure in that report that are largely non-financial in nature. So only second statement is correct here. First one is incorrect. Why? Because RBI is not concerning with the BRSR. It's the SEBI, the Capital Market Regulator of India, mandating about the BRSR requirements. The G20 presidency rotates among the member countries. Which country took over the G20 presidency from India recently? Option A, Brazil, option A. Next one. By what percentage did the merchandise exports grow in financial year 2025? Financial year closure का data. Option A, 0.1%. Next one. With which country India has signed a MOU for the local currency settlement to promote the INR internationalization recently? So it was Maldives and Mauritius. Okay, it was Maldives and Mauritius. उसके बाद बहुत सारी दूसरी कंट्रीज से भी टाइप हो गए थे, तो ये वाला क्वेश्चन थोड़ा इरेलेवेंट हो जाएगा अब, क्योंकि और भी कंट्रीज है जिनसे टाइप हुए थे. नेक्स्ट वन. What was the India's merchandise trade deficit in financial year 2025? India's merchandise trade deficit in financial year 2025. It was $282.8 billion. $282.8 billion. Okay, $282.8 billion. Next one. Which of the following accounted for 43.3% of India's total trade deficit in financial year 2025? 43.3% of the total trade deficit in financial year 2025. The major driving reason of the India's total trade deficit, basically, it was oil. It was oil, obviously, right? अरे बाकी चीजें फर्टिलाइजर और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक गुड्स और मशीनरी हम ऑयल से ज्यादा थोड़ी इंपोर्ट करेंगे, है ना? ऑयल इसका करेक्ट चॉइस है. नेक्स्ट वन. RBI highlighted a long-term sustainability risk. According to the report, the global public debt to GDP ratio is projected at to approach what percentage, what level by 2030? I'm talking about debt to GDP ratio, which is projected by 2030. The correct choice is 100%. 100%. Next one. How much did the second asset monetization plan in 2025 to 2030 expected to mobilize? Asset monetization. $10 lakh crore. 10 lakh crore. Next one. A very simple one, a very important one. Which multilateral initiative did RBI to join to enable the instant cross-border retail payments across the different countries in India? A very simple one. और important भी हो सकता है आपके लिए. Yes, Project Nexus. Project Nexus. Perfect. Project Nexus. So this is a general para-based question related to inflation. Let's see. What was the average headline inflation in India during financial year 2025? So this is the complete financial year 2025 ka data. What you guys need to remember is the financial year 2025 ka data plus the recent MPC meeting. That's it. Recent MPC meeting and the general trend of financial year 2025. 4.6%. Perfect. Option B. 4.6% is the correct choice. Okay. Next one. Which component of inflation was deflationary in India during the financial year 2025? Which component was deflationary? Again, a very simple one. Fuel inflation. Fuel inflation. ठीक है, sometimes it was food as well, but broadly in 2025 आपका fuel inflation जो है वो deflationary consistently रहा था. कभी कभी बीच बीच में food भी रहा था. What was the primary reason for this particular trend? What kind of trend? Energy prices significantly impact the inflation, specifically in the developing economies. Fuel price trends play a role in the deflationary or inflationary condition. Fuel price inflation was deflationary at 2.5% in the financial year 2025. This was due to the reduction in the LPG and the kerosene prices due to softer global energy prices. Right? तो जो आपने food inflation के बारे में बताया था वो इस वाले फाइनेंशियल ईयर में ज़्यादा ट्रेंडी रहा था. पिछले फाइनेंशियल ईयर में आपका फ्यूल वाला जो था दैट वाज अ डिफ्लेशनरी फॉलिंग आइटम. नेक्स्ट वन, ये हम कर चुके हैं ऑलरेडी. राइट, द नेम ऑफ द प्लेटफॉर्म इज CIMS, सेंट्रलाइज्ड इंफॉर्मेशन मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम. दैट्स व्हाई आई एम स्किपिंग इट. नेक्स्ट वन, we all know that in the Q4 of financial year 2025, Reserve Bank of India has actively responded to the liquidity conditions in the banking system. So for that, RBI did an swap. You are right, RBI did a swap like USD by INR buy and sell swap during Q4 of 2025. Can you tell me what kind of liquidity RBI injected by doing the swap? Perfect, durable liquidity. Good to see that all of you have given the right choice. Durable liquidity. Next one. Liquidity conditions in Indian financial system are influenced by various factors including the fiscal operation, capital movement, public demand for cash. Which of the following were the major drivers of liquidity during 2025? I'm talking about the whole financial year as observed by the Reserve Bank of India. It was option B. Volatile cash flows, pickup in CIC, currency in circulation, and increase in the Government of India cash balances. Right? This is again from the annual report only. Next one. What was the growth in India's merchandise imports during financial year 2025? I'm talking about imports. Option D 6.2%. Option D 6.2%. Next one. Foreign direct investment reflects long-term investor confidence and strategic capital inflows. How much FDI inflow was recorded in India during financial year 2025? FDI inflow during 2025. It was option B, $0.4 billion. $0.4 billion. Next one. What was the net foreign portfolio investor inflow in financial year 2025? Too much data from the annual report of RBI, right? The net foreign portfolio investment inflows in financial year 2025 was $1.7 billion. $1.7 billion. Average inflation, average CPI inflation during 2025 as reported by RBI. Any idea about this one? ये तो straight है. This one is quite straight. 4.6%. Okay, option B 4.6%. Option B. Very good, Vineet. Option B. Next one. Which tool was primarily used by the Reserve Bank of India on a fine-tuning basis to absorb the excess liquidity during the financial year 2025? We want to absorb the excess liquidity. Which tool we can use for absorbing the excess liquidity? Obviously, we are going to use the VRRR, variable rate reverse repo, VRRR. VRRR, absorbing the excess liquidity. Next one, which specific instrument was reintroduced by Reserve Bank of India in half year 2 of financial year 2025 to better manage the short term liquidity condition? So they have introduced a 14 days VRRR auction, and do you guys remember that in the latest internal review report of Reserve Bank of India, we have switched from 14 days to now what? 14 days to what? Very good, 7 days, है ना? इसका आंसर 14 days है, but now as per the internal review report of RBI related to the liquidity adjustment facility, they have stated it's better to use the 7-day VRRR auction instead of 14-day, right? वो भी याद रखना, that is more important for your examination rather than this question. Next one, which of the following were identified as the key factors behind the liquidity tightening in 2025? You are struggling with liquidity in 2025. The driving reasons for the liquidity: GST outflow, increase in the currency in circulation, and slowdown in the government expenditure. Because of the GST also, there was a huge liquidity crunch. A very simple one. Let's suppose if I am a regulated entity, I want to submit an application to the Reserve Bank of India, I will be doing it via what platform? This can directly come in your phase 1 examination. A very simple one. Prava portal, right? Option B, Prava portal, a very straight question, a very simple question. We have done it multiple times. I can say hundreds of times we have done it. Next one. In 2025, the scope of e-rupee wholesale pilot was expanded to include which additional market participants? Important. Standalone primary dealer, SPD, right? Standalone primary dealer. Very good. Next one. What percentage of the adjusted net bank credit or CEOBSE was reported as scheduled commercial banks total priority sector lending as on March 2025? It was 43.1%, okay? 43.1%. So scheduled commercial bank has achieved 43.1% PSL, exceeding the mandate threshold. The mandate threshold is 40% only, but the actual data was 43.1% that they have achieved as per the RBI annual report, right? Next one. By what percentage did the scheduled commercial banks credit to the MSME sector grow in financial year 2025 as per the RBI annual report? Yeah, I got it. I can see that so many students are asking 40%. So मैं समझ गया था कि आप लोग लिमिट आंसर कर रहे हो. %14.8%, guys. Option A, 14.8% is the correct choice as per the RBI annual report. Next one. What was the value of RBI's financial inclusion index? Very simple, for March 2024. It was 64.2. In what factor contributed to the most? It was the usage. It was the usage factor that contributed to the most. Okay, guys. So we have completed half of the questions. If I talk about the RBI annual report, I'm not taking सारे के सारे questions at once. Okay, why? Because it will be too much data powered session. And please do remember, whatever questions you are unable to answer, just mark it down. Just mark the keyword of that question and revisit those questions, right? Let's discuss about the August 2025 MCQs on the RBI circular now. Let's start with a positive note again. Why? Because इतने बड़े session में I feel that there's some positivity should be there again and again. Otherwise, there are so many things that you guys need to study for your examination. Let's make it positive. Those who keep learning will keep rising in life. A very famous quote by Mr. Charlie Munger. Recently, सर की डेथ हुई थी, राइट? वॉरेन बफे सर के कंपनी के अंदर बहुत ही मेजर रोल प्ले किया था सर ने. Okay, if you guys remember, a legendary investor basically. So these are the circulars that we need to cover for the August 2025 month, and let's quickly start. I can say that some of the circulars are very, very crucial. The very first one, as per the direction related to the co-lending practices, how many regulated entities are allowed to participate together in the co-lending arrangement? A very, very simple question. Co-lending arrangement में कितने लोग participate कर सकते हैं? How many people can participate? How many entities can participate in the co-lending arrangement? A very simple one. Quite straight. Co means two. Two regulated entities can participate in it. Can you also tell me the date from which this co-lending direction is going to be effective? Date. Happy New Year, right? 1st January 2026. Perfect. 1st January 2026. According to these guidelines, CLAs are applicable to all except which of the following? Except which of the following? Except the small finance banks, local area banks, regional rural banks. CLA arrangement is not applicable on this particular category. Rest need to follow the co-lending arrangement, right? There is an agreement which is a pre-arranged agreement in this particular circular, which is called as ex-ante agreement, if you guys remember. Ex-ante agreement. So here I have given you a case study. You just need to find out who is the partner RE. So IDFC Bank in the SBI has entered into a co-lending arrangement. SBI Bank is responsible for sourcing the borrower, right? And IDFC again is contributing the agreed proportion. So obviously IDFC Bank will be the partner RE. SBI Bank is sourcing the borrower. So it's the source bank. IDFC Bank will be the partner RE. Tell me which of the following statements related to the borrower loan agreement under the co-lending arrangement is or are incorrect. You need to identify the incorrect statement from the following. Read the following statements and let me know quickly in the comment section. Which one is incorrect? The incorrect are none of the above. All these statements are correct, right? Perfect. All these statements are correct. Next one. According to the RBI guidelines, what treatment must be applied to unrealized profit from the CLAs in the NBFC accounting? So it's a detailed question. बहुत ही घुस के question पूछा गया है. What we need to do is deduct it from the CET1 or the net own funds until the maturity. So I don't think कि ये phase 1 में आना चाहिए. Rather it will be a perfect question for your phase 2. Still I am covering this one as well. Right? Nobody knows क्या आने वाला है phase 1 में, phase 2 में. As per the guidelines, the partner RE must take its share back to back and must irrevocably commit at the time of the agreement. At the time of the agreement, you need to irrevocably commit at the time of agreement. You cannot revoke from the agreement once you have entered it. Right? Next one. What mechanism is used to process all the transaction between the borrower and the regulated entities in the co-lending arrangement? What mechanism is used? It's quite straight. It's an escrow account, right? It's done via an escrow account. Whatever transactions you are processing, it needs to be routed through an escrow account. Next one. Within how many days, within how many calendar days after disbursement must the loan be transferred to the partner RE? Can be important. Can be important. Within 15 calendar days. Okay, within 15 calendar days. तो अब देखो 15 वाली लिमिट को याद रखने का एक मेमोरी टेक्निक. द 15 लिमिट इज कॉमन इधर भी और डिसीज कस्टमर वाले के अंदर भी. आपको 15 डेज के अंदर लॉकर को आपको कस्टडी देना पड़ता है. विद इन 15 डेज यू नीड टू डिस्चार्ज योर लाइबिलिटीज रिगार्डिंग एनी काइंड ऑफ आउटस्टैंडिंग डिपॉजिट इन केस ऑफ अ डिसीज कस्टमर. सो इस तरह से लिंक करके पढ़ना है. इस तरह से लिंक करके पढ़ोगे तो यू विल बी एबल टू कैरी मोर एंड मोर थिंग्स इन दी एग्जामिनेशन हॉल. नहीं तो क्या होगा, घर पे ही रह जाएगी आधी चीजें. ब्रेन में तो जा रही है पर वहां तक कैरी नहीं कर पाओगे. So that's why I always try to connect. Next one. What is this combined interest rate called, which is there in the CLA arrangement? It is called as blended interest rate, right? Blended interest rate. Maximum DLG बता दो यार, बहुत ही सिंपल है. Maximum DLG guys, maximum DLG, बहुत ही simple question. That's 5%, right? Maximum DLG is 5%. Perfect. 5%. Which of the following statement is correct regarding the minimum retention share in the case of co-lending arrangement? Here are some of the statements in front of you. You just need to tell me the correct statement. The correct statement. Even if you are aware of the fact that what is the minimum share retention in both the case, you will be able to directly answer this particular question rather than reading all the options. Yes, option C, you need to have a bare minimum of 10%, right? Let's suppose I am a partner RE, I can exit in from that contract, but I need to still have a minimum 10% holding. Otherwise, if I don't have a skin in the game, I won't be interested in the co-lending arrangement, right? That defeats the whole purpose. That's why there is a bare minimum requirement of 10%. Can directly come in your examination, phase 1 as well as phase 2. Next one. What should have been the correct compliance approach if the two regulated entities entered into CLA? The originating RE disbursing the entire amount upfront. However, the partner RE took the share in its book in 21 days. Obviously, this is not correct treatment. Why? Because you need to book the share, that too within 15 days, right? You need to book the share within 15 days. We have already covered this one. Next one. Which of the following best explains the correct approach as per the CLA guidelines? As per the CLA guidelines. Here are some of the statements. Just have a quick look at the statements and let me know the correct choice. Yes, C. If one entity has classified the loan as a NPA or a SMA, another entity also needs to do the same only. Obviously, you cannot apply different classification norms on the same category of loan in a co-lending arrangement. ये हमको पता ही है 10% is the minimum retention ratio, right? Next one. Retail direct scheme related question. In 2025, a new feature was introduced in the retail direct portal, especially in the treasury bill. Any idea about this one? What is this feature? A very straight one. It was a facility which was related to auto bidding facility, right? Yes, auto bidding facility in the retail direct platform, specifically in the T-bills, treasury bills. SRVA stands for Special Rupee Wash-Through Account, right? We call it Special Rupee Wash-Through Account. Can you also tell me the structure of the Special Rupee Wash-Through Account? What is the concept behind this Special Rupee Wash-Through Account, guys? A domestic bank holding rupee deposits on behalf of a foreign bank to facilitate the trade is the Special Rupee Wash-Through Account, right? Next one. The monetary policy stance. Okay, so I am ignoring the monetary policy related question. Why? Because October के अंदर जो monetary policy आई है वही आपको पढ़नी है, ठीक है? वही आपको पढ़नी है. So for August month I am ignoring the monetary policy वाले question. जो latest monetary policy है वो आपको पढ़नी है. Next one. Now, a CTS related question was there in your examination directly. To improve the check clearing efficiency in the IFSCA, okay? High chances कि RBI phase 1 के अंदर भी आएगा. RBI is moving towards real-time settlement, right? And this was the question earlier, which we used to follow a batch processing system, and we transitioned to the real-time settlement system, right? Finance current affairs में ditto same question किया था हमने. I hope आप IFSCA में answer कर पाए होंगे. For those who are giving the IFSCA examination. Implementation timeline was 1st of October 2025, so recently implement हो चुका है. I will advise you guys कि आपको second phase की timeline ज़्यादा अच्छे से पता होनी चाहिए rather than first phase की now, because first phase तो already implement हो चुका है, right? Who is the drawee bank in the check truncation in the check transaction system in the context of the CTS? Who will be the drawee bank? भाई सीधी सी बात है, the bank on which the check is drawn. जिस बैंक के चेक पे आप ड्रॉ करते हो, लेट्स सपोज दिस चेक इज ऑफ SBI बैंक, देन SBI बैंक विल बी द ड्रॉई बैंक. सिंपल, राइट? Yes, 3rd of January अतिथि है ना, 3rd of January is the second phase का timeline. Under the continuous clearing system being implemented by Reserve Bank of India, the presentation session, I'm talking about the presentation session for the bank, which is clearly defined. What is the timing? Presentation session. Presentation session 10 to 4. 10 to 4 is the correct choice, right? 10 to 4. In what about the confirmation session? Timing for the drawee bank confirming as per the new guidelines. It will be from 10 to 7. It will be from 10 to 7. Okay. Option C, 10 to 7. Perfect. 10 to 7. If a drawee bank does not respond within the prescribed time, what will be the status of the check? No matter if we don't get a response, no response is also a response. We will deem to be approved. The check will be deemed to be approved, right? The check will be deemed to be approved. Option D is the correct choice. No response is also a response. Next one. What is the maximum permissible delay for customer credit after the settlement? The check clearing system mandates prompt credit to the customer accounts after the settlement. Once there is a settlement between the presenting bank and the drawee bank, what is the maximum permissible delay? It is 1 hour. It is 1 hour. Option C. 1 hour is the correct choice. Okay. Next one. In the phase 2 of the check truncation system, each check carries a item expiry time. What is the prescribed expiry time in this particular phase 2? अच्छा, इसके phase 1 phase 2 अच्छे से याद कर लेना, है ना? क्वेश्चन आ गया तो आपको phase 1 से phase 2 RBI का ये वाले phases ही ले जाने वाले, ठीक है? The correct choice here will be T+3 clearing hours. T+3 clearing hours. Next one. So this is from the check truncation system, a very important गाइडलाइन फ्रॉम द बैच प्रोसेसिंग सिस्टम कंटिन्यूस प्रोसेसिंग पे आए और यही आपका IFSC के अंदर क्वेश्चन आया था, ठीक है? एंड आई हैव गिवन द समरी पॉइंटर्स एज वेल. जस्ट डाउनलोड दिस PDF एंड हैव अ क्विक रीडिंग अबाउट द समरी पॉइंटर्स एज वेल फॉर बेस्ट अंडरस्टैंडिंग. नेक्स्ट वन. बैंक extend different types of facilities to the customer. Which of the following would not be classified as the NFB, non-fund based facility? नॉन फंड बेस्ड फैसिलिटी देख के समझ में आ रहा है कौन सी नॉन फंड बेस्ड फैसिलिटी कैन बी इंपॉर्टेंट. नॉन फंड बेस्ड फैसिलिटी, वर्किंग कैपिटल टर्म लोन इज अ फंड बेस्ड फैसिलिटी. इट इज नॉट एट ऑल अ नॉन फंड बेस्ड फैसिलिटी, राइट? सो ऑप्शन डी इज द करेक्ट चॉइस हियर. नेक्स्ट वन. अकॉर्डिंग टू द NFB डायरेक्शंस, according to these directions, which of the following is excluded from the applicability? Excluded from the applicability. None of the above, all are included in the applicability. Next, what is the effective date of this particular direction? So this direction is starting from 1st of April 2026. So happy new financial year, right, is the keyword here. Happy new financial year. Option C, 1st of April 2026. Next one. What is the maximum total guarantee limit allowed for UCBs, RRBs, LABs, STCBs and CCBs? Important. Can be important. Can be important. %5 of the total assets, right? 5% of the total assets. Perfect. Next one. To enhance the credit rating and promote the bond market participation, RBI permits banks to extend partial credit enhancements as well for a single regulated entity. What is the maximum PCE limit on a bond issue size? Important. Direct question can come. %50 of the bond issue size, right? 50% of the bond issue size. For those who are not aware about what partial credit enhancement is, let me just quickly tell you. Let's suppose I'm launching my bond, and if a bank is giving me a backing that if you are not able to repay your bond money to the bondholders, maybe interest, maybe principal, bank is giving a guarantee that I will take care of that obligation. So maximum PCE can be up to 50%, right? It enhances the credibility of my bond. Combined PCE limit. We have discussed about the individual. For a single regulated entity PCE limit. Can you guys tell me the combined PCE limit as well? Both the questions important. And there is a twist in the story. Both the question is having the answer of 50% only, so it doesn't matter it's a single entity or a combined entity, the answer will be 50%, right? 50%. Next one. Which of the following statement is correct as per the RBI guidelines on issuance and conversion of the NFB facility? First one. Regulated entities are permitted to issue NFB facility to the entities assuring repayment of public deposit if fully collateralized. Option B. Once a NFB facility devolves, it continues to be treated as a NFB prudential norms until repaid. NFB facility are freely issued to back repayments of bonds issued by the corporates without the RBI approval. Option D. RBI strictly prohibits RE from issuing the NFB facility that assures repayment of funds raised through deposits, bonds, etc. unless specifically allowed by RBI. Contradictory options. Option E. NFB facilities are not subject to any prudential treatment even after they devolve. The correct choice will be option D. Option D is the correct statement. For issuing the NFB facility that assures repayment of funds raised through deposits, bonds, we need a specific permission of Reserve Bank of India. Option D. Which of the following scenario would not qualify as an exception to the requirement of having a fund-based facility for the issuance of a non-fund-based facility? Now, the crux of the circular is you can give only non-fund-based facility to those clients only that are having a fund-based facility with your entity. But there are some exceptions. Which of the following is not an exception? There's a list of exception. Very complex question, I can say. In the examination, I will say only 5 to 10% of the students will be able to answer this one. A complex question, बहुत ही डिटेल में ज़्यादा जाके पूछ लिया है, ठीक है? कर लो तो बहुत बढ़िया है, नहीं कर पाओ तो कोई बात नहीं, फेज 2 के हिसाब से कर लेना, राइट? आई फील दैट फेज 2 रिलेवेंट क्वेश्चन है वाला थोड़ा. ऑप्शन डी. Issuing a performance guarantee to a borrower with no fund-based relationship with any RE and no security. कॉम्प्लेक्स है, जिसने बहुत डिटेल में जाके सर्कुलर को पढ़ा है वही आंसर कर पाएगा. According to the RBI guidelines, which of the following non-deposit taking NBFC is eligible to receive partial credit enhancement from a scheduled bank or an AIFI? Very, very important for your examination for phase 1 as well. Important. Option D. An NBFC with asset size of 1000 crore registered with Reserve Bank of India, including the HFCs. Option D. Perfect. Next one. What is the maximum allowed outstanding unsecured guarantee for these institutions? I'm talking about UCBs, RRBs, LABs and STCBs and CCB as a percentage of the total assets. Maximum allowed outstanding guarantees. I think this one is repeated. We have already done it, 1.25%, right? You guys have also stated it correctly earlier. 1.25% is the correct choice. अच्छा, रेगुलेटरी सैंडबॉक्स का जो अपडेट आया था अगस्त का 2025 का, प्लीज डू रिमेंबर इट वाज ऑन थीम न्यूट्रल. द एंटिटी जिसका प्रोडक्ट आरबीआई को वायबल लगा था, दैट वाज इंडियन बैंक्स डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कंपनी प्राइवेट लिमिटेड. इट वाज वर्किंग ऑन अ ब्लॉकचेन बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट, राइट. शायद 1.25 वाला भी हुआ था, आई रफली रिमेंबर, इसलिए मुझे लगा कि रिपीट हो गया है. अच्छा, उसके बाद व्हाट एल्स यू नीड टू रिमेंबर, आरबीआई बुलेटिन, ठीक है. केवाईसी डायरेक्शन ऑल्सो वी हैव कवर्ड. बीएसआर 1 का आपको पता होना चाहिए. इट इज बेसिक स्टेटिस्टिकल रिटर्न विच इज ऑन क्रेडिट, राइट, विच इज ऑन क्रेडिट. So the major things you need to please remember from the BSR 1 report as well, which is related to credit, and BSR 2 जो आपकी report थी, which is related to deposits, right, which is related to deposits, and which bank is outperforming what, public sector bank, private sector bank, ये दोनों चीजें भी आपको याद रखनी है. So later on आप इस PDF से पढ़ सकते हो. Let's start the July 2025 part. And here is a very famous quote from Mr. Elon Musk: when something is important enough, you do it, even if the odds are not in your favor. You guys can also think like, sir, there are so many questions related to RBI, there is PIB, there is general awareness, there is what not in RBI Grade B syllabus. But if it is important to you, then this is the last week. Maximize your efforts as much as you can is what I can say, right? You try to utilize every minute of your day. RBI सर्कुलर MCQs रिलेटेड टू जुलाई 2025. सो अभी तक हमने क्या क्या किया है, सितंबर 2025, अगस्त 2025 RBI सर्कुलर के MCQs हमने सारे कंप्लीट कर लिए. आधी रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया की एनुअल रिपोर्ट भी वी हैव डन, राइट. एनुअल रिपोर्ट रिलेटेड क्वेश्चंस एज वेल वी हैव डन, बट हाफ ओनली. नाउ जुलाई 2025 के RBI सर्कुलर MCQs के बारे में डिस्कशन करते हैं. A recent RBI directive focuses on the individuals and micro and small enterprises from certain practices in the lending ecosystem. Based on this particular framework, identify the primary concern of these directions. Primary concerns of these direction. Any idea about this one, guys? This was related to prepayments. Protection against the unfair prepayment. If I am prepaying my loan, some direction should be there to protect my interest as well, right? So from which date these provisions are going to come into effect? January 2026, okay, 1st January 2026. As per these rules, the coverage of these directions extend to which of the category of loan? I'm talking about the prepayment charges direction, RBI guidelines on the prepayment charges. It is on the floating rate loans only, right? It is on the floating rate loans only. Certain borrower categories enjoys complete freedom from the prepayment charges irrespective of the involvement of co-obligants. This provision applies to non-business purpose. For which type of borrower this rule is specifically applicable? For micro and small enterprise only, for large corporates with floating rates loan, for individual borrowers, for JVs and NBFC participants, partnership operating in tier 3 location. The correct choice is individual borrowers, right? जिसने थोड़ा बहुत भी पढ़ा है उसको पता चलता होगा ये. For certain regulated entities like SFBs, RRBs can be important. Tier 3 UCBs, CCBs, NBFCs, middle layer. There is a exemption. There is a conditional exemption from the prepayment charges up to a particular limit. Can you guys tell me the limit? Yes, the limit is 50 lakh rupees, right? Very good. 50 lakh rupees. RBI's prepayment rules ensure that the borrower benefit from flexibility without unnecessary restrictions. The applicability holds true in multiple scenarios, including when the repayment is partial or full from any kind of source, and without a lock-in period. Which of the following statements correctly reflects the applicability? Read this particular question. I'm just coming in few seconds only, okay? I'm coming in few seconds only. Just try to answer this particular question. Okay guys, so the correct answer here is all are correct only, right? Everything is mentioned in the circular itself related to this particular question. All the statements are correct only. Next one. In the context of the cash credit and overdraft facility, the Reserve Bank of India stipulates that charges on closure before the due date should be calculated on a specific measure only, ensuring the fairness to the borrower. What is this basis of charging is all about? Up to the sanction limit. It should be up to the sanction limit only. That's the correct answer. Up to the sanction limit only. Next one. If a regulated entity itself initiates a prepayment, perhaps due to restructuring or recovery consideration, what does the RBI specify regarding the imposition of the prepayment charges in such kind of cases? There won't be any kind of charges. Why? Because the regulated entity itself is initiating a request of prepayment, right? That's why there won't be any kind of charges from the borrower. This is regarding the novation in the OTC derivative, which is a draft direction, right? Which is a draft direction. So as of now, I'm not taking this one. Why? Because it is a draft direction first of all, right? I have taken it multiple times, plus ideally it should not be a part of marathon, but still I am keeping this in the PDF so that you guys can quickly revise this one as well, right? So I'm skipping the OTC novation derivative contract. Okay. RBI's Financial Inclusion Index for March 2025 reflected improvement in different dimensions. There are 3 dimensions, right? Access, usage, quality. Which parameter was primarily responsible for the improvement in this particular time for March 2025? For March 2025. Improvement is there in which areas? It was there in the quality and usage, right? In quality and usage dimensions. You need to identify which statement here is true. Yes, I have added some of the numericals from the RBI bulletins as well. Though Mannat ma'am is doing a separate session on the RBI bulletin on YouTube. You must have seen that as well, right? So it will go hand in hand only. I have added some of the questions only from the bulletin part and not exclusive, right? So you need to identify the correct statement from the following. The first one is Financial Inclusion Index is compiled and released by Ministry of Finance every quarter, sorry. The FI index measures the financial inclusion based on access, usage, quality. That looks fine. The index of March is 67, indicating progress in the literacy and the usage. Quality parameters in the index refers to the grievance redressal, financial literacy and customer protection. The correct choice here will be only second, third and fourth. Second, third and fourth. First one is not correct, right? First one is obviously not correct. Next, arrange these three parameters in the descending order of their weights in the index composition. The correct choice will be D. Highest weight is of usage, then access, and then last is quality. Right? Usage, access, and quality, UAQ. Next one. Can you tell me the name of a new credit rating agency that RBI has recently permitted in addition to the existing ones for risk weighting at IFSC centers under the Basel III capital regulations? Yes, that's correct. CareEdge Global IFSC Limited, option D. Option D. CareEdge Global IFSC Limited is the name of the entity. Right? Is the name of the entity. Next one can be important. What is the minimum permissible investment in the AIF by an investor? So we all know that it is 1 crore. It is 1 crore. If you want to invest in a AIF, the limit is 1 crore. As per the AIF guidelines, which RBI recently released, which of the following best defines the definition of the debtor company? Which of the following best defines the definition of the debtor company here? That is a company to which the regulated entity has given a loan or investment exposure, that too within the last 12 months. Please do remember this thing. Only in the last 12 months, if you have given a loan or investment exposure in this particular company, then it will be treated as a debtor company, right? Option B. Perfect. From which date the AIF investment related rules that RBI recently published are going to come into effect? From 1st January 2026. Happy New Year is the code, right? Tell me this one. What is the collective limit as a percentage of the AIF corpus? Important. Anything related to AIF, PMS, SIF, ESG, BRSR, छोड़ना ही मत. इन टॉपिक से रिलेटेड है तो डायरेक्टली एग्जाम में आ सकता है. %20%. Okay, 20% is the correct choice. Next one. Let's suppose some units are considered as a high risk due to the prepayment priority structure. When a regulated entity invests in such kind of units, I'm talking about the subordinated units of that AIF, the entire investment must be deducted from a particular capital. What kind of capital? Both tier 1 and tier 2 capital. Tier 1 and tier 2 capital. We have discussed this in the circular as well earlier. Acha, tell me this one. Can be important for your examination. If a regulated entity invests more than 5% in an AIF, and that AIF is also investing in a debtor company of the regulated entity, what percentage of provisioning is required in this particular case? What will be the percentage of provisioning that you need to make? That will be 100%, right? That will be 100%. Perfect. Next one. The DPI, Digital Payment Index. Which period is the base year for the DPI? Which year is the base year for the DPI? That's March 2018. March 2018, right? Please do remember this one, March 2018. Can you also tell me the index value which was recorded in March 2025 DPI? March 2025 DPI value, it was 493.22. 493.22. Perfect. 493.22. Which parameter is holding the highest weight in the index of DPI, Digital Payment Index? highest weight. Come on guys, highest weight. It is payment performance. At the end of the day, it's just the performance of the payment that matters, having the highest weightage. Okay. Next one. I'm here talking about merchant acceptance touchpoints, POS terminals, bank agents, and other transaction points. What category I'm talking about? In the different parameters, what kind of category I'm talking about? POS terminals, bank agents, acceptance touch points. I'm talking about the supply side. अरे POS terminals ही नहीं होंगे, supply ही नहीं है तो demand कैसे होगी? बैंक के agents ही नहीं होते हैं. How they will be able to create that kind of supply? Next one. Here I'm talking about the number of debit cards and credit cards, wallets, UPI users, digital literacy levels. What kind of parameter I'm talking about? I'm talking about the demand side here, right? I'm talking about the demand side here. What is the demand of debit cards and credit cards? Higher the demand, higher will be the number of debit card and credit card. Higher will be the number of wallets. Higher will be the number of UPI users, right? Next one. Now this is from a speech of a Deputy Governor of Reserve Bank of India. I don't know whether it's important or not. I feel like including this as well in the marathon session, plus I have covered this in the circular session as well. You guys at least need to have a basic understanding of what MRV is all about. This is in relation with the climate finance for the net zero goal. This is topic related to climate finance. So that's why I'm quite concerned about this topic. Can be important. It is monitoring, reporting and verification. Monitoring, reporting and verification. Option B. Now tell me this one. Green finance discussion identified two broad enablers for mobilizing the funds. One category consists of mechanisms that are internal to the financial system. What kind of systems are internal to the What kind of enablers are internal to the financial system? Perfect. Option A. There is an endo in this particular enabler. Endo, internal. Please do remember this one as well. Now this is from the speech of RBI Governor. I don't know whether it's going to be important or not. But अगर मुझे चांस मिलता पेपर में क्वेश्चन डालने का तो मैं डेफिनेटली ये वाला क्वेश्चन डालता. Right, because it's related to climate finance. RBI Deputy Governor की speech में है, RBI की website पे है. Somewhere or the other it's related to your course only. What about the external factors? External support mechanism. Enablers related to external support mechanism like risk capital, like concessional fundings, like institutional harmonization. Any idea about this one, guys? Now these two questions are quite rare. अगर ये एग्जाम में आते हैं तो they will give you a direct competitive advantage. There is a exo in it, external. So इस तरह से आप याद कर सकते हो. It's not like that you need to memorize only. We can clearly see that they are relatable with internal as well as external, right? Option B here is the correct choice. So this is from the Green Finance for Net Zero Goals, a speech which was there in July 2025 month, delivered by the Deputy Governor of Reserve Bank of India. Can be important. Let's start with the rest of the questions related to your RBI annual report. The mind is everything, what you think you become. So try to feed positive thoughts only in this last week. Why? Because managing your studies is not the only matter. Managing pressure is also one of the things that you need to take care of just before the examination. ज़्यादा पढ़ने वाला नहीं, ज़्यादा प्रेशर को मैनेज करने वाला ज़्यादा बेटर से एग्जाम दे सकता है, क्योंकि पढ़ाई लगभग सबने वही की है, राइट? दिस सेशन इज ओपन टू ऑल. इट्स नॉट लाइक दैट कि मैंने आप में से कुछ 4-5 लोगों को ही ये सेशन दिया है, बाकी को नहीं दिया. इट्स ओपन टू ऑल, राइट? सो प्रेशर मैनेज करना सीखो लास्ट के वीक में. ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा MCQ प्रैक्टिस करो, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा समरी नोट्स प्रैक्टिस करो, रादर गोइंग इनटू टू मच डिटेल ऑफ ईच एंड एवरीथिंग. लेट्स कंक्लूड. MCQs related to RBI annual report part 2. Part 1 थोड़ी देर पहले we have concluded. This is the part 2. Rest of the MCQs will be covering. In the recent years, the UPI Unified Payment Interface has emerged as a dominant mode of digital transaction. Can you guys tell me what percentage of the total digital payment volume did the UPI account for in financial year 2025? I'm talking about the UPI volume. UPI volume. That's 83.4%. Very good, guys. 83.4% is the correct choice. Next one. What was the theme of RBI's Financial Literacy Week for the year 2025? Important. ये तो सबको पता होगा. A very straight question. Option B. Women's prosperity. Right? Option B. Next one. Which platform was open to SEBI registered non-bank stockbrokers during financial year 2025? Platform that was open to SEBI registered non-bank stockbrokers. Important. It was NDSOM platform, right? Can you guys tell me the full form of NDSOM? Anyone? What is the full form of NDSOM, guys? NDSOM. Asa, let me just tell you the OM. Order matching is the full form of OM. What about NDS? Any idea? It is negotiated dealing system order matching. Negotiated dealing system order matching, right? NDSOM. Please do remember this one. I expect कि एक क्वेश्चन आपके एग्जाम में से आना चाहिए NDSOM प्लेटफॉर्म से. ठीक है, ये वाला क्वेश्चन हम कर चुके हैं. इट इज ड्यूरेबल लिक्विडिटी. इफ आई टॉक अबाउट द USD बाय INR बाय सेल स्वैप दैट RBI एंटर्ड. प्रोजेक्ट नेक्सस, आई थिंक ये वाला भी हम कर चुके हैं. इट्स ऑल्सो रिपीटेड क्वेश्चन. फॉरेक्स रिजर्व ऑल्सो अ रिपीटेड क्वेश्चन. अपॉलॉजीज फॉर द सेम. नेक्स्ट वन. अच्छा, CPI रिलेटेड प्लेटफॉर्म, आई डोंट नो, 4 क्वेश्चन यहाँ पे रिपीटेड आ गए. सो CIMS वाला भी हमने कर लिया था. टेल मी दिस वन. विद द पायलट ऑफ द डिजिटल रूपी गेनिंग ट्रैक्शन, RBI extended it to the standalone primary dealers as well, right? We all know that. How many standalone primary dealers were added to the e-rupee wholesale pilot project as per the annual report of Reserve Bank of India? 4 is the correct choice, guys. 4 is the correct choice. 4 SPDs were added to increase the participation, right, in the financial year 2025. Next one. What happened to the sovereign yield curve during financial year 2025 as per the RBI annual report? Sovereign yield curve. Option B, steepened. Option B. What was the capital to risk weighted asset ratio for scheduled commercial bank in financial year 2025? Capital to risk weighted asset ratio. It was 16.8%, option E. 16.8%, okay, 16.8% as per the annual report of Reserve Bank of India. What type of review was launched by RBI in 2025 to assess the cyber security governance among the regulated entities? What type of review was launched by RBI in financial year 2025 to assess the cyber security governance among the regulated entities? Can be important. Thematic review. It was a thematic review. Perfect. Thematic review. Option B. What was the trend in the number of fraud versus the amount involved in 2025? The number declined but the amount increased, right? The number of fraud cases declined but the amount got increased. Option D. Next one. NBFCs continue to grow in systemic importance. What aspect of operations were large NBFCs specifically advised by the RBI to strengthen during financial year 2025 as per the annual report? What aspect of operations were large NBFCs specifically advised by the RBI to strengthen during 2025? It was ALM management, asset liability management. Okay, it was ALM, asset liability management. Next one. The digital lending ecosystem has seen exponential growth. Which category of the entities came under strict regulatory supervision of RBI in financial year 2025? It was digital lending apps, DLAs, right? And there was a guideline as well related to the DLA, if you guys remember. Digital lending apps, option D. Next one. The Reserve Bank of India follows a structured framework for monitoring and the health of the supervised entities based on the risk profiling. Which supervisory framework continued to guide RBI's risk-based supervision approach? Risk-based supervision approach. Any idea about this one, guys? That's SPARC. Supervisory Program for Assessment of Risk and Capital can be important for your examination. Next one. What are the revised limit for the per transaction and per wallet in the UPI Lite as per financial year 2025? That's 1000 to 5000. That's 1000 and 5000, right? Per transaction and per wallet. In 2025, Reserve Bank of India streamlined the recognition and governance rules for which of the types of entities to enhance the self-discipline within the sector? Important. That's self-regulatory organization, right? SRO, self-regulatory organizations, SRO. Next one. To streamline the India's gold monetization framework, the government announced significant structural changes in March 2025. One of the major reform involved discontinuing a particular component under the gold monetization scheme. We all know that a particular component under the gold monetization scheme was discontinued. Which deposit component were discontinued effective from March 2025? Important. The correct choice here will be option C, medium term and long term government deposits. Medium term and long term government deposit is the correct choice, option C. Right? Next one. To improve the retail participation in the government securities, the RBI has launched a mobile application offering seamless investment across the market. What is the name of the mobile application launched by RBI in May 2024 to promote the retail investment in the government security market? Yes, it was RBI Direct. राइट, इट वाज आरबीआई डायरेक्ट. अब इसके अंदर टी बिल्स के अंदर आरबीआई ने एसआईपी भी परमिट कर दी है, राइट. दे हैव परमिटेड द सिस्टमैटिक इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लान एज वेल इन द टी बिल, प्लस दे हैव इन्वॉल्व्ड अ न्यू फीचर which is auto bidding facility in T-bills. Auto bidding facility in T-bills. So ये इससे related finance current affairs है. Next one. What is the new limit for direct and indirect payment through UPI? So it was 5 lakh rupees. It was 5 lakh rupees. Then this is regarding the ways and means advances. What is the revised aggregate limit? तो ये वाली already हमने नई वाली limit पढ़ ली है. ठीक है. We have already done this particular limit. जो अपडेटेड लिमिट है. इंडियाज पेमेंट एंड सेटलमेंट सिस्टम विटनेस्ड अ ग्रोथ ऑफ व्हाट परसेंटेज इन ट्रांजैक्शन वॉल्यूम ड्यूरिंग 2025? It was 34.8%. Okay, it was 34.8%. To modernize the currency management ecosystem, Reserve Bank of India has undertaken a project integration technology, automation and process innovation as well to ensure more efficient distribution and storage of currency across the India. What is the name of the RBI project aimed to redesigning and modernizing the currency management? Very, very important. Yes, option B, Samudra, right? Option B, very good. Value of DPI, we have already discussed this one. Of September 2024, we are already having the new data, right? तो आप वो वाला डेटा पढ़ो, September 2024 का नहीं, March 2025 का, right? अच्छा, which of the following was the largest asset component on the RBI's balance sheet for financial year 2024-2025? FY 2025, which was the following was the largest component on the RBI's balance sheet for FY 2025? Largest component. The correct choice is investment in the IDs. Foreign investments basically, right? Foreign investments. Which of the following was the largest component on the Reserve Bank of India's balance sheet as on March 2025? It was note issued. It was note issued. Option A, it was note issued. What is the revised limit for UPI 123 pay in financial year 2025? Revised limit for UPI 123 pay in financial year 2025. 10,000, perfect, 10,000. Which countries are part of Project Nexus initiative as of now? This was also mentioned in the RBI annual report. We do have Singapore, we do have Malaysia, we do have Thailand and Philippines. Option B. Next one. What is the name of the RBI mobile application that offers access to over 11,000 micro financial data series? I am also using this application. Can be important. It's there on the face of the RBI website. If you open the RBI website, you'll be able to see it. It is RBI data application. RBI data application, option D. Perfect. Next one. RBI is modernizing its reporting framework to facilitate automation and the real-time monitoring. What is the RBI's data reporting upgrade method under this particular initiative? Directly from the report of RBI, annual report of RBI. SDMX based data collection. SDMX based data collection is the correct choice here, right? Option B. Perfect. Option B. RBI risk governance model aims to identify, monitor, mitigate the operational and strategic risk at an enterprise level. What is the foundation model of RBI's enterprise risk management framework? So basically it's nothing but a reporting framework to facilitate any kind of automation and real-time monitoring. So it's nothing but a data reporting upgrade method which is mentioned in the RBI annual report. So you just need to remember this SDMX database collection. It's nothing but a data reporting upgrade that RBI has adopted to facilitate automation and real-time monitoring. Okay, it's part of the annual report. You just need to remember the name, right? If I explain it in detail, it will be unfair for you guys only. Why? Because इतना time बचा नहीं है. There is scarcity of time, right? So better कि आप इसका नाम याद कर लो, ज़्यादा better रहेगा. It will be more exam oriented. Here the correct choice is option D, 3-line of defense model. 3-line of defense model directly from the RBI annual report. So these questions are being framed by giving a look at the attention to details, I can say, from the RBI annual report. So आप attention to details दोगे annual report में तो आपको ये वाले कुछ questions मिलेंगे. Next one. What interoperable facility was enabled through UPI starting from June 2025? Interoperable facility. It was cash deposit facility. Okay, it was cash deposit facility. So it was also there in the annual report. Next one. Which department forms the second line of defense in the 3-tier risk management framework of Reserve Bank of India? Second line of defense. It is the risk monitoring department. Okay, option C. Perfect, Anurag. Risk monitoring department. What happens when the available realized equity falls below the lower bound of its requirement as per the RBI's surplus distribution policy? RBI is having a surplus distribution policy. Certain conditions must be fulfilled for transferring the surplus to the government of India. Obviously, if I'm transferring the surplus to the government of India, first I need to check certain criteria. What happens when the available realized equity falls below the lower criteria? So Sudarshan, what you can do is, if you haven't covered it from the RBI annual report directly, just give it a quick reading. That's it, right? I won't advise you guys to study anything new as of now. Just give it a quick reading by downloading this particular PDF. That's it. Okay. No worries at all. Even if you haven't done it, no problem at all, right? So those things that you guys have not studied as of now, I will advise you guys to read just the quick highlights, or even if you are not able to read the quick highlights, just directly do the MCQs, right? No new content as of now. Don't take any new content as of now, not required. Hardly one question will come, right? And for that, I won't advise you guys to read 100 pages or 50 pages or so. Just directly do the MCQs. That's it. No surplus is transferred to the government of India if the available realized equity falls below the bare minimum criteria. Option A. Okay. Very good, Anurag. Next one. What is the name of the RBI's initiative aimed at propagating the risk awareness among the staff? Can be important. Though it's just a staff level program, it is Risk Awareness Week. Just like we do have Financial Literacy Week for the employees, RBI is conducting the Risk Awareness Week as well, mentioned in the RBI annual report. So we have done a detailed coverage of the RBI annual report, guys. Even if you are able to read the MCQs, it will be very fruitful for you in the examination. I'm talking about those 1 to 2% questions as well, those exceptional questions जो हमको पता नहीं चलते कि कहाँ से आए, उनमें से भी आपको काफ़ी कुछ इसमें से मिल सकता है. Next one. What was the overall surplus reported by RBI for financial year 2025? It was 2,68,590 crore. We all know that. The Risk Awareness Week initiative was started to embed a risk-conscious culture in the Reserve Bank. How frequently is the RWA now proposed to be held? RWA week. So it is proposed to be held at least annually, at par with the Financial Literacy Week as well. एटलीस्ट एनुअली होना चाहिए. नेक्स्ट वन, अंडर द RBI framework related to surplus distribution, any available realized equity in excess of the required realized equity. If my available funds are exceeding the required funds, what will happen? A return back from the contingency fund to income can also be there, right? If you haven't done this one, just ignore it. Just ignore it. Just read the MCQ and ignore it, right? Don't take too much pressure. Even if I am taking some new questions, I have already covered it in my MCQ session. I have covered it in the annual report section as well. I have given you a detailed understanding as well regarding these two concepts. But now the time of understanding those concepts in a very detailed manner जा चुका है. Just give it a quick reading. Try to cover as much as you can. Try to increase the area of your coverage. Don't just limit yourself to RBI circulars, to SEBI circulars, to just kind of RBI related news, but you are having so many things in your examination. Just try to increase the surface area. As of now, what percentage did the RBI income increase in financial year 2025? So the increase was close to 22.77%. Okay, 22.77% was the overall increase. Next one, what RBI initiatives jointly received the Digital Transformation Award? RBI recently got the Digital Transformation Award. Because of which initiative? Because of which initiative can be important. Very, very important for your examination for phase 1 specifically. For phase 1 specifically. That's Prava and Sarthi, right? Prava and Sarthi. Option C, very good. Next one. What was the provisioning coverage ratio of scheduled commercial bank for the financial year 2025 as per the RBI annual report? PCR. Yes. C. What led to the significant increase on the asset side of the balance sheet for the financial year 2025 of RBI? It was due to gold. It was due to gold. Option C, gold. Right, we have discussed this in the annual report section of the Reserve Bank of India as well. The Asset Development Fund is provisioning reserve for internal capital project and infrastructure investments. We have already discussed this one. What amount was provisioned by the Reserve Bank of India towards the Asset Development Fund in financial year 2025? Important. 0%. Option A, 0%. Okay. 0%. Perfect, Anurag. Next one. What was the percentage increase in the overall surplus of financial year 2025 as compared to the previous year? So 27.37% was the overall increase in the overall surplus of Reserve Bank of India as compared to the previous years. Which of the following is not recognized on the accrual basis in the RBI's revenue recognition policy? Now this is a very detailed question. I feel that ये phase 2 के अंदर आना चाहिए, right? मेरा ऐसा मानना है, and is instead accounted for only when there is a certainty of realization. So this is as per the revenue recognition policy of RBI. Why it should be part of your phase 1? Because you are having FM subject in your phase 2, right? FM subject is there. In that, finance के अंदर basics of accounting is also there. Penal interest charge from the banks is accounted for on the basis of revenue recognition policy. Though I personally feel that ये phase 2 में आना चाहिए. Okay. According to the Reserve Bank of India's accounting policy, which of the following best describe how fixed assets other than the land and building are treated when the when their cost is up to 1 lakh rupee, you can ignore it for the phase 1 purpose, right? Just ignore it for the phase 1 purpose because it's too much detailed and I personally feel it's related to accounting. It will be part of your phase 2 and not phase 1. In phase 2 definitely we'll be covering it, right? So that's why I'm specifically marking it here itself so that there is no confusion. इसको आप phase 1 के लिए ignore कर सकते हो, phase 2 के अंदर आ सकता है, right? So very famous quote guys of I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kick once, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times. That's what I always say in my lectures. Don't go for unlimited content, go for a limited content, but do multiple revision of it. Now instead of watching different lectures, what you can do is after watching this lecture related to RBI circular, just download the PDF and read it. Try to read it as many times as you can in your free time. That will help you fetch more marks rather than doing multiple sessions, right? MCQs on the financial stability report. Let's do some of the MCQs from the financial stability reports on also. I'll be just taking kind of 15 to 20 minutes more. We'll be covering some of the MCQs only from the financial stability report, and rest of the MCQs related to FSR and the different RBI circulars we'll be covering tomorrow in the session, right? So the very first question for today is RBI has projected the real GDP growth rate in financial year 2026 at what percent? So I personally feel as of is ये financial stability report का prediction है 6.5%, right? आपको सिर्फ monetary policy वाला पढ़ लोगे तो भी it will be fine, right? Monetary policy वाले याद रख लो तो भी it will be fine only. It's 6.5% only. According to the FSR by RBI, identify the correct statement. Here are 4 statements. You need to identify just the correct statement. Domestic inflation has been steadily declining with the headline CPI recording a 6-year low of 2.8% in May 2025. Second one, the outlook for food inflation remains bleak on account of rising prices and erratic monsoon. The risk of imported inflation largely remains high because of the recent escalation of the geopolitical tensions. Fourth one is the near term and the medium term outlook gives greater confidence of durable alignment of headline inflation with that of the target of 4%. The correct answer here will be first and fourth only. These 2 statements are correct. These 2 are incorrect. These 2 are incorrect, right? Option E is the correct choice here. Next one, according to the FSR by the RBI, you need to identify the correct statement. India's public debt level and primary deficit have remained relatively on the higher side as compared to the emerging market. India's government debt is predominantly dollar denominated. Third one, India's fiscal position and credibility has emerged significantly in the recent years. We'll be just doing some more MCQs for the next 15 to 20 minutes and then I'll conclude the session. Rest of the questions related to financial stability and the RBI circulars and other reports we'll be doing tomorrow. Right? So bas thoda sa aur. Here the correct choice is option C. Only first and the third statement is correct here. Second one is yes. India's current account deficit stood at what percentage in 2025? What was the CAD in 2025, guys? Current account deficit. It was 0.6%. Perfect. 0.6%. अब जून 2025 का डेटा आपको पढ़ने का अभी फिलहाल नीड नहीं है. आप क्या कर सकते हो, लेटेस्ट डेटा पढ़ सकते हो जो हम ऑलरेडी कर चुके हैं फ्रॉम दी RBI website. External debt stood at what percent of the GDP level at the end of March 2025? At the end of March 2025. External debt level. It was 19.1%. Perfect. 19.1%. Next one, identify the correct statement according to the RBI's June financial stability report. The net FDI flows in India increased due to low repatriation and low outward FDI. The foreign portfolio investment increased during the financial year 2025. None of the following. Option D, none of the following. None of the following. According to the IMF, the global public debt as a percentage of GDP is projected to reach above what percentage this year and what percentage by the end of the decade? Important. Not everything is important, right? From the financial stability report as well, we always need to select. It's always good to read on selective basis, at least in the last week. No point of creating so much of pressure because we do have other subjects as well. Option D, 95 and 100. Perfect. Option D, 95 and 100 can be important. Next one. Citing the escalation in the trade tensions and the elevated policy uncertainties, the IMF in its April 2025 World Economic Outlook has revised the global growth projection downwards to what percentage in 2025 and what percentage in 2026. This is the global growth projection. Option B here is the correct choice, 2.8% in 2025 and 3% in 2026. Option B. The World Bank in its June 2025 Global Economic Prospects projected a global GDP growth to decelerate from 3.3% in 2024 to what percentage in financial year 2025? Data of World Bank. It was 2.9%. It was 2.9%. Okay, 2.9% in 2025. Okay, so basically here we are having a para based question. Just let's read this particular para and then we'll try to do the questions. There are 4 questions here. In April 2025, market brought a focus into the new key market vulnerabilities. First was the valuation of the US stocks, which was nearly 55% of the global market, equity market. We can have a look at the size of the US market. It's enormous. Remain stretched by historical standards. The forward PE ratio, the ratio of the equity prices to the expected 12 months earning, is well above the historical median, and the equity risk premium, a measure of additional return investors required to buy stocks relative to the risk-free bonds, has declined at a decadal low level. What you guys need to answer is, what does the decline in the equity risk premium to decadal low level imply here? No doubt I know that there will be straight questions, right? You can directly get this question instead of getting that particular para for your phase 1 examination, because usually para based questions are part of your phase 2. So basically, equity risk premium is nothing but expected return on your equity. What expectation you have? Let's suppose I do have an expected return of 15%. What is my risk-free rate? Even if I invest in the bank FD, I'll be getting 6%. So can I say that my risk premium is just 9%? Expected return minus the risk-free rate. The passage states that the forward PE ratio is well above the historical median. What does this most likely indicate? So a high forward PE ratio suggests that the investors are paying more for each unit of the expected future earning. Why I'm not discussing this in a very detailed manner? I feel that these 2 questions have a higher chances of coming in your phase 2 examination rather than phase 1 examination. Why is the robust corporate earning growth necessary to justify the current stock valuation? Why we need to have a robust earning growth? Because we are having a strong valuations, because elevated equity valuations are sustainable only if the future earnings increase significantly, right? So this is just a para based question. I have directly framed this from the financial stability report. What is the likely impact on the emerging market economies if the countries like India, we are an emerging market economy, right? If US equities undergo a price correction and elevated volatility, if they undergo a price correction and volatility, then negative spillover will also be there on the emerging market economies, right? Negative spillover will also be there on the emerging market economies. What does the dollar smile theory suggest about the performance of the US dollar Again, it was a line which was a part of your financial stability report. So the dollar strengthens due to economic boom and crisis, but weakens due to moderate growth, right? So that's what the theory suggests. Dollar smile theory. Dollar will boom because of the economic boom and crisis, but it will weaken if there is a moderate growth. That's what this theory is all about. Okay. Which of the following instruments were used by Reserve Bank of India to inject durable liquidity during the first half of 2025? Any idea, guys? It was there in your financial stability report. So RBI has used open market operations, buy sell swaps and term variable repo rates as well, just to inject durable liquidity in the 2025. And obviously they have slashed the CRR as well by 100 basis point. So again, it will release 2.5 lakh crore liquidity between September to December 2025, right? It was also there. How have the RBI's liquidity and rate cut measures contributed to the monetary policy effectiveness? How have the RBI's liquidity and rate cut measures contributed to the monetary policy effectiveness? Obviously, the monetary policy transmission will be improved. The monetary policy transmission will be improved by easing the financial and credit conditions. What indicates the tightening of domestic financial condition during January to March 2025? There was a liquidity tightening during the January to March 2025. So it was because of the widening of the money and corporate bond market spread. Just give it a quick reading. Even if you are not able to understand it very well, no problem at all. I won't suggest you to watch the full financial stability report now. Just give it a quick reading, that's it. Okay, so the development of the robust repo market enhances the liquidity and efficiency in the corporate bond market. Accordingly, when was the AMC Repo Clearing Limited operationalized? So it was operationalized in July 2023, right? It was operationalized in July 2023, though it is not a very much relevant question for your phase 1 as of now. India's household debt has been what in the recent years? As on year ended December 2024, India's household debt was what percentage of the GDP? Any idea about this one? It was increasing in the recent years, and in December 2024 it was 41.9%. 41.9%, option A. Which of the following categories of loans form the highest share of the household debt in India as of March 2025? Option D, non-housing retail loans. Okay, non-housing retail loans. Glad you guys remember this. Non-housing retail loans. What was the gross NPA of the scheduled commercial banks as per March 2025 financial stability report data? It was 2.3%. Okay, 2.3%. So there are different criteria related to gross NPA, net NPA, ROA, PCR, LCR and so on. PCR हमने discuss किया, LCR was 132.6. Okay, liquidity coverage ratio was 132.6. According to the financial stability report by RBI, which of the following factors has contributed to the soundness of scheduled commercial banks in India? To the soundness of scheduled commercial banks in India, as per the financial stability report. High CET1 ratio, high CET1 capital, improved asset quality and robust profitability. Option B. Perfect. Option B. Acha, what do you mean by credit impulse? It's a macroeconomic term. Credit impulse. It's nothing but the change in the flow of new credit as a percentage of GDP. It was also there in your financial stability report. change in the flow of new credit as a percentage of the GDP. What risks to the bank performance are highlighted in the financial stability report due to changing credit conditions? That's option E. Negative credit impulse and potential slowdown in the credit demand, right? Potential slowdown in the credit demand. Option C is the correct choice. So here are the circulars that we need to discuss. And there is a twist in the story. When you actually go to the website, you can see so many other circulars as well, which are dated on 28th of November 2025. But let me quickly tell you that RBI has issued multiple consolidated master directions, right? So you can see on 28th November 2025, RBI has issued consolidated master directions. So most of the circulars that you can see on the RBI website on 28th of November are nothing but consolidated master circulars, right? Master directions. Now here we can see the comprehensive exercise that RBI has considered here, that they have done here, is involving consolidation of more than 9,000 existing circulars, guidelines administered by the Department of Regulation into 238. So almost 9,000 circulars को यहाँ 238 circulars के अंदर combine कर दिया है, right? And we can see these 238 circulars on the RBI website dated on 28th of November 2025. So no worries at all. We'll be covering the circulars related to the November month, और ये सारे आपके consolidated ही हैं, आप कहीं ना कहीं पिछले month में you have already studied these directions, right? So no worries at all as of now. Let's start with the first circular of November 2025 month, which is related to the master direction. Reserve Bank of India repurchase transaction, which we also call it as repo direction 2025. We also call it as repo transaction, repurchase transaction. Why we call it as repo? Because there is a repurchase element in it, right? So let's first try to quickly understand what repo is all about, right? So background and purpose. Earlier we used to have a direction of repo direction 2018, and now this has been replaced by repo direction 2025. What is the twist here is they have added municipal debt securities as the eligible collateral for repo and reverse repo via this notification. So this can be very, very important for you guys for your phase 2 examination. If you guys are giving your phase 2 examination in this December month, then please do remember this thing, that now municipal debt securities are also eligible to be collateral. They can also be eligible for being a collateral security for the repo and repurchase repo. तो आप municipal debt securities को भी क्या कर सकते हो, collateral रख सकते हो for these kind of transactions, right? That's the crux of this particular update. Now municipal bonds can also be used as collateral. So first let's try to understand what repo is all about, what repurchase repo is all about, and then we can understand the concept of collateral and what's the thing which is related to repurchase in this. So let's suppose RBI is giving a loan to a regulated entity, to a bank, and in return what bank is doing, they are giving securities. Why the bank is giving securities? As collateral. Now these securities are given as collateral. And at the same time, the bank is doing an agreement with Reserve Bank of India to buy these securities back again. That means of repurchasing these securities again from Reserve Bank of India. You can take securities as of now, give me the loan, but later on I will repurchase these securities from you, and that's why we call it as a repo transaction, as a repurchase transaction, because we are going to repurchase the securities back from the Reserve Bank of India, right? So these are secured loans basically, and the reverse of repo will be reverse repo arrangement, where the bank is giving the loans and advances here to RBI. In repo arrangement, the RBI is giving loans and advances to banks, right? So now what can this be collateral? What things can be included in this collateral? What are the instruments that I can give Reserve Bank of India as repo collateral? There is a list, and now municipal bonds are also included in this particular list. So please do remember this much. Okay, please do remember this much, can be important. Now, why repo market is important? Obviously, helps the financial institutions in managing the short-term liquidity needs. It's a major instrument of money market. Money market क्या होता है? एक साल से कम वाला market होता है, right? And this also ensures smooth financing for government and the corporate bond market. So these directions will be applicable to repo transactions that are carried on stock exchanges. So it doesn't matter whether you are carrying transaction on a stock exchange, on an electronic trading platform ETP, which is authorized by Reserve Bank of India. Iska bhi we have done a circular, or it can be over the counter market as well. Directly a bank is doing some repo arrangement with another entity over the counter without using any stock exchange, without using any electronic trading platform. That is also eligible, right? So three things are eligible. You can do the transaction via stock exchange, via ETP, or via OTC. All the things are fine. But this direction will not be applicable on RBI's liquidity adjustment facility and marginal standing facility. So this won't be applicable on the LAF and the MSF, right? These are the exclusions which are completely excluded from the scope of this direction. Now, if I talk about the definitions that are given in this particular circular, the very first definition is regarding the corporate bonds and debentures. Now, what do you mean by corporate bond and debenture? It can be loans, it can be bonds, it can be debentures. So basically these are non-convertible debt instrument. That means we will never convert them into equity, rather we will always pay them off, right, in cash via bank. We will definitely settle these bonds and debentures. We will never issue equity shares instead of real money. That means they are non-convertible. I won't convert them into equity. I'll definitely honor my cash obligation, right? So these are non-convertible debt instruments issued by the companies or statutory bodies, excluding government securities. So government securities are excluded from corporate bonds and debentures. Obviously गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी G6 का अलग क्लासिफिकेशन होता है. कॉर्पोरेट बॉन्ड्स एंड डिबेंचर्स के अंदर तो कॉर्पोरेट एंटिटीज के बॉन्ड्स और डिबेंचर्स आएंगे. सिक्योरिटाइज्ड इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स एंड सिक्योरिटी रिसीट्स. So security receipts is an financial instrument again that we use in the concept of securitization, right? So corporate bonds and debentures are only non-convertible debt instruments that are issued by companies, but they exclude G6, government securities, securitized instrument and security receipts. ये सारी चीजें यहाँ पे excluded है. Then if we talk about commercial paper, certificate of deposits, everything is money market instruments, right? All these instruments we study in the chapter money market. Commercial paper, let's suppose in commercial paper, I am running a corporate organization and I need short-term debt. I need some short-term, I need some money for short-term purpose. So what I can do is I can issue commercial papers, right? For financing my working capital needs. And they are unsecured in nature. They are completely unsecured in nature. The original maturity date anywhere around ranges from 7 days to 1 year. Then if we talk about certificate of deposit, तो ये generally financial institutions issue करते हैं. These are again short-term debt raised by the financial institutions by issuing the certificate of deposits, right? Then we have debt ETF. What is a ETF? Exchange traded fund. Just like mutual funds, we have ETF, but the only difference is they are actually being traded on an exchange. That means you can do the trading stuff as well in ETF, which is not possible in mutual funds, right? At least you need to hold mutual funds for 1 day in order to sell it the very next day. But ETF, they are as good as tradable securities, right? So these are debt-based ETF. That means if I am giving 1 lakh rupees to a debt ETF, it will invest my money in the debt securities. That's the meaning, right? Then we have delivery versus payment. That means simultaneously the securities will be exchanged and the funds will be settled, right? This is called as debt delivery versus payments. So इसका मतलब as good as एक हाथ दो एक हाथ लो, मतलब take the securities, give me the funds instantly. They both will be there simultaneously, right? So it completely avoids the settlement risk. What is settlement risk? I have given you the securities, but I am not able to receive the funds. Or maybe I have given you the funds, but you are not giving me the securities, right? सो सेटलमेंट नहीं हो पा रहा, यहाँ पे सेटलमेंट रिस्क नहीं होता, देयर इज नो सेटलमेंट रिस्क. हेयर कट, say for example my security is worth rupees 100, so I have given you a security which is worth 100. Now you are deducting 2% and you are only giving me 98 rupees. This 2% is nothing but it is acting as a safety cushion for the lender, right? This 2% is acting as a safety cushion for lender, or this is called as haircut, right? This 2% is called as haircut, so it's nothing but a risk reduction mechanism. So if you are giving 100 rupee to RBI, RBI is giving you just loan of 98 rupees. So it's a risk reduction methodology. The collateral value is discounted by the lender, right? So it won't be giving you exact amount of loan which the collateral is worth, right? So if the collateral is worth 100 rupee, definitely the loan amount you'll be getting will be lesser than 100 rupee only, तो 100 रुपए से कम ही होगा. Then listed corporate, obviously the share or debt instrument is listed on any recognized stock exchange. That's the meaning of a listed corporate, like Reliance Industries, Adani Enterprise. Municipal debt securities, which is now eligible for collateral in the repo arrangements. So municipal bonds issued by urban local bodies or municipal corporation. जो municipalities होती हैं वो जो bonds issue करते हैं उसको municipal debt securities बोलते हैं, right? Now they are eligible for collateral purpose. अच्छा, reverse repo, repo क्या होता है? We have already discussed. Securitized debt instrument, we have done a complete circular on this particular terminology. Securitized debt instrument, securities that are backed by a pool of underlying loans. There are so many loans. I have combined these loans and I have created a SDI, securitized debt instrument. So this security is depicting the interest of all the loans, right? Then we have the tri-party repo. Just like in repo, we are having two parties, the lender and the borrower. We have the lender and the borrower, and they need to manage the collateral. Here in tri-party repo arrangement, we have a third party, right, which is called as the tri-party, the third party, and the party is managing the collateral, settlement and custody, etc. So whatever collateral the borrower is giving to the lender, this collateral will be with the clearing agent with the tri-party, right? So collateral management यहाँ पे कौन करने वाला होगा? थर्ड पार्टी करने वाली है, ना कि lender और borrower करने वाले, right? Now what are the securities that are actually eligible for repo? If you want to enter into a repurchase agreement, what are the securities that are actually eligible? So these are the eligible security. This is the list of all the eligible securities: government securities, listed corporate bonds and debentures, commercial papers, security of deposits, unit of the debt ETF, municipal debt securities, which is the newest edition, can be important for your examination, or any other security notified by the central government. So this is the list. Eligible participants who can participate in a repo transaction: all the regulated entities, banks, NBFCs, insurance companies, pension funds, right? They are eligible. So basically listed corporates, unlisted companies also, right? But if you are an unlisted company, then you can use only the special securities as issued by the government of India. So there is a list of special securities. If you are unlisted, then only special securities are permitted. If you are an AIFI, All India Financial Institution like NABARD, NHB, SEBI, NABFID, Exim Bank, or any other entity which is approved by Reserve Bank of India. So these are the eligible participants who can enter into repo transaction. Acha, what is the usual tenure of repo transaction now? Because this is a money market instrument. Minimum tenure 1 day, maximum tenure will be restricted to 1 year. Why? Because this is a money market instrument. Money market is a short-term wala market, right? Money market is a short-term instruments wala market. Then we have the tri-party agent network. We have already discussed this particular thing, right? Tri-party wala कि क्या चीज होती है. सो द सिक्योरिटी एंड कोलेटरल मैनेजमेंट यहाँ पे किसके पास आ जाता है? ट्राई पार्टी के पास आ जाता है. रेपो ट्रांजैक्शन कैसे कैसे हो सकते हैं वो भी हमने देख लिया. इट कैन बी वाया इलेक्ट्रॉनिक ट्रेडिंग प्लेटफॉर्म, इट कैन बी वाया स्टॉक एक्सचेंज, इट कैन बी वाया ओवर द काउंटर एज वेल. हम लोग मिल के भी ओटीसी भी कर सकते हैं, ओवर द काउंटर बैठ के नेगोशिएट भी कर सकते हैं, राइट? नाउ विच इज द ट्रेडिंग प्रोसेस विच इज अलाउड? सो ट्रेडिंग प्रोसेस इज कंप्लीटली फ्री. सो हियर आई कैन से बायलेटरल, मल्टीलेटरल नेगोशिएशन. मतलब देखो, बायलेटरल मतलब इन विच बोथ द पार्टीज आर डूइंग द नेगोशिएशन, राइट? Let's suppose in bilateral trade there are two parties and they are doing the negotiation process. In multilateral there can be more than two parties as well who are doing the negotiation, right? It can be court driven, it can be order driven, it can be unanimous order, right? Anonymous order भी हो सकता है और named order भी हो सकता है. So यहाँ full flexibility is there. Reporting requirement for repo not traded on recognized exchange or approved by ETP. That means अगर OTC है तो, अगर over the counter है तो, then the transaction must be reported within 15 minutes. Then you need to report the transaction within 15 minutes on the system like Chromes and FTRAC. So you need to use CROMS for the repos in the government securities. अगर repo हो रहा है government security में हो रहा है, you need to use this system. And for other eligible securities, you can use the FTRAC. Settlement rules are quite straight. For the first leg, it can be either T+0 on the transaction date itself or on the T+1, right? And on the settlement mode, it can be only delivery versus payment. That means simultaneously the delivery and payment settlement will happen, completely avoiding the settlement risk. मतलब यहाँ आप default नहीं कर सकते, right? There is no scope of default because they have strictly registered the delivery versus payment methodology. Then if I talk about the government security repo, then it can be settled through CCIL or any other RBI approved clearing agency. If it's a government security repo, then CCIL is the authority here. Repos in other security, they can be settled via stock exchanges or any other approved entity. That is also fine. Sale and substitution of collateral. So in the sale and substitution of collateral, securities acquired under the repo may be on sold if the entity is permitted to short sell it. The simple meaning is, right? Bank ने security दी Reserve Bank of India को. Bank has given security to the Reserve Bank of India. Can the Reserve Bank of India sell the securities for temporary period of time? Yes, they can do it if the entity is permitted to short sell based on the agreement. क्या Reserve Bank of India उसको temporarily बेच सकता है? Yes, वो बेच सकता है. बाद में खरीद के वापस देना पड़ेगा जब भी आपका रेपो अरेंजमेंट खत्म होने वाला होगा. Used in another repo, they can even use it in another repo transaction. They can give the security as collateral, right? It can be also substituted with some other security. मतलब जो बैंक था उसने कोई और सिक्योरिटी दी और बाद में रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया इक्विवेलेंट अमाउंट की कोई और सिक्योरिटी दे रहा है. इज दैट परमिटेड? यस, दैट्स परमिटेड. As per the rules and regulation, as per the contract, it is permitted. Pricing rules, the collateral need to be priced at market price. And the second leg price is first leg price plus agreed interest. Now what is this second leg and first leg? देखो first leg मतलब जब जो बैंक है वो RBI को सिक्योरिटी दे रहा है. That's called as the first leg, right? तो first leg जो होगा वो तो मार्केट प्राइस वैल्यू पे हो जाएगा. जो second leg होगा उसके अंदर first leg का प्राइस प्लस वॉट एवर दी एग्रीड इंटरेस्ट रेट इज उसके ऊपर आपका सेकेंड लेग प्राइस हो जाएगा. बेसिकली आपने पैसा यूज किया रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया का या किसी भी एंटिटी का रेपो के अंदर, सो उसके अंदर आपको इंटरेस्ट तो देना ही पड़ेगा, राइट? सो इन द सेकेंड लेग दैट इज द सेटलमेंट प्राइस यू नीड टू पे द इंटरेस्ट एज वेल अलॉन्ग विद द फर्स्ट लेग प्राइस. मिनिमम हेयर कट भी यहाँ पे गिवन है जो कि आपको पता होना चाहिए. फॉर लिस्टेड कॉर्पोरेट बॉन्ड्स एंड डिबेंचर्स मिनिमम 2% हेयर कट इज देयर, राइट? कम से कम 2% हेयर कट यू नीड टू डिडक्ट फ्रॉम द कोलेटरल. For commercial papers, certificate of deposits, minimum of 1.5% needs to be deducted. For municipal and local authority securities, ये नया addition है, minimum 2% is required to be deducted, right? So 2%, 1.5% and 2%. Broadly, it is 2% only, but for commercial papers and COD, just for CPs and CDs, it is 1.5% minimum. Rest बाकी सबके लिए 2% है, right? रेस्ट बाकी सबके लिए 2% है. देन इफ आई टॉक अबाउट द CRR एंड SLR ट्रीटमेंट फॉर ऑल द रेपोज इन गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी, बोरोइंग जो है वो दैट आर एग्जेम्प्ट फ्रॉम द CRR एंड SLR ऑब्लिगेशन. फॉर ऑल द रेपोज दैट यू आर डूइंग इन गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज, बोरोइंग्स आर कंप्लीटली एग्जेम्प्ट फ्रॉम द CRR एंड SLR ऑब्लिगेशंस, राइट? Securities acquired under the repo count as SLR only if they are SLR eligible securities. सो यहाँ पे SLR एलिजिबल सिक्योरिटीज उनको ही बोला जा सकता है जो आप रेपो के अंदर ट्रांजैक्शन कर रहे हो. इफ दो सिक्योरिटीज आर SLR अप्रूव्ड देन ओनली दे विल फुलफिल योर SLR कंप्लायंस रिक्वायरमेंट. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, पार्टी A विच इज लेंडर इज गिविंग मनी टू पार्टी 2. इन रिटर्न दे आर गेटिंग SLR अप्रूव्ड सिक्योरिटीज. Will it be treated as SLR compliance for party 1? Yes, it will be treated as SLR compliance. Why? Because these are SLR approved securities. ये SLR की list में आ रही है. That's why we can allow them. Right? Then the documentation requirement आप avoid कर सकते हो और supersede circulars, ठीक है, जो आपका पुराना 2018 repo direction था वो अब supersede हो चुका है because now we have the 2025 का direction, right? So this is regarding the repo arrangement, right? This is regarding the repurchase transaction direction which is 2025. So यहाँ आपको क्या क्या याद रखना है? म्युनिसिपल बॉन्ड वाला क्राइटेरिया आपको अच्छे से याद रखना है which is included here, right? रेपो क्या होता है, रिवर्स रेपो क्या होता है, देन what is the applicability of this direction and what is the non applicability of this direction, that can be important, right? हेयर कट का कॉन्सेप्ट आपके लिए इंपॉर्टेंट हो सकता है एंड द थिंग्स दैट कैन बी यूज्ड एज कोलेटरल इन अ रेपो अरेंजमेंट, ये भी आपको यहाँ पे याद रखना है, राइट? ये भी आपको यहाँ पे याद रखना है. द टेन्योर वो हम पढ़ते ही है मनी मार्केट के अंदर, उसमें कुछ नया नहीं है, राइट? एंड द रिपोर्टिंग रिक्वायरमेंट, इफ यू आर नॉट डूइंग ट्रांजैक्शन थ्रू ईटीपी और रिकॉग्नाइज्ड स्टॉक एक्सचेंज, मतलब आप ओटीसी कर रहे हो, देन यू नीड टू रिपोर्ट द ट्रांजैक्शन within 15 months, right? Within 15 minutes, sorry. Within 15 minutes आपको you need to report the transaction on the reporting system, right? So these are the things that you need to do very well, plus the minimum haircut requirement as well. So certificate of deposits in commercial paper के लिए we have 1.5%, rest we have 2%, right? Then next one is RBI rolls out the relief measure for tariff affected exporters. We all know what the India is struggling as of now because of the high tariffs. Why? Because US has imposed a quite very high tariff on the Indian exporters. So that's why these tariffs are now causing the export orders from the India to the US to decline. And that's why RBI has also intervened in this particular process, and they have provided a liquidity boost to those exporters who are actually facing the liquidity pressure, right? So let's discuss about the same. You can see in the press release RBI के यहाँ पे trade relief measures हैं, which was recently published in November 14th of November 2025. These are some of the trade relief measure. The very first trade relief measure by Reserve Bank of India is the changes in the FEMA regulation on the realization and repatriation of proceeds of export of goods, software or service. Say for example, if I am exporting goods, softwares or services, right? And I'm also receiving some advance payment. I'm also receiving some advance payment against such exports, say for example from United States of America, right? So I am the exporter, I am in India. I am exporting goods and services. I may be exporting goods, I may be exporting services or softwares in United States, and I am receiving an advance. So earlier the time period of realization and repatriation of the full export value, let's suppose here the export value is 1 lakh USD. For example, the export value is 1 lakh USD. So earlier there was a time limit of 9 months. That means I need to bring this $1 lakh. I need to bring these $1 lakh. I need to realize them. I need to repatriate them in India within 9 months. Right? Within 9 months. Now they have extended it to 15 months, right? So from 9 months, they have extended it to 15 months, and this gives a breathing space to the exporters. They can even realize it in the 15th month as well, right? In the 15th month as well they can realize it. So again यहाँ पे उनको काफ़ी relaxation मिलने वाला है इस particular area के अंदर. So this is regarding the extension of time for realization of export proceed. This is the relief number 1. This is the relief number 1. Earlier 9 months था, अभी 15 months हो चुका है. So because exporters are facing the global slowdown, they'll be getting more time to receive the payments from the foreign buyers without violating the FEMA regulations. This is the relief number 1. Second relief is regarding the extension, time extension for the shipment after receiving the advance. Say for example, you received the advance. You are the exporter, you received the advance. Now there is a time limit on shipment. there is a time limit on shipment. Earlier you need to ship the goods within 1 year. Earlier you need to ship the goods within 1 year from the realization of the advance payment. Now they have extended it to 3 years. Now they have extended it to 3 year and that's the relief number 2. अच्छा, पहले मुझे एडवांस मिलते ही शिपमेंट करना पड़ता था. कब तक करना पड़ता था गुड्स का? विद इन 1 ईयर मुझे उनका शिपमेंट करना पड़ता था. बट एज ऑफ नाउ द टाइम लिमिट विल बी 3 ईयर. एज ऑफ नाउ द टाइम limit is 3 year. Why? Because in case the supply chain are completely disrupted, the exporters will not be penalized for any kind of delayed shipment. They can make the shipment within 3 years as well from the earlier time period of 1 year. So again ये एक और relief है, right? This is one of a major relief, and the third relief will be here now, easing the burden on the debt repayment on specific impacted sector. So if you are having any burden related to debt, now debt is a burden, right? Why? Because you need to pay fixed interest on it. You need to repay that debt as well timely. So if you are having any burden of any debt repayment on the impacted sector, the very first thing should be you must be in the impacted sector. अगर आप एक impacted sector में हो, आपको debt problem कर रहा है, तो definitely ये वाला relief आपके लिए है. You will be getting a moratorium और deferment. देखो moratorium को कुछ नहीं, deferment ही बोलते हैं, right? Related to the term loans and the recovery of interest on the working capital loan falling due between 1st September 2025 to 31st December 2025. ये वाला जो पीरियड है, इस पीरियड के बीच में जितने भी आपके इंटरेस्ट पेमेंट्स फॉल कर रहे होंगे, राइट, जो आपके टर्म लोन के रीपेमेंट्स फॉल कर रहे होंगे, जो आपके वर्किंग कैपिटल लोन के इंटरेस्ट रिकवरी फॉल कर रही होगी, उसके लिए आपको यहाँ पे डेफरमेंट अलाउ कर दिया जाएगा. डेफरमेंट आपको यहाँ पे अलाउ कर दिया जाएगा. प्लस देयर विल बी अ परमिशन टू द लेंडर्स टू recalculate the drawing power in the working capital facility either by reducing the margin. So now they can reduce the margin as well. There is no pressure of keeping the margins too high. They can reduce it. और द बेसिस रीअसेसमेंट, जो उनके हिसाब से रीअसेसमेंट करते हैं वो करके भी वो यहाँ पे उनको फैसिलिटी दे सकते हैं. सो दिस इज द परमिशन दैट आरबीआई हैज गिवन टू द लेंडर्स, राइट. सो कोई भी बैंक को, एनबीएफसी, उनको क्या करना पड़ेगा, अभी मोरेटोरियम देना पड़ेगा और डेफर करना पड़ेगा उनका पेमेंट टर्म लोन की इंस्टॉलमेंट्स पे. इंटरेस्ट ऑन द वर्किंग कैपिटल लोन जो इस पर्टिकुलर रेंज में फॉल कर रही है, तो सबसे पहले तो आपको ये रेंज पता होनी चाहिए, डेट रेंज, राइट. यू नीड टू नो द डेट रेंज. नाउ जो इंटरेस्ट होगा फिर क्या होगा, सर उसका डेफरमेंट हो रहा है, मतलब कभी तो यू नीड टू पे. इट्स जस्ट अ डेफरमेंट, इट्स नॉट अ कैंसिलेशन. यू नीड टू पे दैट इंटरेस्ट, राइट, अल्टीमेटली. सो वो अक्रू होता जाएगा. अक्रू मतलब वो बढ़ता चला जाएगा, अपने अंदर ही जमा होता जाएगा, इंटरेस्ट अक्यूमुलेट होता जाएगा. बट एट दी सिंपल इंटरेस्ट, वन मोर मेजर रिलीफ, कि आपको कंपाउंड इंटरेस्ट नहीं लगाया जाएगा, आपको सिंपल इंटरेस्ट यहाँ पे लगाया जाएगा, राइट. आपके इंटरेस्ट के ऊपर इंटरेस्ट नहीं लिया जाएगा, बेसिकली आपके प्रिंसिपल के ऊपर जो इंटरेस्ट रहेगा वही अक्रू होता जाएगा. The interest accrued in this period then will be converted into a funded interest term loan. जो भी इंटरेस्ट यहाँ पे कवर हो चुका है उसके लिए आपको एक फंडेड इंटरेस्ट टर्म लोन दे दिया जाएगा, एक और लोन दे दिया जाएगा. बेसिकली इट्स अ काइंड ऑफ सेपरेट लोन ओनली, जिसको आप धीरे धीरे चुका सकते हो, राइट. रीपेबल बिटवीन 31st March 2026 एंड 30th September 2026. तो ये एक बहुत ही बड़ा रिलैक्सेशन यहाँ पे मिलने वाला है एक्सपोर्टर्स को, राइट. So this is the moratorium period and the recalculation of the drawing power. So बैंक को यहाँ पे recalculation करने का पावर मिलेगा RBI के थ्रू. Okay. Next is the relaxation in the repayment of export credit. Right. So यहाँ पे आपको जो export credit मिलता है, आपको जो credit मिलता है basically, उसके period का enhancement हो चुका है. Enhancement in the maximum credit period. Earlier you used to get a credit period of 1 year. You used to get a credit period of 1 year. Now it is of 450 days, both for pre-shipment and for post-shipment export credit till 31st March 2026. तो 31st March 2026 तक आपको एक साल की जगह 450 डेज का आपको यहाँ पे क्रेडिट पीरियड मिलने वाला है, बोथ फॉर योर प्री शिपमेंट एज वेल एज फॉर योर पोस्ट शिपमेंट, है ना. प्री शिपमेंट मतलब अभी शिपमेंट हुआ नहीं है, आपके गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज अब डिलीवर होंगे, और पोस्ट शिपमेंट मतलब आपके गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज डिलीवर हो चुके हैं, बट आपकी पेमेंट आने बाकी है, आपके अमाउंट आना बाकी है आपके लिए, राइट. सो अगेन अलाउइंग द लेंडर टू लिक्विडेट द पैकिंग क्रेडिट फैसिलिटी अवेल्ड बाय द एक्सपोर्टर ऑन और बिफोर 31st of August 2025 where the dispatch of the goods कुड नॉट टेक प्लेस, तो अगर डिस्पैच ऑफ द गुड्स नहीं हो पाया है बिफोर 31 अगस्त 2025, तो यहाँ पे आपको लेंडर्स को यहाँ पे टू लिक्विडेट द पैकिंग क्रेडिट फैसिलिटी, जो भी आपने गुड्स के लिए फैसिलिटी ली थी, मतलब ये प्री शिपमेंट में आ गया पैकिंग फैसिलिटी, राइट, तो वहाँ आपको लिक्विडेट करने का भी ऑप्शन मिल जाएगा फ्रॉम एनी लेजिटिमेट ऑल्टरनेट सोर्स। मान लो आपको अगर नहीं आपको नहीं वहाँ पे सेल करने का मिला, तो आप क्या कर सकते हो, डोमेस्टिक मार्केट के अंदर सेल प्रोसीड्स रियलाइज करते हो उसको सेल करके, राइट, और एनी लेजिटिमेट ऑल्टरनेट सोर्स। सो यहाँ पे आपको एक्सपोर्ट क्रेडिट टेन्योर को बढ़ा के यहाँ पे जो पहले आपको मिलता था 270 डेज, उसको आपको 450 डेज यहाँ पे मिलना चालू कर दिया, एंड दिस इज अप टू 31 मार्च 2026। तो हमको यहाँ पे 450 का पीरियड जो है वो याद रखना है, ओके, यहाँ पे हमको 450 का पीरियड याद रखना चाहिए। अच्छा, अभी मॉरेटोरियम पीरियड आपको मिल रहा है, तो क्या आपका जो असेट क्लासिफिकेशन है एज पर दी इनकम रिकॉग्निशन एंड प्रूडेंशियल नॉर्म्स, राइट, सो क्या ये भी चेंज हो जाएगा आपके प्रूडेंशियल नॉर्म्स के हिसाब से? तो नहीं होगा, आपका असेट जो है वो स्टैंडर्ड असेट ही रहेगा, राइट, बैंक उसको स्टैंडर्ड असेट ही क्लासिफाई करेगा, बिकॉज मॉरेटोरियम पीरियड्स आर ऑलवेज एक्सक्लूडेड, ऐसा हमने हमेशा क्लासेस के अंदर भी पढ़ा है, राइट, सो ये हमेशा एक्सक्लूडेड होते हैं, तो आपका डिफॉल्ट ही नहीं माना जाएगा, आपको क्लासिफिकेशन में सब स्टैंडर्ड पे नहीं लेके जाया जाएगा, ओके। बट बैंक नीड टू मेक अ जनरल प्रोविजन ऑफ 5% अगेंस्ट द अकाउंट वेयर इन द डिफॉल्ट बट स्टिल क्लासिफाइड एज स्टैंडर्ड। तो अगर आपने अकाउंट को स्टैंडर्ड क्लासिफाई कर दिया बैंक ने, द बैंक हैज क्लासिफाइड द अकाउंट एज स्टैंडर्ड as of 31st August 2025 and where the trade relief measures have been extended, जहां पे trade relief measures extend किए, तो यहाँ पे आपकी प्रोविजनिंग हो जानी चाहिए, और प्रोविजनिंग कब तक हो जानी चाहिए? बाय 31st December 2025 तक you need to make a 5% provision here. Now this is nothing but this is done just to safeguard the interest of the bank as well, right? क्योंकि हम उनको स्टैंडर्ड असेट में रख रहे हैं, सब स्टैंडर्ड में नहीं लेके जा रहे हैं, सो यहाँ पे एड ऑन प्रोविजन की रिक्वायरमेंट डाल दी, दैट इज फॉर द 5%, राइट। तो यहाँ पे क्या क्या आपके रिलीफ मेजर्स हो गए हैं? सबसे पहला, फेमा रेगुलेशंस के अंदर आपको टाइमलाइन का एक्सटेंशन मिल जाएगा। सो अर्लियर देयर वाज 9 मंथ्स दैट यू वर गेटिंग, नाउ यू विल बी गेटिंग 15 मंथ्स, ओके। आपकी अपनी फुल एक्सपोर्ट वैल्यू आप वहां से मंगवा सकते हो 15 महीने के अंदर, ना कि 9 महीने के अंदर। दैट वाज द फर्स्ट वन। सेकेंड वन वाज रिलेटेड टू द शिपमेंट। अगर आपको एडवांस मिल गया, इफ यू हैव रिसीव्ड द एडवांस, देन यू कैन डू द शिपमेंट इवन अप टू 3 years, अर्लियर इट वाज 1 year। देन अगेन द बेनिफिट रिलेटेड टू मॉरेटोरियम पीरियड। सो आपको इस पीरियड के बीच में मॉरेटोरियम मिल जाएगा, मतलब आपका जो इंटरेस्ट होगा वो सिंपल इंटरेस्ट ही लगेगा, और वो आप बाद में चुका सकते हो एज अ सेपरेट लोन, एज अ सेपरेट लोन की तरह आप उसको चुका सकते हो, राइट। दिस इज अगेन अ बेनिफिट। एंड द नेक्स्ट बेनिफिट इज रिलैक्सेशन इन द रीपेमेंट ऑफ एक्सपोर्ट क्रेडिट। तो पहले जो आपको 1 year तक मिलता था, वो अब आपको 450 डेज तक मिल जाएगा, बोथ फॉर प्री शिपमेंट एंड फॉर द पोस्ट शिपमेंट क्रेडिट, राइट। अच्छा, और प्री शिपमेंट क्रेडिट था आपका, राइट, आपका अभी तक डिलीवर नहीं हुआ था, तो जो भी पैकिंग फैसिलिटी के आपने क्रेडिट लिया था, उसको आप क्या कर सकते हो, अगर वहां तक आपने नहीं सेंड कर पाए हो, तो आप यहीं उसको बेच के लिक्विडेट कर सकते हो और अपना ऑब्लिगेशन सेटल कर सकते हो, राइट। So this is one more thing. Plus your account will not be classified as a substandard asset. It will remain standard only. That is one of the criteria here as per the prudential norms. क्योंकि moratorium period को we never consider it in the NPA वाला 90 days का criteria. But आपको 5% का प्रोविजन यहाँ पे बनाना पड़ेगा, दैट्स फॉर द प्रोविजनिंग रिक्वायरमेंट। तो ये कुछ चीजें हैं जो आपको याद होनी चाहिए। आई हैव गिवन द की टर्म्स एज वेल लेटर ऑन आपकी अंडरस्टैंडिंग के लिए। देन बिकॉज ऑफ द ट्रेड रिलीफ सर्टेन प्रोविजंस हैव बीन अमेंडेड रिलेटेड टू द फॉरेन एक्सचेंज मैनेजमेंट, एक्सपोर्ट ऑफ गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज रेगुलेशन 2025 ऑल्सो। व्हाट आर द अमेंडमेंट्स हियर? सो लुक, in the directions also 9 month को they have changed to 15 months, right? 1 year को they have substituted by 3 years. So these are some of the changes that I have done correspondingly in the FEMA Act as well. Trade relief measures were announced, and these are the things that they have changed in the FEMA Act as well, right? Now here there is a quick update that the RBI has conducted a 4-day VRRR auction, variable rate reverse repo auction, under the liquidity adjustment facility on 1st of December, is going to conduct on 1st of December 2025. So यही उससे रिलेटेड यहाँ पे इन्होंने नोटिफिकेशन प्रेस रिलीज निकाला है। व्हाट इज द नोटिफाइड अमाउंट? 75,000 करोड़। द टेन्योर इज 4 day। अच्छा, इससे पहले 14 days हुआ करता था, फिर आरबीआई ने अभी क्या कर लिया था रिसेंटली इंटरनल रिव्यू के अंदर, दे हैव चेंज्ड इट टू 7 days, और ये तो उससे भी शॉर्ट होने वाला है 4 days वाला। द विंडो टाइमिंग एंड द डेट ऑफ रिवर्सल इज 1st of December, सो ये 4 days के लिए होने वाला है, मतलब 1st of December को होगा प्लस 4 days, दैट मीन्स ये 5th of December को कंक्लूड हो जाएगा, राइट. दिस विल बी कंक्लूडेड ऑन द 5th of December. Now why they are actually doing is because there is too much liquidity as of now in the banking system, and RBI wants to absorb this excess liquidity, right, so that the interest rate remains stable, the inflation remains under control, and money market discipline is also maintained here. That's why they are undergoing a VRRR auction, right. That's why they are doing a VRRR auction. अच्छा, VRRR क्या होता है, मैंने आपको मल्टीपल वीडियोस के अंदर I have told you many times, I have explained you many times. सो जो लोग पहली बार VRRR का ऑप्शन सुन रहे हैं, प्लीज डेफिनेटली आप पुराने वीडियोस देख सकते हो. एंड व्हाट एल्स यू कैन डू इज यू कैन क्विकली चेक आउट VRRR ऑन द इंटरनेट एज वेल, राइट. इट इज नथिंग बट अ liquidity absorption tool here which the RBI is using, right, which the RBI is using to absorb the excess liquidity in the banking system. So here what is happening, the bank is lending the money to the Reserve Bank of India, right. The bank is lending the money to Reserve Bank of India. In this way the RBI is absorbing the excess liquidity from the system, right. Next one is related to RBI issues the Reserve Bank of India digital banking channel authorization direction. So we have already discussed this in the month of July. Earlier they have released a master direction, a draft master direction in July 2025. Definitely the video is already there on the channel, you can definitely watch that video. So this is just a quick update कि RBI ने अब उसको final authorization they have given to this direction. So now digital banking channel authorization is already, RBI has given it a green flag here, right. अच्छा, some of the additional comments that RBI has given for this particular direction. Why? Because draft direction आया था तो the draft direction was open for feedback purpose. People and entities they have given feedback, and RBI has accepted some of the feedback, and they have also rejected some of the feedbacks. So what they have accepted and you guys need to know is they have clarified that UPI and CBDC are also a payment system, right. UPI and CBDC, they are part of payment system. Mobile wallets, we do have mobile wallets such as prepaid payment instruments. So say for example, if I'm having MobiKwik wallet, that's a prepaid payment instrument, right. APIs, they are not channel themselves, they are not digital channels, rather they are connectors, right. They are connectors. APIs are application program interface, are connectors, right. So these clarifications RBI has given here. अच्छा, people have also requested कि जो आपका net worth requirement of 50 crore है, you can lower that, you can eliminate that, you can also lower the CRR requirement, but RBI has completely not accepted this kind of feedback, and the limit जो हमने उस direction में पढ़ी थी, that will hold true, right. That limit will again hold true. Next is related to the quarterly basic statistical return. So BSR1 का data is released, and we all know that BSR1 का data is related to credit, right. So by the scheduled commercial banks, what is the basic statistical return? 1 का data, this is on credit for the September 2025, right, for the September 2025. So we can see that the bank credit growth has improved to 10.7%. Earlier it was 9.9%. We have discussed this data in June 2025 wala month, right, and now they have recently released for the September 2025 month, and there is a growth in this data. That means बैंक का क्रेडिट ग्रोथ रेट इज इंक्रीजिंग फ्रॉम 9.9% to 10.7%. एंड हियर वी कैन सी पर्सनल लोन का जो है वो हाईएस्ट है. देन वी हैव द एग्रीकल्चर का डेटा एंड देन इंडस्ट्री का डेटा, राइट. अच्छा, एग्रीकल्चर का डेटा के अंदर देयर वाज अ स्लो डाउन, बट वी कैन सी देयर वाज अ शार्प डिक्लाइन इन द एग्रीकल्चर का डेटा, बट वी कैन सी अ क्विक increase in the agriculture data as well, right. So 10.7% is what you need to remember here. This is the year on year data. If I talk about the weighted average lending rate, again it is going up only, and personal loan and the personal loan is on the top of it, right. Personal loan का सबसे कम है, बाकी ग्राफ ओवरऑल फ्लैट है weighted average lending rate का. अच्छा, what is weighted average lending rate? अब बहुत सारी regulated entities हैं, इतने सारे banks हैं, they all are giving loans and advances on different rates. So if I calculate a average rate, a weighted average rate, this is called as weighted average lending rate, right. That means this is the data of all the banks, lending rate का, right? Say for example, HDFC Bank is giving interest rate at 10%, SBI Bank is giving at 8%. अब वैसे तो फर्क तो पॉइंट्स में होता है, right? Usually the difference is just in the points, but still if I calculate the overall rate, it will be called as weighted average lending rate, right? Then we can see that the private sector bank credit growth remained lower than the public sector banks. So private banks credit growth, we are talking here about the credit growth, is lower than the public sector bank, right? In September 2025, ये भी आपको यहाँ पे याद रखना है. पर्सनल लोन्स सबसे ज़्यादा ग्रो हो रहे हैं, हमने चार्ट के अंदर देख ही लिया था. वी हैव सीन दिस थिंग इन द चार्ट इटसेल्फ, राइट? And you can have a quick reading related to the rest of the data as well. But what broadly you need to remember is the thing that I have taught you here, right? Then BSR2 का data भी is released, quarterly basic statistical return. So BSR1 is related to credit, 2 is related to deposits, right? 2 is related to deposits. That is also released. So guys, now if we talk about the BSR2, we can see that the deposits with the SEBs registered a 9.9% year-on-year growth. Earlier it used to be there 11.7% and now it is 9.9%. So on year-on-year basis data, it is a decline definitely. And if I talk about from the next quarter, from the previous quarter, if I try to compare it, again there is a decline. पहले हमने देखा था there was 11.3% and now it is just 9.9%, right? Now it is just 9.9% here of the deposits, right? So this is the deposit growth. If I talk about term deposit, so आप term deposit का trend भी देख सकते हो, savings account का trend भी देख सकते हो, and current account का trend भी देख सकते हो. There is slight decline only in these trends. Broadly ये कहाँ से decline हुआ है? आपका term deposit के data से decline driven हुआ है, right? Now public sector banks recorded a 9.6% deposit growth and the deposit growth of the private sector banks declined to 10%. Still, private sector banks are having a higher deposit growth as compared to the public sector bank, is what the observation here is from the credit data, right? From the quarterly credit data which is published. Though there is a decline in the term of in the trend of term deposit growth, it still remains the higher as compared to the current account and the saving deposit growth, right? तो term deposit के अंदर सबसे ज़्यादा इन्फ्लो आता है, ये हमने लास्ट क्वार्टर में भी देखा था. अच्छा, in which sector remains the highest contributor? The household sector remains the largest contributor of the deposits with nearly 3/5 share in the deposits in September 2025. So यहाँ पे household sector का सबसे ज़्यादा deposits रहता है in the entire deposits, right? Next is related to the performance of the private corporate business sector during quarter 2 of financial year 2026. So this is quarter 2 का data of financial year 2026. We can see that the sales growth of the listed private non-financial company improved to 8%. Earlier it used to be 5.5%. Now it is 8%, right? I'm talking about the listed private company, non-financial companies, right? Non-financial companies. So here we can see that if I talk about sales growth, the non-IT services is leading the pack, right? The non-IT service is leading the pack with 10.6% rate. 10.6% rate और उसके बाद मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का आता है 8.5% and then we have the IT का growth rate at 7.8%, right? So यहाँ सबसे ज़्यादा contribution किसका है? Non-IT services is having the highest contribution here. And if I talk about expenditure, then the manufacturing company's expense of raw material has increased by 9% if I compare it with year-on-year data. Now what you guys need to do is just try to remember the crucial data points that I am telling you. Otherwise there are too many data points you can remember for the examination, but it's not relevant. The major pointers and the driving reasons you can remember. Jैसे what you can remember here is the sales growth, out of which also it is being majorly contributed by the non-IT service, right? The highest contribution is of the non-IT service sector. So data plus the driving reason, you need to remember this. And if we talk about the interest expense, the interest coverage ratio is moderated to 8.6%. Now what is interest coverage ratio? EBIT, earning before interest and taxes, divided by the interest component. अच्छा, we also call it as operating profit. EBIT को we also call it as operating profit, and that's how we calculate the interest coverage ratio. It shows how comfortably you can pay your interest obligation by using your EBIT, earning before interest and taxes, or we can also call it as operating profit, right? Operating profit. Now the next one is related to the interlinking news related to UPI with target. Now what is target? Which is called as tips basically. So there is interlinking between UPI and tips, which is the euro system, right? Tips is a euro system. We have in India we have UPI, and they have interlinked the data with the target instant payment system. Acha, what is tips? Target instant payment system is the full form, which is a euro based system, right? Which is a euro based system. And the whole idea is to facilitate the cross border remittances between India and euro area. And definitely this is going to have so many benefits for both the areas in India as well as the euro area, right? And NPCI and RBI will continue to collaborate closely with the European Central Bank to operationalize this particular tie-up. Okay, so ये आपको याद रखना है कि ये दोनों का यहाँ पे collaboration है, दोनों का tie-up हुआ है, दोनों का interlinkage हुआ है. And the whole aim is to enable the real-time cross-border payments between India and euro area. Now this will facilitate your seamless remittances, travel payments, merchant payments, right? Small business trade flows, everything will be quite streamlined between both these countries here, right? So this is again a step towards the internationalization of Indian rupee. Uske baad RBI has released a list. This is the updated list of the unauthorized forex trading platforms that are operating, right? So this is just for the awareness purpose for you guys, but you don't have to remember the name of these platforms, not required at all, right? This important news have a high chance of coming in your examination. Recognition of self-regulatory organization SRO for the payment system operator. So RBI has recognized a self-regulatory organization for the payment system operators here, right? We can see here that SRPA, self-regulated PSO association, will be the new PSO, will be the new SRO for PSO, right? Will be the new self-regulatory organization for the payment system operator. The name of the entity is SRPA, self-regulated PSO association, right? Self-regulated PSO association. Very, very important for your RBI Grade B examination, December month 2025. Okay. Then the last thing that we are having is related to the Financial Sector Assessment Program 2024. Now, what is this Financial System Assessment Program? So this is nothing but a joint initiative of the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and World Bank, right? So World Bank and IMF joint initiate करके एक FSAP बनाते हैं, which is Financial Sector Assessment Program. What the whole idea is कि यहाँ पे they are conducting a comprehensive, deep and system-wide assessment of countries' financial sector. As the name says it all, Financial Sector Assessment Program. So they are assessing the financial sector developments related to stability, related to resilience, related to regulation, supervision, and what kind of developments are still required in this system, right? And from 2010, this particular program is mandatory for so many jurisdictions. Usually it is conducted every 5 years for some areas and for every 10 years for some other areas. And the outputs of this particular report is being published in the IMF Financial System Stability Assessment. And if I talk about World Bank, they are publishing it in the Financial Sector Assessment, right? अच्छा, इंडिया में previously कब हुआ था? In 2017 they have conducted this in India, and as of now they have released it for 2024, right? They have released it for the 2024 year. This is also one of the toughest audit of all the countries' financial system in terms of stress testing, in terms of supervision, sector evaluation, and regulatory quality assessment. If we talk about the overall financial system performance of India, they find it that it's more resilient, it's more diverse and inclusive as compared to 2017. So we are definitely making a progress in the financial system side, right? Now we can see that financial sector, they also recover from the stress episodes of 2010 and the COVID-19 pandemic. So India's financial system has performed really well. And this is definitely going to achieve, they help achieve the India achieving the 30 trillion USD economy by 2047. Now World Bank has also acknowledged the strengthening and expanded regulatory powers over the cooperative banks regarding the tightening of the prudential norms, bringing the scale-based regulation framework for NBFCs, right? We classify the NBFCs in different layers like base layer, middle layer, upper layer and so on. So again, this was also acknowledged from World Bank side. What they recommended is strengthening of the credit risk management related to banks and the NBFCs as of now. If we talk about the overall securities market, they have found that the structure is quite solid and it's quite well structured, right? But still they have given some of the recommendations like integrated monitoring of conducting the risk analysis, especially in the mutual funds, stronger self-regulatory organization structure. So again, SRO के status RBI frequently दे ही रहे हैं. Then digital financial inclusion. India's DPI is recognized as globally as a top class, right? You can talk about here the growth story of the UPI, right? So recommendations from the World Bank here is about increasing the account usage by women and expand the access to more and more financial products for the individuals and MSMEs, right? Then they did the insurance sector assessment as well, and they have broadly found it sound and comparable with the global countries as well. They have done a climate risk assessment as well, and that too is the banking sector and agriculture sector are resilient to the short-term climate shocks. They have given some of the recommendations related to sustainable finance roadmap and the national climate finance taxonomy. अच्छा, national climate finance taxonomy के बारे में भी we have discussed it multiple times in different videos here, right? From the credit infrastructure and MSME, what they have recommended is publishing the comprehensive MSME credit data, including the demand side data as well, plus establishing MSME data organization as well, who are there to observe the improved credit access quality, right? What quality improvement is there in your credit, that organization will be also evaluating. From the capital market side, they have recommended the enhanced capital enhancement mechanism, risk sharing facilities and securitization platform, promoting the securitization platform in India, which is quite required. But broadly, they have found that the India's financial system is quite sound, right? Subject to the following recommendations, and what I have given for all of you is an exam oriented summary related to this particular news, right? So you can just quickly read the summary pointers as well if you don't have adequate time.